The world is changed. I feel it in the chapters. I feel it in the pacing. I see it in the art. Much that once was is lost, for none now care who remember it.
Mother Mode is absolute trash. This is the worst shit that I've ever seen happen to a character before. Ever.
And talking about it with friends was so fun because it was so trash in the story.
Deep within a bleak and dismal swamp, hidden beneath its murky waters, lies the headquarters of the most sinister villains of all time. A Legion of Doom.
Greetings and welcome. This will be the first video in a multi-part series where I'll be analyzing and breaking down the story of One Piece. This series was created with the intent that its primary audience will be the One Piece community, which means that there is going to be some targeted messaging and commentary towards people that exist in those groups. Since this video is about One Piece, it should go without saying that the future contains massive spoilers. So if you clicked on this video without having watched or read One Piece, I highly recommend you do so before continuing so you can have a better understanding of what I'm trying to say. If spoilers don't bother you and you want to watch anyway, then thanks for staying and I hope you enjoy the video. I've done my fair share of late night video essay binging, so I kind of know how you feel. It would be a bit of an understatement to say that One Piece is a well-known series. It's a living legend which has been around for 23 years and counting. Its author, Ichiro Oda, has already influenced a generation of children, authors, mangaka, and normal people on how they write their stories and go about their lives. And there will be more added to that before it's all said and done. One Piece is not only the best-selling manga of all time, it's one of the best-selling pieces of fiction, having recently passed Batman in total sales count. It has a long list of accolades that could go on indefinitely. I consider myself to have been a big fan of the series, which trampled over all in its wake, was finally quelled by Marine Vice having first started it in 2015. But as you can no doubt tell from the title, the underlying tone of this video is quite critical, and perhaps that leads you to question why someone who thinks of themselves as a fan of the series would then create a video with such an aggressive message. It is because of my feelings towards the series that I chose to do this, and I'll go into that in a bit more depth. But first I want to present what I'll be arguing for as the thesis of this series. I'm going to be making the case that One Piece has been on a severe and continuous decline in quality since the post-time skip's inception. A decline which stems from numerous writing issues, resulting in making One Piece seem like a shell of its former self. There are a lot of factors at play that are leading One Piece down this road of self-destruction, a disease that's slowly eating away at its metaphorical body. And if it's left unchecked, I think it will bleed over into the series ending and ultimately ruin the hard work, effort, and care that is being provided by those who work on it. I think it will be impossible to look at One Piece in a positive light critically without separating it into sections and adding asterisks to its legacy. This video is going to be an exploration into what I perceive to be the downfall of One Piece. The main focus of this series is to provide you with a collection of storytelling, analysis, and speculations, so that I can try and make my case concerning the post-time skip seem somewhat reasonable. And that's a tall task in of itself, and it's not the only thing I want to say as well. There are several things that fall outside of that category which I think are pretty important in order to tell my full story, things that are more personal in nature. I hold what I would consider to be a privileged position. I've had the pleasure of being a somewhat notable figure within the One Piece community over the past 5 years here on YouTube, which has allotted me certain advantages that other people don't have. It may not seem that way if you are simply looking at impact through the number of subscribers I have, because anyone who looks at my channel, views, and so forth would assume that I really don't matter.
Ooh, that's kind of small. Yikes.
And subs, views, and so forth aren't a bad metric to go by, but they are insufficient in my case because the things I say carry more weight than what my channel may seem when looking from the outside. And this is not an attempt at an ego trip either, I'm simply stating facts. I have behind-the-scenes knowledge and history of the biggest and most popular people within the YouTube platform for One Piece because I'm friends and acquaintances with many of its creators. I've helped organize and run the community's biggest events and been in many conversations. My opinion and counsel are occasionally sought out, and whether I like it or hate it, the things that I say get heard and talked about. I haven't been around for the longest time, but I'm not new either. Over my 5 years in the community, a lot has changed, especially when it comes to myself. I've undergone one of the more severe personality transformations out of anyone that I can really think of. I went from being a prominent defender of One Piece against criticism, especially during the serialization of Whole Cake Island, to, well, being most remembered as an outspoken critic of the story, often dubbed a hater, which is a complete 180 from what I was like before. I've spent a far greater period of time in the latter half of this transformation than the former, so memory of my positive days may be somewhat lost to time. I have privated and deleted many of my older videos because I intend to change what I do on this channel heading into the future, so only those who experienced it firsthand will know that 2021 Dritz is a completely different person from 2016 Dritz. But that's where the first step in our journey begins. I want to talk about how this switch in beliefs came about and what I want to get across through this video. Let's begin. Now, this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. And I'd like to take a minute, I don't mean to pander. I'll tell you how I became the undisputed king of slander. In West Pennsylvania, born and raised, reading manga, my room's where I spend most of my days. Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, out cool, and making YouTube videos while outside of school. When a couple of One Piece sucks who were up to no good started making trouble up my neighborhood. I made angry videos and the community frowned and said, "We hereby dub you Dritz the Drag Down." Compared to many of its contemporaries in the world of anime and manga, I would say that One Piece has one of the more prominent barriers to entry, meaning that it's harder for new people to get into the series because one or two hurdles need to be overcome. These hurdles come up a bit more often than other series simply because of One Piece's popularity. It's one of the most popular, if not the most popular manga around, so there are always people trying to get others to read it. Something that I think has been heavily represented here on YouTube over the past 3 years or so. Even booktubers are getting into it as of recently. And with One Piece, the most talked about hurdles are the most obvious ones. Its length, aesthetic, and medium. If you've tried to convince anyone to do anything, then you've likely run into the "that's too long" rebuttal, which people will use even if they think what their friend is trying to get them to read or watch is something that they'll actually enjoy. It doesn't really matter. People are weird and it can be hard to force them to do anything, right? I would place a bet that many of the people who are watching this video now who only started One Piece within the past, let's say 6 or 7 years, and they didn't grow up with it, probably had a bit of hesitancy diving into the story themselves. I know I did, and I had already watched and read numerous series before One Piece, including its big three rival, Naruto. Sometimes it can be hard to commit yourself emotionally and time-wise to another series, especially if you've been deeply attached to something else. Starting a new series can feel like you're cheating at times from other things you enjoy. Maybe there's a fear deep inside of you that you might like something new better than what you already know. Kind of goes to that fear of the unknown trope that mankind is known for. But a series' length can become its greatest strength if you just give it a shot. When you are on a long journey, all of the time that you invest into the story has the ability to become an amplifier for your attachment to that series. And that's part of the magic of storytelling. Being along for the journey played a major factor in how I initially fell in love with One Piece. Those memories and feelings are something I'll always be able to cherish no matter how much time passes. But there's an odd phenomenon that can occur with stories that you give your all to. Stories that you spend so long looking into that it almost feels like it's a part of your identity to talk about. When you love something too much, it can be harder to be fair and honest with the material. The more you love something, the easier it is to let things slide that you otherwise wouldn't in other stories. And if we're being honest, I think most people are guilty of this. But I'll go ahead and share my story so you can see where I'm going with this. I caught up to the serialization of One Piece partway into Zou after a lengthy binge. And chances are, if you're reading One Piece now, you probably binged it. That's sort of what happens with long series. My One Piece binge peaked to unprecedented heights during the Water 7 and Summer War sagas. Another common trope, because these are the sagas that tend to make casual readers into hardcore fans. And that's partially due to the fact that these sagas are generally regarded as the apex of the One Piece experience. And it's exactly what happened to me, for good reason as well. The events leading up to the time skip are some of the best you'll find anywhere. If you're already enjoying One Piece prior to that point in time, then these sections tend to hit the hardest on a first read or watch through. Seeing what happens with 3D2Y gets you hyped for everything that's to come heading into the post time skip. So much so that you jump off the start of the race and go barreling into the next adventure. I remember distinctly during my first experience at the post time skip that there were numerous things I kind of skimmed over or straight up ignored that would have otherwise tripped alarms if it wasn't One Piece. But in my mind at the time, the only thing I was looking forward to was more Goat Piece. I had a lot more to read and I wanted to catch up to see what was happening. This mindset is something that I would consider a fairly normal occurrence. Like, it happens a lot. It's something that debatably should happen. The first sign of trouble isn't the time to abandon ship when it comes to storytelling, especially after you've already gotten so deep into a long-running series. If it was the case that people should just abandon at first sign, then most people probably wouldn't finish a single series because no story is really perfect, and everything has ups and downs. It's only fair as a reader to allow the story time to rebound from its hiccups. And after pushing through the first several arcs of the post-time skip and getting to Zou, I was extremely excited for the future of the story, because Zou, when isolated, is a very engaging arc that is a great beginning to the idea of the Yonko saga. Back in the day, like I said, I used to be a very vocal defender of Whole Cake Island for the first half of its runtime. I would be out in the metaphorical streets,
Come to the street, bro. I will beat your motherfucking ass.
talking to people about how good I thought the future of the story was going to be. I would preach about all of the various plans Oda had up his sleeve. Plans that I thought were a given because in my ignorance, I presumed Oda was going to do exactly what I thought was the best route for the story. And to put this into perspective, Whole Cake Island was a very controversial arc in the community, and it is something that I added to whenever I switched sides from positive to negative. Overall, of course, the fandom was very positive of the arc because it takes a lot for any fandom to unanimously switch up on how they feel about a story. But there were lots of people who had doubts. People that questioned why certain plot points existed. People who thought characters were acting weird, who thought that the payoffs for things were unfulfilling. And all along the way, I would be saying things like, Oda did this for a good reason, just wait, be patient. You have to wait until it's over. Sure, some of the build-up hasn't been that good, but if we just wait, I'm sure Oda will deliver something that will have us screaming Goda again. At that time, I couldn't relate to what people were saying because I just didn't understand. I was looking forward instead of looking back. The only thing that I saw when it came to One Piece was a story that was near and dear to my heart. A rose-tinted image of a story that had every ounce of my love. The only thing on my mind day and night was One Piece, making videos and talking to people about One Piece. In my mind, Oda had been placed into a near godlike realm of existence. He could do no wrong. And if you look around, this is how most people behave when you're invested in a story. But it didn't take long for that to change. I'm of the belief that everyone, even the most resilient person, has a breaking point. A limit to what they're willing to let slide before their worldview is shattered and they come tumbling back down to earth. All it takes is time and pressure to reach this. And the more you care, the harder that fall is. I reached my breaking point with One Piece during Whole Cake Island, when everything that I had been putting off came full circle. I had placed a lot of stock into Whole Cake Island. To me, it was the beginning of something new. Being one of the core arcs to one of the final sagas in the story meant a lot. I believe that any issues that I had with One Piece prior to Whole Cake Island could be washed away and made irrelevant if things simply delivered here. I'm not sure if this is necessarily the wrong mindset, even in this present day, because I do consider it to be an incredibly important arc. But my optimism ended up becoming something that increased the severity of my disappointment. The mastery that I had dreamed of happening never came to be. When the reality of what Whole Cake Island was dawned on me, I found myself smote upon the mountainside, trying to catch my breath like Gandalf. I was simply dumbfounded. For the first time in Whole Cake Island, I seriously began to question Oda, and I was left debating myself whether it was his fault or my own fault for having expectations and standards of what I thought this series was supposed to deliver. The resolution of this conflict is what led to my switch in attitude that I talked about. I had come to the conclusion at the time that as much as I would have loved to have blamed myself for being stupid and biased, I believed it to be more the case that the story had issues, and that these issues were a fact. It's not a nice feeling to feel like that over something you love. It's kind of like when a friend turns their back on you. I was left angry, bitter, and resentful. I stopped making videos about One Piece because I wasn't happy. Every chapter that came out made me more frustrated because things seemed like they never got better, only worse. What I was seeing felt like an attack on everything that I loved. It was like watching something bad happen to an animal on the internet. You know, you get that overwhelming feeling to strike back against anything that happens to animals. I needed something to help deal with these caveman-like urges I was feeling. I needed an outlet. And that outlet ended up being the discussion streams of my friend Brago D-Ace. Brago used to have weekly discussion streams where myself and a group of other people that are friends with Brago would join up to talk about the chapters. And during Whole Cake Island, I joined these streams mad as fuck, boy. And I let it be known to anyone who would listen why I was mad. I would be letting out continuous sprays of just venom. Just straight emotional negativity that lasted for weeks on end. When everyone else was talking about things they liked about the chapter, I'd just be in the corner like the Hulk, ready to smash. I was actively talking about why things were bad, and in contrast to the positivity that was being spread around, my speeches and rants seemed like a rain cloud on a sunny day. And as you could imagine, people didn't agree with me, and it was not what people wanted to hear. As a result, people started calling me Dritz the Dragdown for always being the person to bring a negative spin on something. If I joined a stream, then you knew what was up. And that's how things continued for a long period of time. I continued to be mad, but I hit the brakes a bit. I would try to protect myself from too much criticism by framing my issues with Whole Cake Island as not being the end of the world. I would say things like, I think this arc had the best ideas in the story, but subpar execution. It's like a 6 out of 10 instead of a 10 out of 10. The things I was saying was the coward's way out of damage control. I never said what I really felt, but that also changed. One evening, I happened to find myself in a group call off-stream with Brago and some of my other friends. And stuff like this happens from time to time, and naturally, the topic of Whole Cake Island came up. During this point in time as well, Whole Cake Island was basically over. That call with Brago turned into an hour-long rant session of me just shitting all over the arc. When this conversation became public, it firmly cemented my image within the community, and for good reason. During that rant, I threw quite the number of insults at the storytelling of One Piece and at Oda.
No, Dritz, I hear you, but then Oda gives us the bullshit in SBS where he's like, oh, who's stronger, Zoro or Sanji? I don't know, they both fight.
That's the same thing. Look, I'll tell you why, because Oda's a coward. Oda is so afraid to answer people.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Oda's a coward.
No, he is. He's such a pussy.
Not the best move if you're trying to have a neutral discussion, but I wasn't looking for a neutral discussion at that time. I was just emotional, and I was letting loose everything that I had in the clip. This video definitely alienated me to a certain degree. I guess It kind of turned me into LeBron during his first year in Miami. I was the community villain, and truth be told, still am. This antagonism that people had towards me, and my overall negativity, for that matter, disappeared momentarily as the story shifted into The Reverie, a series of chapters which was a much-needed break from the trauma of Whole Cake Island. The Reverie was hyped to most people in the community, and it momentarily brought back the fanboy within myself. Back in those days, there was a vocal minority of people who simply wanted to get to Wano because, like me, they were all tired of being in Whole Cake Island, and they believed that if we simply went to the next big arc, all of the problems that we have would disappear as Oda would be starting something new. I adopted this mindset because I wanted to believe that Whole Cake Island was a mistake that would be impossible to replicate in Wano simply because of how many things were available for Oda to use conceptually. And The Reverie came and went, and before we knew it, Wano was upon us. And shockingly, I was very optimistic at its start. Act 1 of Wano showed promise, hinted at tension, and it felt like maybe One Piece was heading back in its normal direction. They say that history is doomed to repeat itself if you don't correct the mistakes of the past, and this saying ended up being true for me. My hope and positivity during the beginning portion of Wano allowed me to fall into the same trap that I did with Whole Cake Island, which was ultimately a self-destructive ideology for myself because Wano began and then continued to spiral downwards in quality. It didn't take long for me to become angry once again with its storytelling, although this time around the result was a bit different. Whereas before, I simply stopped making videos and talking about it, except for in Brago streams, in Wano I continued to make videos expressing my thoughts. I made long chapter reviews cautioning on things that I thought were bad to do with the story, and all too often the things that I feared the most kept happening in the story anyway. It basically became a meme for me to guess what would happen in the chapters by thinking of the worst possible things within reason that could happen. And I ended up being right many times. This string of events became an eye-opening event for me. It solidified in my mind things that I had been thinking about but never committed to believing. Instead of thinking that Whole Cake Island was just a mistake and that the future of the story was still bright, I took a step back and I saw with my own eyes that instead of there being something here or there out of place with my recent experiences with One Piece, there was a trend that had begun years prior that I had refused to acknowledge. After seeing this issue that I had denied for so long reach new heights in the latest arcs, the golden standard that I held One Piece at shattered like glass. My final breaking point had been reached, which left me incredibly disenchanted with the story and the community at large. Once again, while I was seemingly suffering away and distraught at how bad things were going, I would look around and see that everyone else was having a good time. They looked happy and content with what was going on in the story. It became like the reverse of when I was defending One Piece and Whole Cake Island. Instead of being baffled at people not liking it, I was shocked at people being okay with the story. This dystopian-like feeling made me tired of talking about One Piece in general, which makes things even worse, because when I would bring up criticisms, they would simply be ignored and turned into a game, instead of being talked about in a normal conversation. As alluded to already, I enjoy joining streams and streaming myself. I used to record reactions and do reaction streams to chapters that would come out. And in every stream that I would join and in every stream that I hosted, people would be saying the same things over and over again, humorously. Things like, hee hee, what's Dritz gonna rate this chapter? What do you think Dritz is gonna complain about now? What's bad about the chapter now, Dritz? I was a source of entertainment rather than someone that people listened to. It felt like I was on The Truman Show. It also felt like very few people cared. Of course, there were some people that showed love and stood by me the entire time that I said this, but it certainly wasn't representative of things as a whole. That was basically my inside community. Hate oftentimes makes more of an impact than love. And the love that I had for One Piece, similar to that of a roaring bonfire, began to flicker, then smolder, and then it seemed to go out altogether. I had gazed into the darkness, and the darkness gazed back into me. I was no longer reading the same series that had captivated me years prior. I was watching its reanimated corpse lug itself around. For a time, I contemplated moving on to other series. It seemed like the most logical choice when faced with this kind of scenario. But that outcome wasn't good enough for me. The creation process of this video has been very sporadic, and lots of things have changed since I first started working on it. Those who knew of me prior to this video are aware that I've been talking about making this a reality for well over 2 years at this point. An exceedingly long time for a YouTube video. When people used to ask me about how this video was coming along, I would always say that I was working on it, but progress was slow due to numerous factors, like work, real life, or whatever. And sometimes this was true. I have moved numerous times and I have job hopped for the past couple years. But that's not really the truth. The truth of the matter is that this video should have been done a long time ago. The only reason it wasn't made was because I was afraid to work on it. I felt that by completing this video, it would solidify all the things I've said in a manner that I can't take back. A goodbye to something that I loved. I wanted to cling on to the good times, not the bad. I had always believed that my love for One Piece was so strong that despite all the negative things I could say about it, that I would be around till its final days as a prominent voice in the community, instead of sitting around as a bystander. I could have never imagined myself leaving for good. I felt as though there was always a positive that could be around the corner if I just waited long enough to get over the hump of bad things. I believed that One Piece could change. That belief has dwindled and reached what I would consider to be as close to 0% as you can possibly get. Only recently could I admit to myself that walking away from One Piece was much easier than I thought it would be. My investment in the current story is at an all-time low, with no bonfire to rest at to partially cleanse my soul, to gain my humanity. There is nothing I am actively looking forward to in the story, and that's a depressing thought. I've been asked numerous times when promoting this video what my goal is for doing this. Why spend so much time and effort creating a video that will, in all likelihood, probably struggle to get more than 5,000 views, and given a couple weeks or maybe even months at most, will fade into nothing and be overtaken by the dozens of Zoro power scaling videos that all talk about the same shit. Closure is one reason for sure. Once you spend as long as I have talking and being critical of One Piece, there is a certain desire that you feel in justifying yourself for what you've been saying for years. And there's no doubt that that's part of why I'm making this video, but that's just one factor. I wouldn't have gone out of my way to do all of this if the only thing I wanted to do was to just get shit off my chest. I'm not saying what I say for the sake of being controversial and to get attention. Contrary to popular belief, it is not fun to be disliked, and when you say things that I've said, dislike is an inevitability. And it's a reality that I've gotten used to because I've been living in it for years, but I could have changed it at any point in time if I wanted to. I could have changed the narrative. I could have easily faked an optimistic attitude and got easy money in views by playing into what casual fans want to hear. I know all too well what the path to success is, because I've seen others do it, but I can't do that. I say what I say because I believe what I'm saying is correct and important. Now, that may not be the reality of the situation if and when I'm proven wrong, but that's how I operate. You should move through life with integrity and honesty. I hope that this video creates discussion because discussion is something that is sorely needed. If you've been around for a while, and you watch group discussions from content creators or even their videos, then maybe you've noticed, like I've noticed, over the course of the past couple years, the change that's occurred. The way that people dance around or just straight up ignore certain topics. The way that people fade away during conversations where, in the past, these people were the ones who were at the forefront excitedly talking. Perhaps you've seen that there is a bigger dependence on the new and up-and-coming creators to carry the burden of conversation and overall engagement in the community. Does it ever seem like the investment in the story has dwindled? Maybe you get the feeling that people aren't saying what they really think. Are things more business-oriented now than they are fueled by passion? Have standards gotten so low that even last place gets a trophy? Is it so meaningless to swim against the tide that it's not even worth attempting? I don't know. Maybe I just care too much. Maybe I should learn when to let go. But letting go is difficult. I think that stories are one of the most important things mankind has ever discovered. That's what I believe. I think it's incredible that people can find meaning, salvation, and inspiration in their lives from reading a simple book and learning from it. I think the reason that can happen is because people can get a glimpse at what the truth is through the messages of any given story. Outside of real life things like family and friends, I think stories are the things that I care about the most. Maybe that's why I've been attracted to them ever since I was a kid and picked up my first fantasy novel. And if that's the case, if stories are that important to me and they're the reason why I care so much, then there's no way I can stay silent about One Piece, even if I'm wrong as shit. If I'm not willing to say things that I think could potentially save or bring to light issues that exist within something that used to be one of my favorite stories of all time, then it'd feel like I've forgotten what's important to me. And I don't want that to happen. Maybe the flame that I thought was gone burns even still. Perhaps someday it can burn even brighter than ever. Well, at any rate, I'd rather try than give up. Discussion is the gateway to understanding one another, and in argumentative topics like literature, it's even more important to hash things out because there is an inherent tension created just from talking about it. Just like there are supporters of TV series, sports, countries, and so forth, there are equally diehard fans of the arts. When you are heavily invested into something, the value of whatever that thing is becomes transcendental. People tend to link it to their identity and value as a person. If you spend a vast majority of your free time talking about one thing, then it's only natural that you care about it more than other things, right? When people attack what you love, it's hard to not take it personally. Some people are able to separate themselves while they are in the heat of the moment, but people are creatures of passion, so it's much easier to react off of feeling than logic. I'm sure at some point we've all stumbled upon an extraordinarily stupid post on social media, and the first thing you felt like doing after reading it was putting that person on blast. And it's because of these gut reactions and the fact that our interests are as niche as something like anime and manga that I think people on both ends of the spectrum, enthusiasts and otherwise, end up being involved in a lot of drama. It was only until the latter half of my 27-year life that anime and manga started to be seen as something other than material for bullies to use on those kids that wore those Naruto headbands to school and ran around with their arms backwards. Social media and the rise of technology has vastly increased the popularity of anime and manga, to the point where it's slowly becoming a cultural norm. And because that's the case, people who would have otherwise never talked to one another are now able to have conversations about this medium that we all love. But with more conversation brings more arguments, because it's inevitable for people to compare and contrast what they love and hate. And when you do that, people aren't always going to agree. Bad conversation isn't good for anyone, which is why I want to take some time now to talk about some things that I expect to be said in response to some of the things I say in this video series. Things that I have been able to sort out as common rebuttals in the face of criticism, which I don't think are productive for having a good conversation. I think it will save us both some time and effort and will lead to more fruitful discussion, because I do believe that at the end of the day, whether you are a fan of mine or you hate me, there is that desire for communication that is related to our love of One Piece. As you can already tell, this video is long as shit, and the series as a whole will be quite the doozy when it's all said and done. And the fact that this video is so long, that's likely going to be brought up in negative comments towards the things that I say. I know it may sound stupid, but I've seen it be the case far too much for people to use how long specifically critical videos are to form arguments in order to prove how lame someone is for spending that long in doing something.
Get a life. Get a life.
There are some people who say things like this just as a means of getting shit off their chest so they can release their emotion, but there are others who genuinely believe that the length of something is a valid argument for the quality of what it's trying to say. I hope that the people watching this don't fall into either of these categories, and hopefully you know the dark reality when it comes to criticism versus praise, and how differently they are seen and handled. It takes a lot more effort to justify criticizing something than it does to praise it. When you are in the act of praising, people don't usually ask for an argument as to why you like something. It's just accepted at face value. They will say, "Oh, he liked it? Hey man, I like it too. Peak fiction gang gang." You are welcomed and embraced into the online family with very little trouble as long as you say the magic, ego-inducing words of positivity. The same cannot be said for the opposite end of this though. When you say something confrontational like, "I didn't like it?" ? People will want to know why, and then they'll start asking questions. And you, who said the negative things, will need to explain yourself and explain yourself good. Because if you don't do a good job in explaining yourself, your opinion and feelings will be judged as worthless by the people who don't believe in the same things you do. And even then, most of the time when people do manage to come up with reasons why they don't like something, people usually ignore them anyway and come to their own conclusions about how you got to your conclusion. Not to mention that for people who tend to feel things instead of think about them, it can be hard to understand why you don't like something. Not everyone has an advanced knowledge of storytelling to be able to explain things down to the very finest detail. And instead of trying to understand it, they will simply choose an attribute in order to get rid of the burden of explaining themselves so the public can stop bothering them. There's a reason why groupism is a thing, you know. Being the ugly duckling comes with a plethora of extra burdens, and if you aren't ready to shoulder those burdens, then you can fall quite fast. In order for me to justify my claim about One Piece's fall in quality, I gotta bring everything I can to the table. One Piece is a story that's been going on for a long time. Spending several handfuls of hours analyzing the story doesn't seem too far-fetched in the face of all of the work that's gone into it, does it?
Immorality is subjective.
Yes, but subjectivity is objective.
Not in any rational scheme of perception.
Perception is irrational and implies immanence.
But judgment of any system or a priori relation of phenomena exists in any rational or metaphysical or at least epistemological contradiction to an abstracted empirical concept such as being, or to be, or to occur in the thing itself or of the thing itself.
Yeah, I've said that many times.
Out of all of the things that I'll be talking about when it comes to criticism, this topic and the next are the most important to cover. When it comes to objectivity versus subjectivity, I would say there is an ongoing battle between these ideas and how they fit into the realm of literature and art. I've seen many people lift up the mantle and proclaim that art cannot be objectively good or bad. Everything is equal but different at the same time. Everyone has different feelings and beliefs, so how good something may be is in the eye of the beholder. A child's stick figure drawing of their mom and dad could be viewed in the same light and in greater lights than critically acclaimed masterpieces or works of art because the value of this drawing is just an opinion. The parents of this theoretical child hold a much deeper emotional connection to each other than something hanging up in a museum somewhere. And you know, that's a fair thing to say, right? That is fair. In that specific scenario, it's easy to understand little details like that to see how people feel. There's nothing wrong with it either. But when you have an example like that and take it to the most extreme level, by applying it to the entire medium, it can lead down a very dangerous path. You are entitled to like whatever you want. Just because I'm making this video about One Piece and I'm going to be saying things that I think are bad about it, doesn't mean that I think you shouldn't read One Piece and feel bad about doing so. Preferences exist and everyone has them. Not everything you like is required to be of some objectively high quality so you can fit in with these self-proclaimed cool kids. Humans are a fictitious bunch that rely on power structure and gossip, so it's often the case that people feel the need to validate themselves by thinking that everything they are associated with is good. The sooner you get rid of this feeling, the better you'll be as a person. I couldn't tell you the number of ecchi animes I've watched solely because I wanted to see the beach episode with all of the girls in bikinis, simply because the power of horny took me over. However, you cannot believe an apple is a banana and then tell me that I should believe an apple is a banana without proving that's the case. Truth is something that's discovered, fought over, and won. Anything that could be considered an art form, whether it's a story, poem, painting, sculpture, or whatever, requires skill and practice in order to master. There is a certain logic at play so that things can be compared and contrasted against each other to find out what works and what doesn't work. People can be better than others at things. We know this. If we go back to the early example of the stick figure drawing, surely you can see that there are technical differences between that and higher level drawings. If there was truly no skill gap in the arts, then the arts themselves would not exist, and human nature itself would be completely different, because if we couldn't strive to be better at something, we would lose meaning in life. Regardless of the artistic medium, there is a methodology at play that goes beyond something as simple as your preference in what you like. Two things can be true at the same time. Art can be objective and subjective. It's up to us to determine which applies to which depending on the situation. People who are proponents of universal subjectivity don't really believe it and stand by it. It's simply a convenience.
I prepared a special surprise. The power of my Mirror Force trap card.
Hold your fire!
A defense mechanism that's used when it comes to something that they personally like that is being attacked. Or ants on something. Happens all the time. If there was no objectivity in art, then people wouldn't have the right to praise anything, and we would all live in a bottomless void of nothing, saying that every story does everything to the exact same level as every other story. And that's not how the world works. To deny that stories follow logic and structure in order to create quality is to deny everything that you actually love and appreciate about the stories. Please, please don't fall into this false narrative that everything is subjective, because in doing so, you are denying the truth. If you start to compare or dissect works of art, it becomes increasingly more important to have conversation, to formulate arguments, to mount evidence so that everyone can get to the bottom of something, or at the very least start a dialogue. That's how we progress as a race. This term is a word that I've grown accustomed to over the years from friend and foe alike, and I'd like to get to the bottom of what this word means, because this word is probably one of the most common rebuttals to any criticism ever levied against anything. This is like the holy grail of responses, because you just say this, and if people are already against the notion of criticism of whatever is being criticized, then they just kind of roll with that and say,
"Nope, you are nitpicking and biased. I win, bye-bye."
The word nitpick is a phrase often used to belittle and devalue complaints. In an ideal situation, a nitpick is the act of singling out a tiny mistake or mistakes in an overwhelmingly positive experience. The declaration of a statement being a nitpick is to acknowledge that what was said is correct. When an individual calls something a nitpick, they aren't disagreeing, they are simply saying it's not a big deal.
So the difference between what is considered a nitpick and a genuinely large error is determined by how severe the impact of the mistake is. In other words, context matters. A nitpick is only as strong as what it's taking away from or how many of them there are. In isolation, when I have had this phrase used on me in the past, I can understand where the sentiment originates from when people want to blow out criticisms I have, because I've done it myself. One mistake here or there isn't a big deal, but what about dozens? Maybe even hundreds of little mistakes here and there. What about mistakes that ruin entire plot points of a story and create continuity errors? Do these mistakes matter, or are they simply a nitpick because the person listening to the criticism refuses to care? Let me use a Shannon Sharp-esque tale to relate to this topic. When I was a boy, I hated eating vegetables, particularly peas. I couldn't stand them. But my dad always fucking cooked peas whenever we had rice, and he expected me to finish my plate every time. And being the devious little kid that I was, I developed an ingenious strategy to try and trick my dad so I wouldn't have to eat as much of the dreaded peas. My strategy was to eat a few spoonfuls and then use my spoon to spread the peas out amongst my dish so it wouldn't look like there was a whole lot on my plate. And this worked for a little bit. I saved myself from the punishment of eating more peas, but eventually, my dad caught on to my antics. One evening while I was finishing up my peas and getting ready to throw that shit out, burn that shit! My dad got up and sat next to me and he said, "Son, have you ever noticed it's kind of weird how all these peas are scattered about your plate? Doesn't really seem like there's a whole lot there, right? But what happens if you rake all of these peas together? What was small becomes big. Stop trying to avoid eating the peas from now on, okay?" And then I told him to suck it, and he proceeded to beat my ass. This is the same thing that occurs with criticisms, really. People will spread out the criticisms on their proverbial One Piece, book, whatever, theme plate, and pretend like there's not really a whole lot there, but once you take the time to scoop them all together, it forms quite a large issue. I would never have made this video if I thought that the main crux of my complaints with One Piece are because one or two things are wrong in a series that is 20 plus years old, and I want you guys to keep that in mind as we continue because I think that there are many things I'll be pointing out that are not small or redundant, although there are some that are like that. I think there are substantial issues, and if you are someone who is watching this video and will decide that what I say is in fact a nitpick, then I would absolutely love for you to substantiate that thought with evidence so that I can figure out where I went wrong. Because at the bottom of all of this video, I'm trying to get better just like everybody else. Out of everything that is normally said to me, right up there with nitpicks, this is probably the most repeated comment that I see. People say that if I don't like where the current story is, then I should just drop it. Don't read. It's better to only do things you like rather than to suffer, after all. And on the surface, this makes sense, but what this ignores is the context and the purpose of criticism to begin with. I love One Piece, regardless of how I think the series is going to end, and how it's been going. It will always be near and dear to my heart. Yeah, it's gonna fall down the rankings of series I love, but that doesn't mean I hate the series overall, or that I never loved it. I began this journey, and I'll see it through to the finish even if I'm just a distant spectator. I may not be invested into the story itself right now, but anything can change with time. But heading back to the topic of just dropping stuff, criticism and praise have equally important roles. If people only heard what they wanted to hear, this would blind them from the truth. You need a balance in order to find it, which is a topic I think has a big role to play within One Piece's own production. I'm not saying that I am the source of truth. What I am saying, though, is that criticism and debate are absolutely needed for progress. This goes beyond any art form and expands into real life. How can you make anything better if you don't talk about it? The idea that I shouldn't read One Piece if I'm not enjoying it at the moment stems more from the fact that people are angry about what I say rather than caring about me reading the series. I criticize the story because I want it to be better, not worse.
That ain't you! You're better than that!
There are many who say that I am not qualified to criticize or talk about the series, as odd as that may seem. And it's something that does confuse me a bit. You would not find this comment on any video in which people are theorizing or doing an analysis of a character, and that's largely because the concept of complimenting a series is therapeutic. It's like analgesic, in the sense that it will confirm the worldview that manga fans are looking for. Man inherently seeks approval. I love this series. I hope someone tells me this series is awesome so I can feel awesome for reading it. It's this kind of impulse that has made reaction channels so widely successful over the years here on YouTube, and it's a logical reason. I myself love seeing people validate things I like.
Oh my god! Sephiroth! I called this! Sephiroth Cloud! Sephiroth!
But a line has to be drawn in the sand somewhere. It is the merit of one's arguments that help determine whether their thoughts are worthy or not. If I am not worthy to criticize One Piece, then by the same distinction, I shouldn't be worthy to praise it either, since both should be held in the same light of fairness. But that's a perspective you have likely never heard. When I made my 43-minute Mihawk video, which was all about praising Mihawk and speculating things about his character and strength, I did not see a single peep from anybody who dislikes my negative thoughts about the series and then came to say that I shouldn't talk about Mihawk. If you needed credentials simply to have opinions and make deductions, then you would need credentials to comment on the need for credentials. People only use these arguments to express their own discomfort. And that's something that I want to avoid here. This is part 1 of the series. And in this part, this video is going to be setting the foundation for what's to come in future editions. I'm going to be looking at how One Piece is constructed and executed from a writing standpoint, and naturally, since we are talking about storytelling elements, it's important to go over what these elements actually are, and why they matter, and how they connect to my overall thesis. This section will be taking a look into story structure so that we can apply it to One Piece. I'm a fan of the way that Brandon Sanderson outlined what a story is within his BYU lectures, and it's a concept that I'll be using for this video while adding in details of my own. I would highly recommend checking those lectures out, by the way, because they are very useful for would-be authors. Fundamentally, a story is composed of 4 circles that exist inside of a box. These circles' names are character, plot, conflict, and setting. Character and setting are easy to understand and self-explanatory. Characters are the individuals that make up a story, and the setting is the world place that those characters inhabit, and it's a bit more complicated than that, but generally speaking, that's what it is. Conflict can be broken down into struggle, drama, or obstacles that are encountered. Conflict is sort of like the gas that gets the vehicle of storytelling moving. Without conflict, it would be incredibly hard to tell a story because nothing would happen if everything was operating in normalcy. Out of these elements, though, plot is probably the one that requires the most explaining. And that isn't necessarily because it's a complicated idea, but it's something that's more relevant to how people talk about storytelling online. I can't speak for a whole lot of other communities, but in the One Piece and anime community, plot is something you will hear said a lot if you stick around long enough, and the usage of this word is divisive. The usage of the word plot as a verb is similar to how mid or trash have become meta words used to describe anything suboptimal. It's a harsh sounding word, it carries a negative connotation that has a near infinite amount of depth to it because it can be used to describe various levels of issues, from arbitrary to significant. In the same sentence that you'll hear someone call a series mid, you will also hear people saying, "He won because of plot," or "This was a plot device to allow the MC to win." Plot is a word that can be conflated to describe numerous things. At the broadest level of the term, though, plot is the direction or intent of the story. You could think of it as like a one-sentence pitch for something. This is a story about a ninja with a demon flock trapped inside of him who dreams of becoming the leader of his village. Break it down even further, and you can have plots for specific parts of a story, like a detail of an arc. Marineford is a story about Luffy trying to save his brother from being executed by authorities, and in the process ends up in the middle of a war between 2 factions. A plot device is something that is used to propel the narrative forward. Stereotypically, plot devices are oftentimes a way to solve or create a problem, and a plot device can be anything ranging from a living being to an inanimate object. I'll try to create a scenario which combines these two aspects of plot and plot device to give you a frame of reference. The man glanced back in panic towards the dark alley. He noticed the shadowy figures of 4 men quickly giving chase. If there was any hope for humanity, he needed to find a way to return back to HQ to report his findings. Anxiously, he gazed around looking for something to free him from this game of cat and mouse. It was at that moment that he saw a car in front of a nearby gas station. Taking his chance, he darted across the street praying that the car door was open. The men were gaining. As luck would have it, the car door was open, and the key still in the ignition. Hastily, the man got into the vehicle, feeling guilty for committing robbery, but knowing that this needed to be done, and he pulled out of the parking lot. He sped down the highway, and the figures of the 4 men disappeared into the distance as they stopped chasing him. In this example, the plot of the scene was that Dude A was being chased by bad guys because he had stolen info from them, and he needed to get away so he could report his findings. So Dude A needs an escape from bad guys. The plot device used by me was a car which had its door unlocked and the key still in the ignition, which wasn't being manned by anybody at the gas station. This was a get out of jail free card for Dude A. This sort of breakdown can be done in any 4 circles, but you could understand in the future how the usage of the word plot as a phrase can be used in terms of relating what's happening in any given arc towards the quality of its writing. Because in the example I just gave you, it should be obvious what was bad about it. Each of our 4 circles is an extremely important skill set for an author to have, and you'll notice that some authors excel in specific areas and craft a story to be centered around that element or combination of elements. Ideally, you would want to be good at all of these elements because it is through the mastery of all that you have the best chance of making a good story. However, just like many things in life, there is an order of importance. If you had to try and identify one category as being the most important, then it would have to be character. Characters are the driving force of any story because they serve as the vehicle through which the readers experience everything. And I mean everything. Plot, conflict, and setting don't matter unless you have characters. A story with a fantastic setting but dull characters has a less likely chance of being successful than a dull setting with exciting characters. It's part of the reason why cliches can be done to death, but still work out. Medieval or high fantasy settings were heavily used after Lord of the Rings came into the limelight, and they still work till this day to varying degrees. In the manga world, there has been an extremely heavy dose of isekais being pumped out every year, with many failing or falling by the wayside, but the genre sticks around as a popular concept because there are a few that become hit sensations due to its characters and the timing of its release. Now, there are always exceptions to the rule. I'm speaking in averages right now because you will find anomalies anywhere you go. There are some series that get by without having interesting or exciting characters, but the number is few and far in between. And most of the time, having boring characters is not an intentional decision on an author's behalf. With the 4 categories that I mentioned, it takes 2 or more of these categories interacting with each other or themselves to drive a narrative forward. You can have a character at odds with the plot, or even a character at odds with their setting, which some series base the entire premise of their story on. Post-apocalyptic narratives are built on this, and hit manga like The Promised Neverlands and Attack on Titan have crafted huge followings by adhering to that. Although with stories like that, the setting has stereotypically been used as fuel in order to focus on characters. Same thing with like all zombie movies, right? Zombies get introduced, but the main crux of the story is about how humans interact with each other. Regardless of preparation, the chances are extremely high that there is going to be some kind of imbalance in any given story that results in the creating of a few writing mistakes. Most authors are just like me and you. Sure, they're sexy, but they're also human. They aren't Batman. It doesn't matter how much prep time you can give people, they will still mess up. This video and script is a good example. I have been prepping this thing for like ever, and it's nowhere near perfect and it never will be. But with the right knowledge, issues that are created can be resolved before it's too late. But with this quick dive into the 4 circles, we've touched on half of the game when it comes to story. It's time to move forward into the other half. The 4 circles alone aren't enough to ideally pull off a story successfully. These circles need some place to live, and the place that they live is inside a box. This metaphorical box could also be seen as the window through which the audience experiences your story. So in a novel, this book would be the viewpoint, tense, and prose used to describe what's going on from the paper to our tiny little human brains. The words and the science behind how they are used enable us to envision what's happening in order to better comprehend everything. Manga has the same elements at play, although there are also different levels of these elements. You would naturally have to add stuff like art and paneling in as some of the most important things a mangaka can use to convey their story. Visual storytelling has a massive amount of tools available to it, and the artistic portion of these tools is honestly underrated. Part of the appeal of manga or comics is the fact that visual storytelling allows authors to create and expand scenarios in ways that writing cannot. A picture is worth 1,000 words after all, and sometimes words can't capture the beauty of art. Although there are trade-offs to this which make each method, comic, manga, versus traditional book writing, balanced in what they have to offer. You can find the power of words within manga, but you aren't likely to get the same amount of words, detail, and depth that you could find within a book, right? These differences are why they are so interesting to consume as products. What we have so far, as it concerns story structure, is 4 circles that live inside of a box, and what I'm about to do is add something into the traditional structure proposed by Brandon Sanderson, since I find it appropriate to do so. These things, in order to stay still and properly form a story, needs to be held together by something so that the ideas of what the 4 circles are can combine with the methodology of the medium that they are being transmitted through to make a solid story. And just like many things in life, the secret solution is glue. But this glue is called execution and the 3 Ps. Execution is how something is done. So really, the proof is in the details. The execution of a story element is often just as important, perhaps even more so, than the idea of that story element, because it's through the execution of an idea that the reader is able to piece together how everything goes down. You could have the greatest idea in the world, but if you aren't able to convey that idea in a proper manner, then it's simply wasted potential, and vice versa. By getting the mechanics down, you are able to bring out the best in everything you do. Execution is a huge contributing factor in the satisfaction that readers feel when an author's idea comes to fruition. Let's give an example of different execution styles of things that could have happened at Marineford, which have the same general conclusion, but you'll see through these examples what I mean when I say how something happens is very important. So here we have situation A. Akainu taunts Whitebeard as Luffy and Ace are running away, causing Ace to make a stupid decision to go back and face Akainu despite everyone telling Ace to let it go. Akainu and Ace clash, but Ace is no match for Akainu. As Ace is recovering on the ground, Akainu taunts Ace by telling him to watch as he flies over to Luffy to deal the final blow. Ace, in a moment of desperation, races towards and jumps in front of Akainu's blow that is aimed towards his little brother, which causes a fatal wound. Ace dies in the arms of his brother as they talk to each other one final time. Luffy mourns the death of his brother and decides to instigate 3D2Y so that the crew can get stronger. Situation B. Luffy frees Ace from his handcuffs at Marineford. The platform collapses. Oh no! Luffy and Ace are falling down from the platform. As they are about to land on the ground, Ace forgets to use his Logia powers, tumbling forward and lands on his head, snapping his neck. Snappity snap! Causing himself to die. Luffy, in shock, holds up Ace's body and begins to hug him. Akainu runs over and magma fists Ace's dead body just for good measure, traumatizing Luffy. Luffy mourns the death of his brother and decides to instigate 3D2Y so that the crew can get stronger. Quite a big difference, right? The end result is technically the same in that Ace dies at Marineford, but the manner in which he dies is completely different and is leaving a lot out. There is an inherent difference in the level of quality of each situation for the culmination of an entire decade's worth of writing, which was Marineford. Hopefully you can understand how this matters because execution is inherently connected to the 3 Ps, which stand for promises, progress, and payoff. A promise is something that is hinted at or alluded to intentionally by an author to set up expectations for the reader. Writing promises help people stay invested or excited. Just like how we talked about with plot, it can cover large or small portions of a story. Promises are things that technically fall under the same category as foreshadowing, although there is a bit of complexity to it. If something is hinted at strongly but never happens, is it considered foreshadowing? Or is foreshadowing only a thing if something happens and you can look back and point to where it might have been? Well, not really. If the story strongly suggests an element and the author abandons it, then it's simply a case of the author failing to deliver on a promise. Progress is the journey to get to that promise, and the payoff is the result of the promise. When things are set up by the author, it's incredibly important to focus on fulfilling every aspect of the 3 Ps. Typically speaking, each P is just as important as the other, even though payoff feels the most gratifying. If you promise something, but there's very little in terms of writing about the progress of this promise, the payoff can be unsatisfying. On the other hand, if you promise something and show progress, but the payoff isn't good, it can feel like a waste of time, which goes back how it feels to read. It's not very satisfying. These are very important writing concepts. Executing the 3 Ps while in tandem with the 4 circles in the box is the formula for how to write a good story, although even that is simplifying things down. And that's the gist of what I wanted to convey with story structure, because with the knowledge of these things, we can get into the nitty-gritty of One Piece discussion. I mentioned within my story analysis that the quality of a series is heavily predicated on the execution in 3 Ps, and how the author uses those elements within their story. I submit to you, the audience, that there is undeniable evidence of Oda's errors in these categories. Every cause has an effect, and every end a beginning. The exaggerated flaws in One Piece that I talked about in my thesis statement didn't all occur at one time, but over a long period of time. One Piece has never been a story without flaws, and that's something I want to make clear. If you look hard enough, you will find imperfections, slip-ups, and questionable writing even during the periods where One Piece was at its best. It's impossible to be perfect. That's part of the reason why people try so hard to find perfection. It's a never-ending quest. The power-ups in Enies Lobby were unwarranted and not properly set up at all. The power scaling within Marineford is one of the most broken things in the entire series, considering how much Oda forcibly held characters back just so he could save them for later, even though this is at odds with the characters' motivations. Even Sabaody, which is one of the most consistently high-quality arcs in the series, has issues with Kizaru's involvement in the arc. Luffy being revived by a falling water droplet in his second encounter with Crocodile is lazy writing. There should have been more time spent with Ace leading up to Marineford so that the impact of his death was more connected to the audience, instead of relying completely on the ASL flashback to fill in all of the blanks. There are things present in the pre-time skip, which I just gave you, that I can bring up that I have criticisms about, and there's a lot more that came from. But despite One Piece not being perfect, historically it used to deliver much more frequently than it failed. The heart of the story, the delivery, and the quality of the pre-time skip is of a significantly higher quality than post. It seems to me that there is a severe disconnect in the writing of the story, which has led the very things that made One Piece a unique series to be the #1 reason why it's fallen so low. The better something is, the higher the bar is raised to maintain the title or quality, just like how it is in real life. You cannot remain a defending champion if you lose the title match. If you are someone who also agrees that One Piece is, or was a very good series, and it continues to be till this day, then there needs to be a criteria that is consistently used to evaluate the series. These are called standards. Without standards, we go back to the topic of subjective feelings over objective quality in storytelling. What is the inherent difference between the pre-time skip and the post-time skip? The entire plot and structure of One Piece can be found within the first chapter of the series, inside of the promise made between Luffy and Shanks at Windmill Village. Luffy told Shanks that he would find a crew as strong as his and find the One Piece to prove to Shanks that he could become a great pirate. Shanks sealed this promise by giving Luffy his straw hat so that it would serve as a motivation for Luffy to do what he said he would do. Very, very simple, but a good premise. Luffy needs to find a crew, then he needs to find the One Piece so he can become Pirate King. In the pre-time skip, Luffy sets out on a journey to find his crew, and in the post-time skip, Luffy takes that crew that he has acquired and finds the One Piece. In each of these sections, there are different obstacles presented for Luffy to overcome. It has been stated and said on numerous occasions that Luffy needs his crew in order to accomplish anything, because he himself is not very good at much outside of throwing hands. The obstacles for Luffy in the pre-time skip are the things preventing his crew from joining him, which is overcome with brute force. The New World's obstacles are the original purpose of the story, which Oda has commented on himself, that One Piece was originally a story about Luffy defeating the Yonko and everything that encompasses a Yonko. To reiterate, the fundamental difference in intent and goal of the two parts of One Piece are: Part 1. Luffy's intent is to find crew members and to explore, with the eventual goal being that of becoming the Pirate King. Part 2. Use said crew to accomplish dreams, take on the Yonko, become the king. As it is typical for storytelling, not everything has gone the way Oda originally planned, such as the fact that Oda intended Luffy to gather every single crew member of the Straw Hats before the pre-time skip concluded. That didn't happen, and people like Jinbei and potentially one or more crew members will be claimed as One Piece heads towards the finish line. Even so, the skeleton of the concept of One Piece has been consistent in design and intent. But what about execution? Regardless of the story, you can break down everything into stages, parts, or steps taken along the way. And part of the reason for that is because, much like human ancestry, stories also have things that are related to one another. The most famous story model of all time, something that One Piece also follows, is the monomyth of the hero's journey. This monomyth is a circular storytelling methodology. You start off with the hero in a place of ignorance, meaning that they haven't really figured out what their aspirations are, or they are kind of just bumbling away in their hometown. Point being is that the hero isn't really doing all that much. Then the hero meets an impact character, someone who calls the hero on a journey and enables the hero to take their first step into the outside world. This is usually accompanied with some form of supernatural aid as well. You know, something bad happens and a cool guy shows up and saves the day, that sort of thing. From there, the hero sets off on their own journey and comes across challenges and temptations that are used to test the heroes with. It's also normal in these challenges for the hero to be helped quite a bit. Eventually, the hero reaches a climax, which goes by many names like the Abyss, Descent into the Underworld, the Cycle of Death and Rebirth, and so forth. This is usually when the hero is at their lowest point. Something awful has happened, and it's traumatized them. The hero will then generally meet a mentor figure and are forced to make a decision. The decision carries the promise of change and transformation. The mistakes of the hero come back to bite them, and they must learn from those mistakes. This leads to the hero atoning for some perceived wrong until they are able to accomplish what they set out to accomplish, which is usually in some way, shape, or form related to receiving a celestial gift. This storytelling method is heavily influenced by the Greeks, so there tend to be some divine aspects to it. After receiving this gift, the hero returns home carrying the wisdom gained from their journey, and the circle is complete. And returning home doesn't necessarily mean going back exactly to where they began, but it's kind of more like a metaphor. You can clearly see the format for why this is involved in so many stories. This is a monomyth for a reason. It is the quintessential story. Go to your favorite novels or movies, and you can more than likely apply this model to them. You also likely notice that this circle includes the nature of the 3 Ps: promise, progress, and payoff. If you were to compare the structure that I just gave you to the story of One Piece, you would be able to fill in a lot of blanks, right? Luffy receives the call to adventure from Shanks, finds his crew, receives some supernatural aid and whatnot. And the circle continues until Luffy receives his celestial prize, the One Piece, and the Straw Hats make their voyage back around and return home in some way, shape, or form. The world is not the same as it was when they left. The circle, as of now, is not yet complete, however. That is simply a projection of where it is based on everything that we know regarding the Straw Hats' dreams. And obviously, it's not predicting the format of every arc, and not all authors have to follow it in every facet, but it usually happens anyway. The place where One Piece changed forever is when Luffy entered the underworld, quite literally, when he went to Impel Down. The moment of death and rebirth in One Piece happened during the Summit War Saga. The Straw Hats suffer defeat at Sabaody, and Luffy becomes separated from his crew. He loses Ace, and he reaches his lowest point in the series, at which he is confronted with a choice posed by his mentor, Rayleigh. Either run back and meet up with your crew to get some emotional support and closure, or stop your journey right now and train because you are ill-prepared. Not taking the time to train is implied to be suicide. It would only lead to the same events happening over and over again. Making his decision, Luffy goes back to Marineford and sends the 3D2I message to the crew. Nami, Zoro, and Usopp have specifically remarkable reactions, not only to the message but also to the death of Ace, since those are the Straw Hats that are closest to Luffy. The crew vows to become stronger for Luffy and focus on the islands where they have landed to grow their skills. This was an event in the manga that had been building up for some time. In Luffy's adventures and battles with his enemies, it was commonplace to have Luffy barely survive and be severely injured. This slowly but surely became worse and worse as Luffy needed more power to keep his crew from falling apart, and it reached a climax at Thriller Bark. Usopp is the voice that comments on this topic that the Straw Hats all know to be true. Luffy is killing himself to protect them. They are too weak as a collective to do anything about it. When Luffy was taken from them and properly thrashed into the ground at Marineford, it was the nail in the coffin. The Straw Hats made a vow to make a difference and to focus on becoming stronger as a means of helping Luffy, as well as making the ability to accomplish their own dreams easier. This sets up expectations and motivations for what the audience is going to expect from the Straw Hats. The time skip was a character-oriented event that set into motion the necessity for change. I'm going to say that once again, because that is one of the many promises that Oda would break or mess up in terms of the 3 Ps. As you'll come to see when we go through the post-time skip, character growth and reflection is a concept that is lacking, and sticking to promises. Absolutely nothing changes in relation to how the characters in the crew operate, how the arcs turn out, and what held the group back as a collective, which led to the happenings in Marineford. Nothing changed, the formula is still the same. I mentioned before that the writing process of a story is not easy, especially for a series that is a long-running one. In fact, it is infinitely harder to end a long-running series in a good manner than it is a short one. How many series that have been exceptionally long have ended well? That's a question. I want you to think, sit, and consider that, and try to think of more than a handful of examples. It'll likely be a hard feat to accomplish. Why is that? The answer is complicated and changes depending upon the genre that you're in, but series become long for a multitude of reasons. Authors generally have a hard time with the concept of ending a story. Despite the fact that Oda is a man who tries to include as many details as possible, I believe that it's quite evident he did not realize the scope of what he had to deal with when it came to the task of actually writing the end of One Piece, especially in correlation to his own desires as a creator, because the spawn of a novel or series usually comes from a couple ideas and the passion for drawing cool things that you thought of. Most series start off with just like a base idea. Brandon Sanderson thought of the premise for Mistborn by thinking that it would be cool to write a story where the bad guy won. He wrote Warbreaker because his editor told him he should try something more colorful after publishing Mistborn, since that world was dark and gray. Sanderson's response was to decide to create a magic system based on color and breathing. In the world of mangaka, you'll find similar things like this. Many mangaka start at a very young age in their craft, and they work their asses off just so that they can get featured in magazines. They are rookies. When people that eventually become big names are starting from the beginning and they put forth a one-shot and it ends up getting serialized, they do not have everything planned out from beginning to end. Look at virtually any interview from any mangaka ever where this is discussed and you'll see how relevant it is. Even Oda. Oda knew what he wanted to do, but the process of getting there was not set. Oda has had the beginning and the end of One Piece planned out, but he's said on numerous occasions that the last panel has been the same. But that doesn't include how you get to that point in time. And that's a reasonable assessment and a reasonable excuse, because at the end of the day, if you're an author or a creator, you are a part of a business that is hungry for ideas. You don't always have the privilege to fully craft your story before submitting it, because that's not even a smart idea. What happens if your passion gets shot down and all of your hard work and effort gets thrown away? You basically wasted your time if you spent so long thinking of every step of the journey. One Piece was originally a series that was supposed to end after 5 years, which tells you that at the beginning of the story, Oda hadn't really thought of a lot of the amazing things that he was able to do and has thought of up until the point that I'm talking right now. But once One Piece became successful, Oda started adding more stuff, thinking of more ideas. His editors started suggesting he add in new characters. Things that Oda had wanted to get done sooner were then stalled by years and years, like how Kuma and the Mary's Fall were planned years prior to when they were supposed to happen. Additionally, like how Oda originally wanted Nami to be the first mate of the crew, but his editors advised against it and he was forced to change it to Zoro. Like how Ace wasn't supposed to be the son of Roger, and how Shanks wasn't planned to be at Marineford. There should be something said about the weekly process that is Shonen Jump. You are being pressured constantly for deadlines when pushing out chapters, when you're publishing on a weekly basis or on any basis really. It's not always conducive for long-term strategy and planning because you're being rushed constantly. One Piece is a series that gained its massive audience because of its characters, but also because of its masterful world building. The world of One Piece is incredibly unique and has so many things to be invested in. The post-time skip is, at the time of this script, 425 plus chapters in length, and is composed of the following arcs: Return to Sabaody, Fishman Island, Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, Zou, Whole Cake Island, and Wano. A total of 7 arcs. 8 if you count the Reverie. That is a substantial amount of material. This material has given the readers a lot to take out of it, and something that we are able to take out of it is how One Piece has changed. The post-time skip presents clear evidence that the writing, treatment of the characters, and world building have become too much for Oda to handle on a consistent basis. Let me back this up by examining the development, or lack thereof, of the main character's dreams. It will serve as a good introduction into the specific details whenever we tackle things arc by arc, because no matter how you look at it, a big aspect of One Piece is supposed to be will and dreams, or at least that's what we're told. Upon closer inspection, you will notice that it's a lot more tough talk than anything else.
After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends, you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more. Motherfucker.
Out of all the MCs who have a dream that consists of the "I'm gonna be something" idiom, Luffy and Naruto are probably the most iconic ones, to the point where even if you haven't seen them say it, you know what it is they're gonna say. Well, at least if you're an anime fan, and it's kind of ironic. Despite all of the marketing success and the number of times that Luffy himself states he wants to become king of the pirates, the story makes it seem as though Luffy is uninterested and doesn't care about what it takes to reach his dream. What do I mean? Luffy has no character agency when it comes to chasing after the shadow of Roger. The greatest interest that Luffy ever had was his desire to explore Logtown, all the way back in East Blue, because he had heard that Logtown was the birth and execution grounds of Gold Roger. Hearing that gave him a sense of wonder. It was a fabulous start to Luffy's interests, because naturally, if you are someone who is trying to find the treasure that was left behind by the greatest pirate to ever live, you'd probably be interested in the guy. At the heart of the idea of One Piece is the concept that Luffy is on a treasure hunt, and to find treasure, you have to go look for clues. Logtown created the foundation for Oda to explore this interest, but what happened to it? Outside of Luffy being shocked at Rayleigh and Shanks being on board Roger's ship, at no point for the rest of the story has Luffy ever cared about Roger again outside of surface level reaction faces. He's never done anything similar to what he did in Logtown ever again, which is the opposite of what you would normally assume because Luffy's attitude is that of a go-getter, someone who is supposed to know what he wants and isn't afraid to jump in after those desires. But reality is often disappointing. The story that Oda is telling is at odds with what is shown. In conversation on different channels, I have alluded to this vacancy within Luffy's character writing, without giving much detail, just to see what people would say. The responses that I receive would be of a common incredulousness. People saying, that's not true, but never saying why not. The most popular retort was to argue that Robin's existence in the story supplements the need for Luffy to be involved in the finer details. I think that is a weird way to respond, personally. Robin wanting to learn about the Void Century doesn't justify Luffy not caring about his own dream. Just because Robin fulfills the role of having a character around so you can give exposition to, the audience, doesn't mean that other characters can get away with not caring. In a living and breathing world, which One Piece is supposed to be if I'm not mistaken, people should react and comment on the wants and desires of those around them and themselves. And this shouldn't be constrained by the limited imagination of the author. When it comes to Luffy, does it make sense for him not to care about the Void Century, poneglyphs, or anything related to Roger simply because, hey, that's Robin's thingy? And like, these ideas are kinda connected? Robin's interest is in the Rio Poneglyph. The Rio Poneglyph and the One Piece are not the same thing. They may have common interests involved, sure, but they aren't the same. Roger's end goal was to simply find out what was at the end of this mystery left behind by other people. He didn't really care about much else aside from that, at least at first. That obviously changed because of what he did. Roger and Luffy are so often compared to one another in attitude that, there's the belief that they're essentially like the same type of person. But Roger stands head and shoulders over Luffy when it comes to character agency. Roger was interested in poneglyphs. Roger needed help. So Roger went out specifically to recruit Oden. Roger was the one who instigated leaving his message behind at Skypiea. Roger was the person asking questions to Madame Charlie. Roger was the one at the forefront of his desires, not someone else. The poneglyphs are so important to becoming the Pirate King that most high-level pirates that want to be Pirate King go after them or are already in possession of one, like Big Mom and Kaido. And they are searching for a way to read and make use of them. They are developing plans, creating strategies, which have taken them years to accomplish, but what does Luffy do? Luffy knows for a fact that it is impossible to find Raftail without finding the rope poneglyphs, which means that they are priority numero uno to acquire in his journey. Luffy was at first excited by the idea that he could acquire poneglyphs to get to Raftail back in Zou, yet Luffy hasn't played any role in them since. It has never been a priority for him and he hasn't said anything about them. When Luffy left Zou to go to Whole Cake Island, Robin and Pedro were the ones who cared about the poneglyphs, not Luffy. Same with Wano. Hell, Law is showing more of an interest in pursuing something he's interested in than Luffy. Luffy doesn't ask questions about the One Piece. Luffy doesn't look for clues. Luffy isn't finding things to reflect on or react to. Luffy isn't absorbing information. Luffy isn't talking to people. He is just breathing, and everyone else in the story is doing everything for him except fight people. Luffy's conception of what it means to be Pirate King is inherently flawed. It doesn't make any sense. Luffy said it himself. His interpretation of what being the Pirate King means equates to becoming the freest person on the seas. What exactly does freedom mean? The freedom to do what? What part of Luffy's life is lacking freedom? He travels around to every island, has fun, and then goes on more adventures. Is that not freedom? What more does he need? If being free is what he thinks the Pirate King is, would he not already be Pirate King outside of finding the One Piece? Where does this concept of the Pirate King being free come from? Roger was said to possess everything of value within the world, or that's the lore attached to his legend by the newspaper. But what aspect of that life is free that he didn't have before becoming the Pirate King from Luffy's perspective? How did the One Piece change any of that outside of romanticism? Or was this perception simply fabricated by the view that others had of Roger? And if so, how does that relate to Luffy and Luffy relate to that? Why does Luffy actually want to find the One Piece? Just because it's a popular thing people want to do? We don't know. At least people like Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard, Shanks, and Blackbeard have a history with iconic figures that place into context why they might care. Big Mom and Kaido were on rocks. Whitebeard didn't want the throne but was aware of its importance and kind of protecting it. Shanks is doing his own thing protecting the seas, waiting for the right person, and Blackbeard has a mysterious past. Luffy is just a kid from Akron, Ohio, but even Braun was chasing Jordan. And theoretically, Luffy should be chasing Roger, but it doesn't really feel like that. Luffy doesn't care for material possessions, money doesn't matter to him, nor do women, and Luffy is not an idealist. He doesn't care about the world or its issues, and Luffy himself has no stance on them either, except whenever it's convenient to him because it's bothering his closest friends. Luffy doesn't need to have some grand backstory to reveal some super connection with a mythological figure to justify his interest in the One Piece. There is a romance involved with him just being a kid with a dream. But hell man, even Sanji has memories of reading books and dreaming about the All Blue while living in an environment which hampered his ability to cook, which relates to freedom. There was a yearning there. Did that ever exist for Luffy? What is the origin of this motivation in relation to the One Piece and freedom? You could potentially point to the death of Sabo for freedom. Ace was the one who told Luffy that they needed to live a life of freedom. Yet from that amazing moment in the ASL flashback, the concept of freedom in Luffy goes nowhere, because Luffy has never lacked freedom in his entire life, from what we know. The concept of freedom was more understood by Ace and Sabo as a fundamental aspect of their identity than it was by Luffy, because they cared more about the world and how it affected them. Ace had an inner turmoil when it comes to his lineage with Roger, and desperately wanted to get away from it. Sabo was trapped by the corrupted shadow of the Goa Kingdom, which affected Ace and how Ace viewed freedom. And Luffy? Luffy is awkwardly absent. Compared to most Straw Hats, Luffy has been the freest of all of them at every point in his life. He never suffered from not having freedom, which makes it odd that he's the one most attached to it. If you were to simply look at the way that Luffy operates in the world, being free to Luffy means that he is strong enough to beat up everybody who faces him. Luffy wants to defeat all of the Yonko, yet the reason for beating them isn't actually tied to becoming the Pirate King from Luffy's perspective, outside of the fact that these are people, some of which that want to find the One Piece. Luffy wants to beat these guys up because they are strong, not because they are a necessity to defeat, which is at odds with Luffy's desires. It's not like Luffy went out to find the rest of the warlords to beat them up after Crocodile, nor did he want to run and beat up all of the other Supernova because they were supposed to be on the same path as him, which is the same path as the Yonko, people in search of a title, but Luffy wanted to be the Yonko and not the Supernova. This desire to defeat the Yonko comes from Luffy's mouth before there was even a point to confront them to begin with. We first learn about the road poneglyphs in Zou, yet Luffy proclaimed to Law and Punk Hazard that he wanted to defeat all of the Yonko, and even further back, Luffy talks smack to Whitebeard and Marineford. Remember, the Straw Hats' plan was basically to sail to the end of the Grand Line because they thought that is what they had to do in order to find the One Piece, because of their conversation with Crocus. The Yonko didn't really have a place there. There is no story or plotline that introduces answers to many of the questions I have asked. The plot of the story simply falls into place to allow these events to happen as they do in order to reach the end goal, because that's what Oda wants. At the time that Luffy made his proclamation that he was going to defeat the Yonko at Punk Hazard, he had already met Whitebeard, Shanks, and he had talked to Big Mom, and he didn't even know who Kaido was. Out of these people, only Big Mom was someone that Luffy would have an issue with due to what happened in Fishman Island. Shanks is someone that Luffy never said he wanted to defeat, and Whitebeard was a good person that wanted to save Ace. In an alternative timeline, had Whitebeard survived and remained a Yonko, or say, Whitebeard won at Marineford and rescued Ace, would Luffy have journeyed into Whitebeard's territory, defeated Oldbeard, beat up his brother, and then left a giant gap in the balance of power, leaving the people protected by Whitebeard open to death and decay at the hands of other Yonko, just because Whitebeard was a competitor in the journey to find the One Piece? Does it matter to Luffy if the Yonko are good or evil before he decides he's going to beat their brains in? Or has Oda simply manipulated the story to make it so that things would coincidentally fall in line with Luffy being a good person? That Whitebeard died at Marineford, that Big Mom and Kaido are bad guys, that Luffy would run into characters that would naturally force him to be in locations to encounter the Yonko instead of going out of the way to do it himself, like is the case with Law, who, without, the Straw Hats would have nothing set in place for their journey. Remember, that heading into the New World, the Straw Hats had no plan other than to just follow the log post to the end of the Grand Line. That's what they thought they were supposed to do. Outside of that, they didn't think of anything else, Yonko included. The Straw Hats coincidentally get to where they need to be most of the time, not through actions of their own. Yet we know that Luffy, like many characters in the series, admires Roger for his legacy and what he was able to accomplish, which brings up another observation. Have you ever noticed that nowhere in the story so far have the readers ever been shown why Luffy became so attached to the idea of finding the One Piece? And this doesn't include his conversation with Shanks, this is before this. We don't know where Luffy first heard about Roger, the impact it had on him, and why he's so obsessed. Why is this missing? Why is it that Luffy, in the journey to become king, is never challenged beyond a battle of fisticuffs? Right or wrong, Luffy is never forced to think, because maybe he can't. Never forced to look at what his ambition entails and apply it to the world at large, or himself for that matter. The entire story of One Piece was crafted around Luffy's dream, but at the end of the day, it feels like a hollow dream. The post-time skip, as previously mentioned, is the build-up, logic, and reasoning for how Luffy becomes the Pirate King. Yet what we see is that the post-time skip just has things happen to progress that desire, rather than reflect the progress in the characters. I could even argue that Luffy's idea of what being the Pirate King means is the exact opposite of what he thinks it is. Because as we've seen, the larger narrative and goal in the world of One Piece is completing and fulfilling the destiny of a civilization long gone and to take up the mantle to fight the world for their sake, basically. The basis of the Void Century, the true history, and the knowledge that you learn from it leads you to take up the destiny crafted by other people, as Rayleigh hinted at. Once you become Pirate King, you are straddled with responsibility and almost an obligation to make a choice. Roger and most of his crew became aware of what this purpose was, and this led Roger to disband his own crew, turn himself in, die, and start the Great Age of Pirates. Kozuki Oden went back to his home of Wano with the intention of prepping for the Chosen Ones. Is this truly freedom in the individual sense, or rather, is it freedom on a global and historical scale? Wouldn't this sort of imply that Luffy's not as free as he thinks? Will this ever matter to Luffy? Perhaps. Time will tell. We haven't gotten that far yet. But so far, there's not strong evidence to say that he would care. In a recent chapter, it's alluded to that Luffy has an aspiration when it comes to what one of his goals might be, and it's a mystery. Something he shared with Ace and Sabo and was brought back up again with Yamato and Ace. And perhaps that will lead some listening to argue that what I've already laid out is less relevant because of that. I would argue the opposite, because becoming the Pirate King still matters to Luffy, and even more. If Luffy has a desire for what he wants to do, the question still remains as to what he has done to accomplish it. Most of Luffy's progress is because of other people. What this leaves you with is an author who has a main character that refuses to interact with his own ambition and hasn't really had any focus in the story whatsoever in regards to this. Oda has abandoned things that seem like they matter to Luffy, such as his interest in Roger, and replaced it mainly with just fighting. This is without a doubt a failure, doubly so because when it comes to the post-time skip, Luffy gets an overwhelmingly large amount of screen time compared to literally anyone else, and with all of that time, not much happens on this front, which relates back to the concept of the 3 Ps. Zoro wants to be the world's strongest swordsman. Everyone knows that. The final duel between Zoro and Mihawk is one of the most highly anticipated events that exist within the remainder of the story. In a hypothetical, if you were to ask most of the fandom what are some of the things that they want to see most before One Piece is over, Zoro versus Mihawk would be right up there with finding the One Piece, learning about the Void Century, and then Shanks meeting Luffy. Collectively, we've been living off of the residual emotion that was created back on that fateful day outside of the Baratie. But despite all of the excitement and time that's passed since then, present-day Zoro has very few notable advancements or victories on his path towards being the best. I would make the case that Zoro's dream, alongside several other Straw Hats, is irreparably broken on virtually every level. I'll use Luffy as a comparison to help illuminate this issue. Luffy has defeated numerous pirate captains, warlords, top agents of the world government, and 2 Yonko commanders. Luffy received fame and is credited for storming Enies Lobby, breaking in and out of Impel Down, and playing a key role during the Summon War, making waves on the world's biggest stages. Luffy got a vast majority of the credit for what happened in Whole Cake Island, and he receives majority credit for virtually anything that happens in the story in general. Luffy is famous in the world at large for being Garp's grandson, for being Dragon's son, and for being brothers with Ace and Sabo. Luffy has the loyalty and allegiance of numerous pirate captains which comprise a fleet of 5,640 people. Luffy has a 1.5 billion berry bounty, and it's rising fast. Luffy has connections, interactions, and history with many of the strongest pirates that have ever lived. Luffy is being promoted as the next Emperor of the Seas by the newspaper, and has caught the attention of the Yonko themselves. Luffy has gained the favor of some of the world's most influential kingdoms due to his history with their royalty. The world government has gone out of its way to cover up some of Luffy's victories because the people he defeated were important and reflected on the world government status if news were to be let out as to how they were defeated. And to top it all off, Luffy is leading a battle against 2 Yonko at the same time in Wano, which will obviously pay dividends for his notoriety. Now, I think there are issues with how some of these are written, but that's not the point. The point is that I'm showing you this because with Luffy, you are able to track and mark down significant achievements in his pirating career, and you can see how the world views him and how it's changed over time. Luffy went from rags to riches, from a nobody in the East Blue to being one of the most famous and strongest people in the world. Luffy has contemporaries, quote-unquote rivals, and he has a benchmark that is given to the audience as to what he needs to do next in his journey. Luffy's status increases in proportion to where he is at in the story and where he's going. This is certainly not the case for Zoro. Because what does Zoro have? Zoro's biggest victories take the form of defeating Daz Bones, a quote-unquote famous assassin, because this was the only fight in the series where Zoro had to struggle and overcome an obstacle that directly impacted and affected his swordsmanship, which, as we know, was him learning how to cut steel in order to surpass Daz Bones' defenses. The only other fight that resulted in some sort of fame or even a plotline afterwards that wasn't just Zoro losing to Mihawk was his encounter with Ryuma, a 400-year-old corpse that was significantly nerfed due to how weak Brook Shadow was. And the payoff from that is that Zoro got recognition from Wano natives due to Shusui and the lore surrounding Ryuma. Zoro's fight against Kaku is a non-factor as well, since Zoro didn't get any fame from beating him. And additionally, Kaku was really just a goon of Lucci's, as opposed to being an accomplished individual in his own right. There's no lore around Kaku, there's no flashback around him. There was hype surrounding the myth of Lucci. And even when it comes to the reveal of Ashura, it was an ass pull in the way that was written and had no impact on Zoro's swordsmanship because there was never a narrative written around why Ashura was necessary really, or how Zoro went about unlocking it. Outside of these fights, Zoro had a small amount of fame that was based on his reputation for being a bounty hunter in the East Blue, the weakest of all of the seas that exist in the story. That's it. Prior to Wano, everything else as it pertains to Zoro is a side effect of him being a Straw Hat rather than him doing something to achieve fame. Zoro is still referred to as Pirate Hunter Zoro. From Wano to Thriller Bark, nothing of note has happened with Zoro in the pursuit or writing of his dream outside of begging Mihawk to train him. That is 530 chapters, which is more than half the length of the story. As it stands now, Zoro and the crew in general are going to get benefits from the aftermath of Wano, and Zoro himself will have more accomplishments. Quality of to be determined. And obviously, as we're learning, Zoro will have more lineage aspects that come into play. We know that. But that doesn't make up for everything that came before it, does it? And even then, there are still issues with what's happening in Wano. In the post-time skip, Zoro defeated Hyozo, Monet, and Pika. But none of these battles were standout affairs. In fact, they were the opposite. Zoro wasn't pushed to his limit. Zoro wasn't challenged. Everything was a cakewalk. And to make matters worse, Zoro was absent for a full arc. And in the arcs that he was in, he was only there to serve the role of fighting people far below his level rather than doing anything groundbreaking. I made this comparison between Zoro and Luffy knowing that they aren't supposed to be on the same level in every way. Mihawk admits in Baratie that becoming the Pirate King is more difficult than becoming the world's strongest swordsman. Nobody expects Zoro to do more overall in the story than the main character. That's irrelevant. And it is not a justification for Zoro's dream to be in the sad state that it's in right now. The world building around Zoro's dream is broken, which makes the weight of accomplishing things significantly less than it should be. Luffy exists within a hierarchy. There are concepts that ground Luffy's progression: pirate captains, warlords, Yonko commanders, admirals, marines in general, and of course the Yonkos themselves. A group of individuals who exist at the top of the pirate hierarchy and serve as one of the final bosses in the series. All of this is set in place by Oda as things Luffy has to go through in order to reach his prize. There are levels and layers to what is going on. The journey to being the Pirate King is one of trial and tribulation. But when it comes to being the world's strongest swordsman, there are only 3 people. 3 who have ever cared about becoming the strongest swordsman. Zoro, Mihawk, and Kuwena, who's dead. That's it. There is the possibility that more exists, but whoever these mystery people are, they aren't an active part of the narrative at this point. Not in the same manner that you could point to with Luffy, who has numerous named characters that matter who are after the One Piece and the Pirate King title. There is absolutely no structure in the story as it pertains to swordsmanship, or the concept of the world's strongest title. There aren't swordsman guilds or groups of people considered to be the strongest swordsman in the world that Zoro has to overcome in order to reach Mihawk. There aren't former or runner-ups for the title of the strongest swordsman. Zoro hasn't even met a single person like himself. We can at least place Luffy amidst other pirates. We cannot do that with Zoro. And it's been an ongoing issue for forever. Do you remember what Mihawk told Zoro?
兄貴、返事をしてくれ！ゾロ！ 早く船に乗せろ。薬だ、ぶっかけろ。貴様が死ぬにはまだ早い。我が名はジュラキュール・ミホーク。己を知り、世界を知り、強くなれ。俺はこの先幾年月でもこの最強の座にて貴様を待つ。この剣を越えてみよう。この俺を越えてみよう。ロロロア殿。兄貴返事してくれ。
鷹の目のミホークにここまで言わせると。
However long it may take, I shall await you at the top. This statement from Mihawk implies that there are other people along the path to becoming the best, and that no matter how long it took Zoro, Mihawk wouldn't be defeated and he would remain in his strongest form, waiting for the day Zoro would show up again. In hindsight, this is nothing but a joke. Mihawk is still alive and is basically in retirement because there is no one else after him. The only time people have been after Mihawk is in the recent chapters, with the abolishment of the warlord system, but that has nothing to do with his title, but with the fact that the warlord system is gone and so people are after Mihawk. It has nothing to do with him being the world's strongest swordsman. Mihawk's promise to Zoro has lost its meaning, because Mihawk is protecting an empty throne. What's the point of creating a title that no one cares about? What Oda has done to swordsmanship inherently questions and sullies Mihawk's own lore, because Zoro's journey is supposed to be a reflection upon his goal. If there isn't any structure or hierarchy attached to Zoro's goal, then why should we, the audience, even care about Zoro's achievements? When Zoro gets power-ups, it feels meaningless because the only goalpost for Zoro is Mihawk, no one else. The accomplishments that Zoro does get feel small because the world of swordsmanship is small itself and unexplored. And I'll show you why. Mihawk claimed to have the best black blade in the world, but considering that there are only 2 black blades that we know of to have ever existed, it doesn't seem too difficult or special a feat for Mihawk to have the best if there are only 2. And to make matters worse, no one else in the story is aiming to get a black blade. Nobody. Roger, Rayleigh, Whitebeard, Shanks, Odin, Big Mom, Kaido, Zebek, Fujitora, King, Queen, Jack, Katakuri, Shiryu, Cracker, Smoothie, Denjiro, Shutenmaru, the Scabbards, and the Daimyo of Wano, Law, Killer, Cavendish, Vista, Tamago, Amande, Sasaki, Who's Who, Bogard, Tashigi, Momonga, X-Drake, Hawkins, and Gandhi. Every one of those listed are people who use swords and handheld weapons that require some mastery and skill, and a chunk of these people are the strongest to have ever lived, and an even smaller portion of them are the best swordsmen in the story as well, and none of them have black blades or are in the pursuit of one. In principle, that's not the worst thing in the world, but it does become an issue because there are no other swordsmen that exist, or virtually close to it. As it stands, the quality and purpose of having a black blade needs to be called into question. From what we have seen, there doesn't seem to be any significant difference in having or not having a black blade. Zoro has been using Shusui for over half the story, and outside of a statement saying that it cuts better, there doesn't seem to be any visible or magical effect that makes black blades stand out above other blades. There is never a mismatch in battle because one person has one and the other doesn't. Enma, which is neither a supreme or black blade, seems like the most broken sword ever if you stack it up against what is supposed to be the apex of sword mastery, because using Enma not only makes you better in the process, but it requires skill to do so. This shouldn't be the case for only one sword in the story. The only hierarchy that Oda ever created for swordsmanship is the quality and ranking of the graded blades, which gives off the idea and promise that the quality of a sword is supposed to matter. But do they? Take a look at what stands at the top of the food chain in blades, the 12 supreme blades. There is only one supreme blade that we've ever learned of while reading the story of One Piece, and that is Mihawk's Yoru. We have learned of the existence of several other Supreme Blades in Viver cards. Doesn't seem to paint the concept in a positive light, even more so because, once again, who cares? Who cares about these Supreme Blades, man? Who? People aren't walking around saying, "Oh, Supreme Blade, Sugoi power," or "Oh, Black Blade, Nani?" These are the best blades in the entire series, but they don't play a factor in the story. Mihawk is supposed to have the best sword, or one of the best swords in the series. He has a Supreme Blade, and he has the self-proclaimed best Black Blade in the story. So Mihawk has the best Black Blade and the highest quality sword, and he was clashing against Crocodile's hook arm in Marineford, without there being an inherent and immediate difference. The same Black Blade that couldn't cut the water Ichimonji back in Baratie when Zoro didn't have Haki, and there was no reason for Mihawk to not cut the sword. No one cared about the grade of Whitebeard's Bicento, and Raja's blade didn't play a factor at all into his legacy. And there are 8 other Black Blades which are a mystery in the story, with a vast majority of them likely going to be gifted out like candy at random to other characters because Oda has a quota to fill within the story. And since they don't matter, he knows that this is a missing plot point in the story, so he's just going to give characters the blades. Not good. And while we're at it, what is the deal with cursed swords? Curses in blades basically make them magical weapons, and we have never seen much at all of this concept in the story. There's never been somebody overcome with a curse, outside of Zoro saying that certain blades have personalities. That's it. Why does a One Piece movie show and go in more depth about cursed swords than Oda does? Did you know that Law's sword is cursed? Well, if you did, congratulations. But would you have guessed? No, because it just looks like an ordinary sword. The concept of swordsmanship is so disjointed that it feels like it's trying to find the One Piece and getting something good out of it. Where and when do the qualities of these blades come into play? Why do they matter? There's no reason for the audience to be invested into these concepts if the author of the story isn't. It could be that Oda has held back literally everything that matters about Black Blades and swords in general until the last possible moment. And if Oda is in fact doing that, then you'd have to ask, why? It's only natural to wonder. We have no way of knowing other than to guess. And the most immediate answer that you could think of would be related to how authors construct a story. The logic is pretty simple. The easiest way to explain is to think about how it's applied to characters. Important characters usually have the most information revealed about them when they appear in arcs where they are at the forefront of whatever is happening in the narrative. Think every Straw Hat arc. Think villains. It made the most sense to get a Dofi flashback in an arc where Dofi was supposed to be defeated. Same with the Yonko. We didn't know much about Big Mom before Whole Cake Island, Wano for Kaido, and so forth. But it's a lot easier to do this with characters than it is concepts. Imagine if, after coming out of the time skip, with Luffy having all versions of Haki, he didn't use observation or armament until specific arcs where Oda decided that those would be useful in certain scenarios. Like say, we start at Fishman Island, but Luffy didn't use hardening until he fought Katakuri. You'd probably have some questions, right? Like, why the hell wasn't Luffy using this before? It creates logical inconsistencies and is counterintuitive for showing the progression of someone's strength if it only shows up when it's convenient, or at the last moment. There's a fine line to be drawn with characters as well. There is a cost to holding back basic information in the world, especially when that information is directly related to a character's dream, like how Black Blades are inherently connected to the overall lore of swordsmanship. Mihawk once said that without subtlety, a sword is but an iron bar, yet with the way that people use swords in One Piece, you'd swear they were actually using an iron bar because swordplay doesn't really seem to matter that much, it's not lethal, and it's all aesthetic. Swordsmanship is so bad that large sections of the community are forced to try and rationalize this nonsense so as to make sense out of it, which still results in conclusions that automatically hurt the story. Like I listed off earlier, there are numerous strong characters that stand at the top of the world who use swords and weapons, some of which you could argue are stronger than Mihawk, given how Oda has and has not handled his portrayal. And if there are characters that are as strong or around Mihawk's level who wield swords, how is he the world's strongest swordsman? And does he not care about these other combatants? And they him? In the Land of Samurai, there isn't even a plot line about how Mihawk traveled there, which doesn't make any sense because if you are someone like Mihawk, who is supposed to care about swords and testing your strength, you would find a way to get to Wano and you would be incorporated into the lore of the arc. Not only is there nothing in Wano for Mihawk as far as the plotline goes, there's not even an after-the-fact mention. None of the strong characters in the story are people who are crafted into the hierarchy of swordsmanship. And what determines if you are a swordsman in One Piece is a debate that has made fans create abstract concepts like pure swordsman and non-pure swordsman, with a pure swordsman being someone who follows the Bushido code, and a non-swordsman being people who use swords and can do so at an extremely high level, but they aren't limited to swords because they can do other things. And people use it to say, well, they're not an actual swordsman. That's stupid because that's not how swordsmanship works. Oda himself even adds on to this conundrum with interview answers, and most recently, the dialogue exchange between King and Zoro. But this is Oda's world, and if Oda is going to define swordsmanship in his series, where the only real swordsmen, the people that matter, are people like Zoro, Mihawk, Ryuma, maybe Odin if you count him, and then a few people from Wano, then to supplement all of the other characters in the story, Oda needed to create something to put Zoro in a system that works for his dream, and he's failed to do that, which makes swordsmanship as a concept broken and redundant. Zoro wanted his name to reach the heavens, but how is that possible with the way that One Piece is constructed? The story is so Luffy-centric that there isn't any room for Zoro's dream to breathe. Luffy always has to get the credit for everything. Zoro isn't allowed to fight people that matter, only Luffy. Zoro isn't allowed to be at the forefront of news articles. Zoro isn't allowed to have obstacles in his way to get what he wants as far as his dream goes. There's really just not enough room. Oda doesn't make way for Zoro. He doesn't create any space for Zoro to breathe in the same light as his main characters, which is an issue because it undermines him. And as a fan, one of the only things you can do is hope and pray that Oda answers some of the questions that I've put out in a manner that actually addresses them. Obviously, we have to go with the fact that the story is not over yet. Technically, there is still time left for Zoro to put in work and to make his journey more believable. Maybe. And I'm sure plenty of Zoro fans who are listening right now are like banking on Wano to fix everything for them. That'll make it all disappear. It is possible that before the series is done, Zoro could defeat numerous high-level combatants, learn more about swords, Mihawk, and this, that, and the other. But would that solve the issue? It would not. It'd certainly be preferable to nothing at all, but it'd kind of be like trying to tape something back together again, and the tape that you're using is Scotch tape, not flex tape. There would still be no structure to swordsmanship, and a problem would arise in that you would come to the realization that nearly all of the important aspects of Zoro's dreaming character were crammed haphazardly into the story during the last 10 to 15% of its runtime, which makes Zoro's journey feel like a speed run, where the beginning, middle, and end are disproportionately important. Zoro would go from defeating Kyozo, Monet, and Pika without issues to then immediately defeating people like King, Shiryu, and Mihawk, all in a very short period of time, while Luffy, Zoro's captain, had to struggle every step of the way to even get near the strength of the people that he's fighting. And even then, Oda wasn't able to write that in a believable manner. Immediately going from a nobody to a god is kind of jarring, is it not? Any way you slice it, there is an inherently large and unsatisfying gap in the logical progression of Zoro's dream, and it's reflected in Zoro's character as well. If you go back in time to Baratie, when Mihawk was first introduced and subsequently beat Zoro, Zoro made a promise to Luffy that he would never lose again. From the point in time that Zoro made that promise, he has lost numerous times. Enel manhandled him, Lucci dispatched him, and Zoro was no match for Kuma and Thriller Bark. I'm not saying that Zoro should never lose and that he should have won these things simply because of his promise, because that's stupid. What I am saying is that there are instances in the story where Zoro lost and it never mattered to his character or journey when they realistically should have. Oda has failed Zoro, and for as much as Oda loves Zoro, and boy do we know he loves him some Zoro, you would think that these are things that he would have taken into consideration at any point in time. But he has not. Here is a question. When was the last time that Nami made any stride or progress towards her dream? Can anyone remember what the last arc was in which that happened? If you're knowledgeable of One Piece, then you know pretty quickly that this was a trick question. In the SPS section of Volume 90, a fan asked the following question. Nami's dream is to draw a map of the world from what she's seen with her own eyes. Is she drawing her world map properly? Oda answered with, of course she is. Her routine every day is to draw maps after dinner. Fun fact, did you know that this is the first and only time Nami's dream has ever been addressed in any way in the story? Through an SPS question because a fan finally got curious about it because it's never there. What does that say about Nami's dream? Well, the answer seems self-evident. Her dream, her motivation as a character, is so irrelevant that in the thousands of panels, the 27 plus arcs, the hundreds of gags, it's not something Oda has shown the least bit of care for. Which should sound some alarms because, according to Oda, Nami is one of the 3 triggers of the story, with the other 2 being Luffy and Zoro. And the trigger means that Nami, as a character, was one of the reasons Oda even wanted to make One Piece to begin with. She's a foundational character. Yet here we are, analyzing the state of her dream. To put into perspective how messed up this is, replace what's happened to Nami with Luffy or Zoro, the other 2 triggers of the dream. What if Luffy's goal to become the Pirate King was being accomplished off-screen over the course of 23 years? By undermining and skipping the importance of a character's stated desire within the world, you destroy any semblance of balance when the character does anything to progress. This information from the SBS that I just recited is widely known. Most people who are fans of One Piece and keep up to date with it have known this for a long time. It may then come as a surprise to some of you for me to say, nobody cares. Not a single person that I've talked to has cared. I have been in conversations with other content creators, and no one gives a shit. Why? Well, part of the reason is because it's Nami. She's a character who has a divisive reputation within the West because of how Oda uses her. But the main reason is because of the type of dream that Nami has. Nami's dream, after all, is to just draw some stupid maps. That's boring. So, in many people's eyes, it is then justifiable to skip it. Oda could make so much better of his time to just do something else. This mindset is idiotic, to say the least. It's admitting that it's okay for Oda to ruin a character dream because you don't care because he failed. Not good. If Nami's dream of drawing a map of the world was pointless, then it should have never been introduced in the first place. But it was. Nami was there with the rest of the Straw Hats after Logtown. She put her foot up on that barrel too and proclaimed her ambition.
私は世界地図を書くために。
俺は愉快なる海の戦士になるためだ。
Nami's dream introduces the expectations and promise to the reader to see it handled. The chances are probably high that those of you who are watching this video now know who Tekking 101 is. But for those that don't know, Tekking is a big-time anime YouTuber who does a lot of One Piece videos. And in those videos, he has a series based on the premise that geography is everything in the world of One Piece. But that's not true. The truth is that the concept of geography is more important in Tekking's video series as a means of him getting money than it is to Nami as a character. No offense to Tekking, obviously. I'm just making a comparison here. That guy's a king. But this comparison shouldn't be as true as it is. Because if you just use your brain to think about it on paper, what is the potential that is being lost from Nami's dream? Its foundation is based on the premise of seeing the world and learning about the seas and islands. You need to take in the geography of the world and analyze it. And with a world as extremely unique as One Piece's, simply looking at the world creates questions. Questions like, how was the red line formed? Is that a natural structure or did someone make that? How is it that the magnetic poles of the islands in the Grand Line all lead to the same location? And isn't it a coincidence that this place is the entire basis for the journey to find the One Piece? Is the calm belt a natural phenomenon? Did someone do these things on purpose? How was an island created underwater for the fishermen right next to the Eve tree? There's a giant hole in Enies Lobby. How'd that happen? God Valley disappeared from the map. What is different from the maps that Nami wants to draw versus the maps that already exist of the known world? Do these maps exist? Can I take a look, please, sir?
The map. I gotta see it. I gotta look at it and see it and I'm on with.
SpongeBob?
Yeah?
Did you notice something familiar about this map?
You mean like that it's our game board taped to a piece of paper?
Do you think this is a problem?
That was a small, very small list of questions that Nami could play a vital role in figuring out, and it would be tied effortlessly into the story. Many of the Straw Hat's dreams inherently already tie into Luffy's, and Nami's could as well. Oda wouldn't even have to try that hard, because in order to draw maps of the islands you visit by proxy, Nami should then have to get out of the boat and get involved with the exploration of these islands so she can accomplish her dream, right? After all, she wants to draw maps that she's seen with her own eyes. If she is not doing that, then how is it possible to accomplish her dream? Now, there are logical issues that come into play, such as the Straw Hats took one of the several paths on their journey through the Grand Line, so it is actually impossible for Oda to have Nami draw the entire world with her own eyes while the story is ongoing, because the Straw Hats can't go to literally every island. But there are ways to work around these things in the story, such as with the existence of maps already in the world that have things detailed. Seems like that might help a bit, does it not? And for Oda to have Nami focus on things regardless, Nami's dream doesn't need to be accomplished at the same time as all of the other Straw Hat dreams. It could take years and years for it to happen. It could be something that only happens in the epilogue of the story. But the progression and importance of this dream needs to be shown within the story that the readers are experiencing now. Because if I asked you the question of, why does drawing this map matter? You would not be able to give me an answer that's backed up by the story. If Oda simply off-screens everything, imagine how satisfying it's going to be as a reader, a fan of the series, a fan of Nami's, when One Piece ends and everyone has tried to accomplish or has accomplished their dreams, and you see Nami in the corner of the room with a map of the world that no one ever knew or cared about, saying, "Oh, look guys, I was working on this the entire time off screen. Yay, here it is. Woo! Girl power." It's a disgrace, bro. What Oda ends up giving Nami in the post-time skip is nothing short of botched plotline after botched plotline, off-screen events, drop material, and of course, tons of fan service that only serve to prop Nami up as a sex symbol instead of a person, only to be liked for her girliness and booba instead of her character. Regardless of how you personally feel about Nami, it's quite obvious that this is yet another failure from Oda.
gonna show you a few moves that are nasty and nutritious.
Sanji's dream was to set out in the hopes of finding the All Blue.
Allegedly.
And you'll notice that, like many things in life, the issues we're talking about share a lot in common with one another. That's because they have the same issues in a vast majority of them. We are still waiting on any hints, any character introspection, and progression from Sanji on what the All Blue is and its greatest significance in the story. A failure which doesn't make any sense whatsoever because Zeph set the precedent and map for what the journey to find the All Blue was supposed to look like. Let's go back and take a look at this quote. I may not have been able to find it in the 1 year I was in the Grand Line, but I saw the possibility of the All Blue's existence. To summarize, Zeph was only able to sail for a small portion of time, but during that small portion, he saw with his own eyes clues and evidence to substantiate his belief in the All Blue being real. Meaning that for someone who has a keen eye and sees things like Zeph, that the journey through the Grand Line should inherently make you see things that lend itself to this fantasy. Compared to Zeph, what has Sanji done? What has he seen? Sanji sailed the same waters, but does he have anything to show for it? No, nothing. Nothing. Sanji is no different now than he was when he left the Baratie. Surely you can see the disconnect here. At Sabaody, Robin asked Rayleigh about the Rio Poneglyph, the true history, and whether or not Rayleigh knew. Usopp asked about the One Piece, and, he was shut down by Luffy in that great moment. Yet Sanji, who also has a dream related to a mystery within the series, didn't even bother to think about the All Blue. No debate, no internal struggle like Robin, nothing. You are face to face with a person in Rayleigh who basically knows everything, and there's not even the temptation to do it. This isn't the only time where Sanji hasn't even bothered to think about his ambition. Unlike many other characters within the story, Sanji received a second character arc that was 70 plus chapters in length, and the All Blue didn't matter in that arc either. Even when one of the main premises of the arc was Sanji sacrificing himself. The same thing as sacrificing your ambition to find the All Blue. This arc also had to deal with cooking, a concept related to the reason why Sanji wants to find the All Blue. And it happened again in Thriller Bark. And one of my favorite scenes in the story, actually. We all know what it is. Zoro placed himself before Kuma as a sacrifice after declaring that Luffy would be the Pirate King, and therefore, Luffy was too important to give up to Kuma. But in order to satisfy Kuma, Zoro was trying to offer an ambition that he deemed worthy to substitute. And so Zoro put his life and dream on the line for Luffy's. But as Zoro was about to go through it with Kuma, Sanji intervened, and he tried to offer himself up in place of Zoro. In a situation where dreams are being put on the line and compared to one another, what does Sanji offer? Not his dream, that's for sure. He makes a claim that he'll someday be the most feared by the Marines, a concept which at that point in time has no connection to Sanji's perception of the All Blue, especially because we know Sanji knows nothing of the All Blue. This scene, despite how amazing it is an insult to Sanji's ambition given what the rest of the story is like. At no point has it dawned on Sanji to ask any living person anything related to this myth. It's crazy how much One Piece changes when you look back on it. Scenes that used to be amazing now have this bittersweet veil placed on top of them because Oda refuses to do anything with his own concepts. Do you remember back in Baratie when Sanji was so excited by the prospect of the All Blue that he asked Luffy if he knew about it, and when Luffy hadn't heard, Sanji just couldn't shut his mouth up. He was so excited, so happy. Zeph watching over him, proud and happy as well. Where did all of that go? What happened?
でも、俺もいつか行こうと思ってるぜ。グランドラインへ。じゃあ、今行こう。まだ時期じゃねえんだよ。お前さ、オールブルーって知ってるか？にゃ。なんだ、知らねえのかよ。奇跡の海の話さ。その海にはよ、イーストブルー、ウエストブルー、ノースブルー、サウスブルー、 この4つの海にいる全種類の魚が住んでるんだ。俺たちコックには夢のような楽園だ。それがグランドラインってとこだ。どうだ、知らないか。
嬉しそうな顔しやがって。バカが。
Sanji's contradictory nature is one of the primary reasons why, well, you'll see as we get later into the story, because Sanji is a very, very troubled character when it comes to writing.
Doctor, ごめんね。大事な本なくしちゃった。
お前どうしたんだ？
キノコ。薬。
そいつはアミューだけ。お前、それ俺のためにか？
生きてよ、生きてよ、ドクター。医者になりたいんだよ。医者のやり方を教えてくれよ。俺だって戦うんだ。海賊のように。トナガイにもなれるかな。
なれるさ。なれる。なれる。お前は立派な医者になれる。
苦しい。
お前はこんなに優しいじゃねえか。バカ野郎。
The state of Chopper's dream is more in line with Zoro's than it is Sanji or Nami's, because unlike Sanji and Nami, Chopper has done things more in line with what the skill set of his dream requires. Chopper's done some doctoring. On the surface, that is a surprisingly good thing, because Chopper, alongside Frankie and Brook, are more similar to side characters in how they are utilized in the story. But Chopper's doctoring is only as good as what you get out of it. From a writing perspective, there are flaws. The task of judging Chopper's growth is hard, outside of power scaling dynamics like the Rumble Ball. But the Rumble Ball doesn't really have anything to do with Chopper's dream of curing diseases, as it stands now. Outside of when Chopper wasn't even a doctor back in Drum Island in the flashback, there's no way to pinpoint a difference in Chopper's skill set outside of the story trying to suggest that he got better because of the time skip. Chopper only has strengths as a doctor, and no weaknesses. There haven't been many trials or tribulations he had to go through in order to be the type of doctor that can cure any disease. But the post-time skip at first makes it seem as if it was on the right path in correcting this lack of trial. Because amazingly, Chopper fails as a doctor numerous times. Chopper helps treat the children of Punk Hazard, but needed the help of Law to do so. In order to get to the point where Chopper could save the civilians of Zou, he needed Caesar's help to dispel the poison. And on the way to Whole Cake Island, Chopper fails in saving Luffy from a fish. Reiju comes in and saves Luffy, as we all know. At first glance, given all the things that I just relayed, you might assume, as the audience, that maybe Chopper struggles with poisons or drugs, since that's where most of the failings are. And if that was true, it would have been a great start, because it's a representation of his inability to save Hiluluk. But then Chopper is able to cure the poisoned prisoners of Udon with no struggle whatsoever on the spot out of his backpack. Similar thing happens within the raid. Chopper's previous failings and inadequacies as a doctor don't form a coherent narrative, but instead form a convenient sequence of events that say from Oda, hey, I gave Chopper something to do, I'm done. That's a moment, right? Let's clap. That's good. Chopper doesn't get subplots or things to expand on his own character and abilities. Despite being a doctor, there isn't any tension, drama, emotion, build-up, progress, or reflection when it comes to him or any of the scenarios that he's in. Which means that Chopper's been in the exact same spot for the entire series, and if Oda wasn't going to focus on making Chopper a better doctor, the least he could have done was to give Chopper better moments in general as a character, so that they can stick with the audience. But those don't even exist either. There was the possibility for it too in Whole Cake Island, but we'll get to that. Magical bandages are OP. Trafalgar Law has done more in the department of being a doctor and having better impactful scenes than Chopper, especially in relation to Luffy. And Law isn't even on the crew, nor has he been in the story for half as long as Chopper. In the one life-threatening scenario where Luffy needed somebody to save his life after Ace died, Law was the person who came to Luffy's rescue. Law is the character with the interesting character connections. Law is the one who has plotlines surrounding his doctoring abilities, which is represented in the Opi Opi no Mi. Law is the person a part of the D-Clan and interested in their history. Law is strong. Law is cool. Law is better than Chopper in every single way. How does a character like Law, who was never originally supposed to be someone who mattered as much as he does, get better treatment as a doctor than Chopper? If Law eventually sacrifices himself with the immortality surgery, like many people suspect he will because unlike Chopper, Law's got things going for him, then will there be any room left in the story for Chopper to even be compared to Law? Not at this rate. But that doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with Law getting shine and the attention that he does. Creating characters outside of your main squad is a vital aspect of writing. But when you have main characters that are suffering away and you've gone through the time to incorporate them into the crew, it's questionable as to why they are getting outshined in areas while receiving nothing in return. It is more acceptable for Law to be a doctor that has very little weaknesses because he has a plotline surrounding why his fruit will be incorporated in his potential death. It is not okay for Chopper to have nothing. So the conclusion is fairly simple. Oda has failed our Tanuki. Out of all of the Straw Hats, Usopp's dream stands out because it's not a path that is easily defined and followed. Luffy, Sanji, and Robin are trying to find things that exist within the world. Zoro is trying to be the best at something. Nami is trying to create something. Frankie and Brook accomplish their dreams passively just by staying on the crew, and Jinbei doesn't have one. Usopp, though, well, his is different. The case could be made that Usopp is already a brave warrior, but Usopp and the world at large don't see it that way. His legacy isn't complete, and so his dream remains unfulfilled. Usopp's dream inherently carries the premise of a personal journey. It's character-focused more so than it is combat. Usopp's dream suffers from an exaggerated issue that most of the Straw Hats suffer from when it comes to their character utilization. Usopp has minor issues with world building, but the main problem with Usopp is that, for all intents and purposes, he could barely be classified as a character in the post-time skip. He struggles to get screen time. In the post-time skip, Usopp has only one subplot, one portion of the story that was carved out just for him, where there was a narrative crafted around the idea that he would be one of the central figures. And that one subplot was his role as the hero of the Tontatas and slaves during Dressrosa. That's it. Usopp doesn't even get any fights like he did in the pre-time skip. Virtually the entire fight against Page One and Ulti and Wano is off-screened. A far cry from when Usopp fought against Chu, Mr. Four, and Miss Merry Christmas, his 3v1 against Satori, his iconic battle against Luffy, and then Perona. The only world-building issue that really exists with Usopp so far is one that pertains to the Tontatas, that I'll cover when we get to Dressrosa. So obviously, if you are basically only in one part of the story for 400 chapters, there's not a whole lot to go off of, right? And that's part of the issue. Outside of acknowledging how neglectful Oda has been of Usopp, one of the reasons that people have some hope left is because we know at some point down the line, hopefully, after Wano, Elbaf will be a factor. And out of every Straw Hat, Usopp has the most character connections and motivations when it comes to Elbaf. So there's a chance that something great is on the horizon for our sniper. I would argue that there is no evidence to believe in this as a foregone conclusion, since Oda's implementation of Zoro and Sanji in the past 2 arcs have been nothing short of huge failures. But we'll have to wait and verify the facts for Usopp and Elbaf. If you take the pre-optimistic route here and assume that what's going to be in Elbaf is good, what this leaves you with is essentially the feeling that Usopp has been on the waiting list for a very long time, which is not a good feeling to have. There won't be a whole lot leading up and building up into Elbaf, so it's just going to be one thing isolated from the rest of the story. And it's a bit of a waste, too. If you were looking at Usopp coming out of the time skip, he had one of the more severe changes compared to the rest of his crew. He developed physically in a manner that no one saw coming. Yet Oda didn't really do anything with the contradiction that exists with this physical change. A contradiction in the sense that Usopp very much looks the part of a hero, but isn't mentally. Which I think is brilliant in nature, because being brave is an action of the heart. It's not dictated strictly by physical limits. Ah, man. Usopp is a victim of what happens when you have too many characters. A concept which I'll explore in more depth shortly, so allow me to leave it at that when it comes to Usopp. You'll likely notice that I have left out Robin in this equation when discussing dreams. That's because Robin doesn't have anything inherently wrong with her dream. The world building and character agency are intact, compared to the Straw Hats, definitely more intact, because she is light years ahead of them, since Robin actually goes out of her way to pursue her interests. Robin's main issue is the same as Usopp's, just at a lesser level. Robin doesn't get much screen time at all, and is vastly underused for how important she's supposed to be in the world. For some reason, Oda groups Robin and uses her to a similar extent that he does Frankie and Brook, despite Frankie and Brook being more akin to gag characters. Yeah, it's odd. Character dreams and motivations are an incredibly important aspect to writing stories. I hope that's what you get from what we've been talking about, because what your characters want, feel, and need serve as a driving force for the reader to stay connected and to care about what you write. Even more so when you are dealing with main characters. Main characters are called main characters because they serve as the surrogate through which the audience connects to any given story. These individuals stand at the forefront. And what we've come to the conclusion of in this section of Dreams is that there is without a doubt several issues with the way that Oda has handled things. And all of that is one variable of several that lead me to conclude that Oda's world building and thought process of writing have compromised what he's trying to write. There is a term that was created for authors that struggle with some of the things that Oda has problems with, and that term is world builder's disease. World builder's disease occurs when the control over a created world has lost its balance to the point where the author's ability to tell the story has been hampered. And since this is world builder's disease, you can surmise that this happens most often in genres and stories that prioritize creating places to entrance its audiences. Science fiction and fantasy have a lot of this. I'll lay out a series of things that lead me to believe that this term applies to Oda. Since entering the New World, Oda has confirmed that he has combined numerous arc ideas together due to a lack of time in being able to do both ideas. Punk Hazard is a combination of 2 islands that the Straw Hats were supposed to visit, one of fire and one of ice. Dressrosa is also a combination of 2 islands, an island of love, which is basically just regular Dressrosa as we know it, and an island for the Tontatas. Originally, the Straw Hats were supposed to visit these islands separately, which might make some sense for some of you who had questions as to why the Tontatas were even in Dressrosa. Since releasing this information, Oda hasn't updated this list, so it's hard to say if more arcs should be on there. Whole Cake Island and Wano might be things that I would point to as being potential candidates due to how convoluted they are, but as you can see, Oda has a hard time letting go of things. In fact, Oda himself has admitted to his inability to do this, and he says he wants to get better at it. Oda is a prideful man like all authors, and he's someone who genuinely loves the world he's created, and he wants to show it off to as many people as possible. And that's one of the reasons why Oda runs into these issues. Oda is looking at the tree and not the forest. But what I'm saying here is not that combining ideas is bad. Blanket statements like that don't really exist because the proof is in the pudding. The process of combining ideas leads to the creation of more convoluted plot points and storytelling in order to create an environment for the combined ideas to live, right? And this combination can make things even longer than they would have been if they were just separate. Which makes sense. The more you have to think and create to make 2 things coexist, means that the attention and direction of the narrative needs to become larger in order to compensate. But the process of combining arcs can be a double-edged sword. Like all things in life, there are pros and cons to doing anything. The pros for this combining can be many. It can make arcs have more depth, have more meaningful moments in them, the themes can be more complex, the stakes and what the arc means to the story at large can also propel it to being one of the best arcs in the story. But if you mess up, the cons can be just as harmful. Instead of adding depth to an arc, it can be the case of subtraction by addition. You can make readers feel like it's a waste of time. You can lower the overall quality of your story if you mess up. The more important something is, the harder the fall is whenever you mess up. Dressrosa, Whole Cake Island, and Wano are prime examples of the differing effects that convoluting your story can have. The ability to say no to yourself is an incredible skill, and it happens to be Oda's #1 weakness. And because Oda doesn't want to abandon the things that he desires, he will oftentimes force them into the story, even if it comes at the cost of what's important. Oda's world is so large that he cannot express everything that he would normally want or need to. With the story centered around the Straw Hats, it's impossible to show all of the things that are hinted at, which is what led to the birth of creating things that would release information to the audience without having to address it in the story. Data books, SBSs, One Piece branded magazines, novels, and Viva cards. If you're a One Piece veteran, then you should be intimately familiar with these mediums. And like the combination of ideas, there is nothing inherently wrong with Oda having these as mediums to release information. Learning people's heights, their favorite foods, or places of birth are fine. Little details are fine. But when you learn more information from Viva cards and outside sources about important characters and concepts than what is in the story, then we got a problem. Exposing this type of information makes it seem, and basically confirms to the audience, that it doesn't matter, which negatively affects characters, writing, and what Oda is really going for with his world. You don't want things to seem like they don't matter. Let's go through some examples of things learned inside of Viva cards that matter more to the world of One Piece than they do in the fashion of being just extra pieces of information. Whitebeard and Roger. I touched on this a bit before, but we learned that they are in possession of supreme blades. And outside of the logical conclusion that the strongest characters should have the best loot, you would have never guessed that these people actually had supreme blades because, as we've gone over, it wasn't a focus at any point in time. Sengoku was revealed to be a Conqueror's Haki user, something we didn't know Marines were even able to have. And it's something Sengoku could have used at Marineford to turn the tides of the battle, but I guess he just chose not to. That creates a writing inconsistency. Sabo, every revolutionary commander, Marco, King, and the Flying Six. All of these bounties have been revealed outside of the story, for seemingly no other reason than to sell the Viva cards. Marco, King, and the Flying Six are people that matter, and are currently in the story of Wano. Despite Jack and Queen getting bounty reveals, these characters didn't seem to be a priority for Oda. When you tag this into how badly some of these characters are used in Wano, then it comes off as a bit insulting at a certain point. Even worse than that, though, is Sabo and the Revolutionaries bounties being revealed. The Revolutionaries, as we'll go over, are a group within the world building of One Piece that are woefully underwritten and underrepresented. Their best officers' bounties are a part of the reason why these people are supposed to be the #1 threat to the world government alongside Dragon. Yet not only do we not see their bounties, the revealed bounties that we do get outside the story are extraordinarily low, which doesn't do the commanders any justice since they come off as underwhelming in of themselves. Individual people in a single Yonko's crew have higher bounties than the people that the world government thinks are the #1 threat. I don't know how you make that make sense, but go ahead, I guess. Eustace Kid, all of the admirals, Onimaru, and even Kaido have their devil fruits revealed in an SPS. These are some of the most important characters in the story, outside of Onimaru. Oda even goes out of his way to hide the type of fruit Kaido has during a conversation with Big Mom, but then reveals the type that he has. What? The Ace novels show us more about Ben Beckman's relationship with Shanks than we get in the story. Oda adds more details about Mihawk's relationship with Shanks, and how Mihawk became the best in a Viva card. We also learn from the novels that Shanks seemingly got most of his reputation due to his fights with Mihawk. Oda reveals the entirety of Roger's crew, with all of them being drawn and named, which reveals that almost every single one of them is irrelevant, despite being on the most exclusive and notorious crew in history. Toko is revealed to be an adopted daughter of Yasu instead of his biological daughter. Yasu is also revealed to have not eaten a smile fruit. Despite the fact that Yasu and Toko were at one point characters that mattered in Wano, it's questionable as to why these facts weren't incorporated into their relevant plot lines, because if they had been, it would have helped fix many of the issues that both characters have. All members of CP9 are revealed to have Haki, and there is a discussion and confusion around them having Haki during the pre-time skip due to a translation concerning them strengthening it over time, which, if CP9 did have Haki during the pre-time skip, creates concerns surrounding the power levels of Enies Lobby, which already had concerns. X-Drake is revealed to have been raised like a father by Sengoku, in the same fashion that was done to Corazon. X-Drake is the first character we learn to have been in Sword, and gets horribly treated on Wano. Despite being a character in Law's flashback, his relationship with Sengoku seems to have been thrown by the wayside. All of the Flying Six are confirmed to have observation and armament Haki, with only 2 of them actually using these abilities during their fights in Wano. That's an inconsistency. It's revealed in a Vivre card that Kaido perceives Luffy as the only person since Oden's death worthy of going all out against, despite having run into Shanks, and having Shanks in his top 5, and fighting Big Mom. And of course, I've touched on it before, but we learn of Nami's dream progression through the SBS, and the list goes on and on. Some of the things that I listed are genuinely important because they are attached to big concepts in the story. Some seem like they are missed opportunities that don't make any sense as to why they didn't happen in the story, and some of them really don't matter. I included a bit of everything to make it clear that there are too many characters and not enough time to divulge in them. As of right now, there are close to or exceeding 1,200 named characters within the story. Every time you increase the number of characters in a story, you are increasing the length of that story. Because in order to show new characters, you need to spend time introducing them, right? Which means that part of the attention of the story that would normally go to other people is redirected, which, if you are like Oda, and most characters in the story that are introduced don't have much at all to do with any of the main characters, then you are taking away from time that could be used on the most important characters, because many of the characters that end up being added don't add a whole lot of value. And this is a circular issue. Oda spends a lot of time introducing new characters, which make fans become attached to said characters or become hyped for what those characters could be in the future, to ultimately end up doing nothing with those characters and having them be irrelevant. This creates false expectations and inevitably lets people down. The fan favorite characters get very little attention because Oda is spending so much time introducing all these new people with mixed results, which relates back to what I was talking about with people like Usopp and Robin and all of the Straw Hats that end up suffering excessively. Oda has sacrificed depth for width, and there are other sources for me to quote that help support this, and these other sources include interview snippets. Interviews, now, they're not always the most accurate depiction of what and when something is occurring, but there are several interviews from Oda and people around Oda that I think are a bit eye-opening. Let's take a look at some of them. According to the magazine, the editor said Oda spends much time on deciding how to cram his ideas into 17 pages. I just can't help but draw a lot. The weekly format is set at 19 pages, but from the creator perspective, I want to move the story along faster. I end up jamming as much as I can in there. There is also wanting to finish faster so I can relax. One Piece has more characters than before. Oda has to cram a lot of information into one chapter to move forward with the story. Oda says he would be able to draw really impressive fight scenes only if he could keep drawing the fight scene for 2 chapters in a row. He feels One Piece can only spend 1 chapter at most on a fight scene. There's a lot to unpack here, but let's start with the smallest things and work our way up. Let's start with art. It's actually pretty hard to convey this change without asking people to reread the story, but it's something that I think is rather noticeable once you do. Comparing the art of the pre-time skip to the post-time skip brings about almost a night and day difference. The interviews show that Oda feels an obligation to cram as much as he humanly can into panels, which can certainly be felt. Oda is decreasing the amount of tools he has as an artist because he thinks more equals better. Oda doesn't use spreads to the degree that he did in the past. He no longer uses minimalistic drawings as much either. There is no longer a greater emphasis on showing facial expressions or spending time showing the build-up and execution of a plotline. There are so many things going on at all times that Oda simply off-screens events, discussions, and fights in the attempt to push the narrative. One Piece is a fighting shonen, the type of series where almost everything is exclusively resolved through a fight. A story where the progression of character strength is paramount in telling the journey. The time skip was set in place in order to prepare Luffy and the crew for the New World because they weren't strong enough. We are talking about like the foundation for change, right? And yet Oda thinks that because there are so many characters in the story, he can't give it his all in fights because otherwise he wouldn't be able to finish. This is all the result of Oda's world being too big and him trying to compensate. And this is also taking into consideration the fact that Oda is aging and he's not getting any healthier. That's part of the issue as well. Oda's current philosophy is actively working against his own health. We know that Oda has been hospitalized before for overworking, but how many of you know that his eyesight is declining? And it's harder for him to focus on little details like drawing Panda Man consistently. Oda's doctors have told him that if he doesn't move and stay healthy regularly, he'll die. And a lot of this is the result of what the lifestyle of a mangaka entails. A lifestyle that has people spending most of their day hunched over a table staring at a piece of paper. That's not really helping Oda's health, is it? Oda's insistence on quantity over quality is not what's best for his health. And that isn't to say that Oda hasn't drawn things well, or that it's necessarily bad all the time. The issue I'm bringing up here is the philosophy and the results that are clearly driving Oda's hand. His ideology is flawed, and it makes it all the more clear how One Piece has changed. If One Piece was exactly the same in every category except art, then what I'm saying here wouldn't matter. It'd simply just be a change in art style that people find subjective. But the fact that I can point to Oda himself making arguments as to why he's drawing things differently paints this in an entirely new light that isn't just, oh yeah dude, Oda just mixing things up bruh. This goes beyond that. I saved the most concerning yet interesting quote for last. Do you have the feeling that the anime is your rival? Yes, I do, but it is also a strong ally in many situations. Compared to the original manga, the anime sheds light on points that had not been sufficiently addressed to show things in a clearer way. On the one hand, I tell myself that this is a good thing, but on the other hand, it also hurts my heart. But in the end, the anime that manages to do what I have failed to do is a great motivation to improve myself. Wow. Oda readily admits through this answer that the manga has not addressed things in a proper manner so as to depict what the story is trying to tell its readers. Meaning that Oda isn't even writing to his own standards. He is aware that the anime is trying to pick up on things that he's failed. Animes are naturally supposed to help the source material, but this goes beyond simply helping. It's trying to lift part of a load. This level of self-awareness from Oda is also troubling, because Oda seems to paint these things in a light where it is, and at the same time, isn't out of his hand to control, which makes me feel as though that the things I've been pointing to are all a part of a convoluted mess of issues that Oda himself can't seem to get to the bottom of. And I can't say for certain what exactly the source of this is, because I don't think there is simply one thing. Obviously, something has changed between the pre-time skip and the post. But a factor that I don't think is talked about a whole lot in how Oda seems to be pushing things along is his age, and how that plays a factor in his own mind. Because he knows that he has to finish One Piece before it's too late. Mortality is imminent. Oda has expressed probably a dozen times at this point between interviews and commentary about his desire to finish One Piece soon. Every year for the past several years, Oda releases a statement reaffirming the fact that the end is near. In 2019, Oda stated that he wanted to end One Piece in 5 years. In that same year, Oda's editor, Naito, said that he was skeptical of Oda ending One Piece, but they believed that if Oda said so, he could do it. In 2020, Oda said that One Piece had 4 to 5 years left. And then again in that same year, Oda reaffirmed that the series was going to end soon. And in 2021, as I was editing the script, one of Oda's newest editors, Iwasaki, came out and commented on this progress. And this is probably more than likely associated with Oda saying that the story was heading into its final stages during his comments on the 100th volume of One Piece. Iwasaki's comment was that they are approaching the end of the story faster than they had anticipated. Now, obviously, this doesn't mean that One Piece is going to end for sure in 4 years or less. Everyone tends to be a bit off in their initial estimates, and as an author, it's more than likely the case that you can't predict when you're going to run into creative streaks, which end up lengthening your series. The strict timeline of 4 to 5 isn't the biggest takeaway from what Oda is trying to communicate. The biggest takeaway is his intent. What is Oda trying to do? What does he want? He wants to finish the story as fast as humanly possible. And if you are a current reader of Wano during the progress of Onigashima right now, and you are looking at the leaps in power that are being made, this makes way too much sense. Oda once said that he wanted to finish One Piece before he turned 50, so that he could spend time and travel around the world in his relative youth before it was too late to do so. Oda's birthday is January 1st, and he'll be turning 47 in a couple months. If you go back and rewind time to 2019 when he first started talking about One Piece and how it was going to end in 5 years, he was 44. Now, it could be a coincidence that Oda started really hammering in the fact that he was ending One Piece on a timeline that has a direct correlation to him reaching 50 years old, but I don't think it is a coincidence. I think it's intentional. And I can't really blame him. Oda isn't a young buck anymore. To get to the level of success that Oda has reached in his life, you naturally have to make sacrifices. One of those sacrifices is family. Oda has not been able to see his family nearly as much as he would want to. Things have gotten to the point where Oda basically has to make special days just to see his daughters. They are not a regular and normal part of his life. I'm sure Oda would love nothing more than to spend his days basking in the sunshine on some, tropical island with his family, enjoying his fortune. It's a good motivation to have, but everything comes at a cost. And that cost is the world that Oda has put his blood, sweat, and tears into. I don't think Oda is intentionally sabotaging One Piece, because if that was the case, then we'd have something truly disturbing to talk about. But whatever it is that Oda wants, I don't think there's a good structure set in place around him to reach his desires. Geniuses are often blinded to their own flaws. They can be so wrapped up in their worlds that they often overlook the little things. And if there was anyone that could be classified as a genius, it's Oda. I think he's fucking brilliant. I think there are elements to being an author that you either have or you don't. Oda's creativity and sheer joy that he has for his craft isn't something you can learn. It's a gift. It's a mindset. And he's one of the most gifted people out there. But if you are living in a vacuum, getting feedback can be difficult. And I would say, given everything that I've been able to gather from the sparse information available, that there is something seriously wrong with the support system that Oda has around him, which means that I think there is some blame to be put on his editors and staff. It is an editor's job to point things out to authors that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to see. They serve as that outside perspective and backbone that helps keep the author's head above water. Obviously, the main culprit in all of this is still Oda. As the creator and lead in everything that happens within the story, he bears the brunt of responsibility, which is unfortunate because obviously you don't want to hear that, but as we've seen, Oda himself seems to have regrets at some of the things he's been unable to do. That's one thing, but to head back to the editors, I've been able to find things that maybe I can draw connections to, and I'd like to share them with you. In this interview with representatives from Shonen Jump, the following is said regarding Naito, a previous editor of Oda's. The editor is the very first reader, so it's important not to hold back and say things like, "It's interesting." The readers can be a tough crowd, so it's important to let the author know when what they've written isn't interesting. The editor currently in charge of One Piece is still relatively inexperienced, so apparently, if they don't give a thorough explanation of their judgments, Oda-sensei gets upset and says things like, "Did you even read it? I need to know what isn't good." An interview with Sugita, a previous editor, states, "Oda asked me not to pitch him too many ideas. The reason behind that is that if it's another person's idea, then Oda won't be as inclined to draw it, because it's his own story and he wants to draw his own ideas. But he also asks me to tell him everything honestly." And in a 2012 interview from a magazine, as for editorial inputs, Oda mostly uses his authors as first readers. He observes the reaction of his editors as a measure of how the readers would react. They testify that they don't contribute much to Oda's work, since neither of them have anywhere near the talent Oda has, and it's sometimes painful that they can only stand by and wait, unable to help. Ironic that this came out shortly after the post-time skip, huh? I think there's a bit of reading in between the lines that needs to be done here. On one hand, there have been numerous cases of Oda's editors being inexperienced or lackluster in their ability to help him, which has left Oda to seemingly, without more context, be more or less on his own. We have another case of Oda specifically trying to get more out of Naito because he wasn't getting the feedback that he was looking for. This gives the impressions that the editors are simply greenlighting everything that comes through the front door, and they don't have much to say at all, and what use are they, basically?
I made all the right moves, didn't I?
Oh, yes, sir. Every move a right one.
I see it all now. You're just a bunch of yes men. I was making the wrong moves, and you were too gutless to tell me. Isn't that right?
Yes. Oh, yes, sir. Right on, sir.
But on the other hand, it seems like the editors themselves are limited in what they're able to say to Oda because he doesn't want them to pitch him too many ideas. Which I suppose is something that could work, but I can't help but question the work environment at this rate. Any person with a basic, and I don't mean to sound rude here, it's just simply the truth. Anyone with a basic comprehension of storytelling would be able to point out some of the flaws in Oda's writing and bring it up to him so he can correct it. So the issues are either 1, not being brought up because people don't see them, or they do see them and refuse to comment on them for some reason. 2, they are being brought up and nothing is being done about them. Or 3, they are being brought up and what's being done about them is not fixing the issue. One of these statements has to be true, and I don't know which one it is. Because if everything worked as it was supposed to, many of the issues that I talk about just wouldn't exist. Oda combining arcs, not drawing to what his fullest ideas are. The Viver cards, SBSs, the anime, the off-screens, the rush plotlines, his editors, what his priorities are, all of it. Can we sit back and say that this is all operating in normalcy? This is a good environment? This is fine? Is this what Oda wants? I hope not, because it's not good if that's the case. But what's done is done. Oda cannot undo the past, but he can change the future. I'm sure, having come this far, that there is probably a question forming at the back of your minds when it comes to correlating the issues that I've been bringing up. And that question is, why is there more blame put on the post-time skip than the pre-time skip? It's not as if some of these issues didn't exist in the pre-time skip, such as some of the foundational buildings for character dreams that I brought with Zoro, Nami, and Sanji, the latter of the 3 which have literally nothing to work with. Now obviously, it's not a good thing for any author to ignore these things. But the pre-time skip has the luxury of being the first half of the story. It has the benefit of having time on its side. Issues and problems that arise in the first half which you couldn't correct for don't necessarily have to be disaster level if they are addressed in depth later. The standards that you have at the beginning of a story aren't necessarily the same as what you have at the end. A story takes time to get going, and authors need that time in order to figure out exactly what they want to do and how they want to do it. A certain amount of patience is needed from the readers in this regard. You've heard me beat it over your heads by this point, but one of the fail-safes was the fact that the second half of One Piece was supposed to be around the character dreams, and Straw Hats fulfilling them. Which means that there is more meaning and importance in the second half on that front than in the first. But if you don't address any of it until it's too late, well yeah, I mean that's how we end up with the current story. The longer you take to give payoff, and the more mistakes you make along the way, increases the amount of negative effect it has on the story overall. The more important something is, the more it hurts when it isn't done well. As a good example of that, look at the TV adaptation for Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones was one of the biggest TV shows to ever exist. It had a global impact on the world. Oda's even watched Game of Thrones and he was a big fan of it. People tuned in for years and talked excessively about it. It was a certified pop culture phenomenon. But what happened after seasons 7 and 8? The seasons which ended the series. Game of Thrones fell off the face of the planet. It went from being a pop culture phenomenon to being almost forgotten entirely. The only time people seemed to talk about it afterwards was either in reference to how bad its ending was, to slander its directors, or to place hope in Georgie's next book. The butchering of the story and the awful writing basically destroyed what the series had been building up to for years. That's the kind of importance we're talking about when we relate to how things matter the deeper you get into your story. There is an insane amount of pressure on creators to do this in a satisfactory manner. It might be the greatest pressure that exists in the artistic field, and I think we're seeing the results of what that pressure can be like with One Piece. Instead of things feeling like they are happening organically in the story nowadays, it feels like they need to happen in order for the story to progress. And if the above quotes and examples are any indication, that's the exact mindset that seems to be pushing Oda. And that's why when I'm pointing towards the failings of the post-time skip, I want to emphasize how much it actually matters. But that about covers everything as far as the basics go. We have talked about the character writing, we've talked about the world building, and we've talked about Oda. I've pointed out things that I think are issues with the story and what its failings are. I've talked about how I think these things are broken from top to bottom. Now it's time to prove it to you. I'll try to show you how the post-time skip is not what many people think it is from a writing standpoint. So come along and join me as we dive into the first 3 arcs of the story. In spite of the long-winded speech that I gave, the post-time skip actually starts off pretty good. I know that's a bit, how would you say, anticlimactic, but that's exactly what you would expect from an arc that only has 5 chapters. It's pretty hard to mess up, especially because there's no larger plot to it. There's no bigger stakes. The main function of the return to Sabaody is for vibes, a good time, and to reintroduce the main cast. And with there being a 2-year gap in the last time that the Straw Hats saw each other, Oda was presented with an opportunity that many authors love, which is changing character designs. The process of changing character designs allows you to create a separation between timelines in a story and give the impression that things have changed, that people are maturing alongside with the characters. It also allows you to naturally develop your characters to make them stand out more and to give the audience something to appreciate when they go back to look at the past. Compared to everything else that is presented within the Return to Sabaody, the change in character designs is probably the most contentious topic that you'd find discussion on. Character designs are clearly, for the most part, a preference and aesthetic appeal, although I do think that there are positives and negatives that you could definitively point out which has been to the benefit and detriment of many series outside of One Piece. Personally, I prefer most of the pre-time skip designs of the Straw Hats, with the exception of Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp. I think the choice of having Luffy brandish the scar that he received from Akainu out in the open for everyone to see is a great visual reminder for the audience and the Straw Hats themselves, if they were to ever care, about how things changed and why they had the time off that they did. Plus, as we all know, scars are cool. Zoro also looks more the part of a veteran swordsman, and Usopp, as we already discussed, has a severe physical change which makes you think differently of him at first. If I wanted to be specific about new designs that I didn't vibe with, then I'd say that Nami, Chopper, and Franky are at the top of that list. Franky, well, I can't say I was ever the biggest Franky fan, but I think he definitely looked cooler and a bit more serious with his pre-time skip design. Oda went heavy with the cyborg enhancements, which resulted in Franky looking like an enormous hulking action figure, which is fine, but I think most people would probably consider it a downgrade. At the end of the day though, designs are designs. They don't inherently change how good the writing of something is. This isn't said to underplay the importance of character designs though, because it's one of the most important aspects of a visual medium like One Piece. A series lives and dies based on how attractive or unattractive their characters are. Have you ever seen pictures of a series and decided without even knowing anything about the story that you don't want to check it out because some of the characters just look lame? Or perhaps you've had the opposite happen. Maybe you are looking around and you see the promotion of a female character who is 100% waifu material. That is a psychological reaction that creates a bias. And you can see this replicated in the real world. There is an absolutely insane bias towards beautiful people and against ugly people. Beautiful people can get away with a lot more in society just because they look cute. That's a fact. So character design is important, and there's more to it than just that. Character design is a good way to represent certain aspects of what your character and your story entails. But when it comes to One Piece, I do think there is a case to be made, due to what happens later in the post-time skip, that some of the redesigns show issues with how Oda perceives some of his characters, specifically Chopper and Nami. Nami's new design is over-sexualized for fan service to a fault, and doesn't come off in a good way just because of a fashion excuse given in Punk Hazard. Appearances don't mean that you should automatically judge a character, but they certainly help form your impression of them. As I said in Nami's Dream, she comes off as more of a sex symbol in the post-time skip. Chopper seems to have turned into a parody of himself, while also looking quite a few years younger, I might add. He has lost the balance he once had between being a reindeer that could walk and talk, to more of like a cute product placement for little kids. And once again, this wouldn't be something to note if there weren't blatant issues with these characters and their actual writing. If there weren't issues, then this would simply be seen as a change in preference for Oda, for the better or worse. Outside of these character designs, the only real issues that I could even attempt to point out with Sabaody have less to do with the Straw Hats, and more to do with how Rayleigh is still on Sabaody without being hunted by officials from the world government. Since, as we all know, his residence was confirmed to be there back in the original Sabaody. And a pirate-hating fleet admiral might be more inclined than Sengoku to capture one of the most famous people to have ever lived. That still has an active bounty. But this is an incredibly minor criticism because I don't think the answer to this question is something that greatly affects the story in any way here. Rayleigh serves a negligible role in this 5-chapter arc, and the positives with Rayleigh far outweigh the consequences of what this question's answer may be. One of the best scenes of the arc is Rayleigh seeing Luffy go off on his new adventure, remembering his time with Roger, and then succumbing to tears in his pride at Luffy, which makes him be determined to live more in order to see the future. Outside of this, we get some welcomed interaction between the Straw Hats. We see Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji overcome the Pacifista, which had previously given them trouble. We get the fake Straw Hat Pirates and an abundance of jokes. Luffy uses Conqueror's Haki willingly, and we see Luffy's fame from the Summer War. Oda saves Luffy meeting up with half of the crew until the end, which results in the excitement and joy when he calls out to them. Everything ends off with a good speech from Luffy to the Straw Hats. This is exactly what the Doctor ordered. Short and sweet. It's a wholesome and successful way to set sail and begin the descent to the depths of the sea. Target destination: Fishman Island. The first complete arc of the post-time skip. An arc that has a reputation, even within the casual fanbase, for being known as one of the weaker arcs in the story. The expedition down into the murky waters offshore the Sabaody archipelago feels like old school One Piece, and is very reminiscent of the Straw Hats' ascent to Skypiea, as well as their initial entry into the Grand Line. There are a few details that also parallel this. Skypiea was 10k meters in the air, whereas Fishman Island is 10k meters underwater. We have the Straw Hats getting in trouble and having to navigate the odd environment that is the One Piece world. Oda includes some fun time with the currents, and once again, the Straw Hats meet a giant animal that they end up befriending, similar to Laboon. During the beginning part of the descent, it is a silent voyage, with the Straw Hats gazing in awe of the environment and just goofing around. Similar to Sabaody, the dive down to Fishman Island is mostly devoid of errors when you are reading it for the first time. Until the Straw Hats reach the island itself, Oda is mostly exploring and just vibing. And as a result, so are we the audience. But that's not the only thing he does. Oda uses this silent voyage as an opportunity for a little bit of discussion and incorporates Franky as the vehicle to approach the Kuma reveal. It is learned that Duval, and mainly Kuma, are responsible for protecting the Sunny over the time skip. Franky goes on to say that he asked Rayleigh about the confrontation he had with Kuma after getting back to the Sunny. really informed Frankie that Kuma revealed himself to be a leading member of the Revolutionary Army who wished to help the Straw Hats escape 2 years ago. Storytime comes to an end when the Straw Hats learn that Kuma agreed to have his mind erased by Vegapunk shortly after he saved the Straw Hats. There is the foreboding message that if they were to ever encounter Kuma again, he would be an enemy. Zoro mentions how screwed up that situation is for Kuma and questions why he would go so far just for the Straw Hats. Usopp makes the connection that since he is in the Revolutionaries, that the only reason that would have happened is because of Luffy's real dad, Dragon. This is a great reveal for the audience. Let's examine this scene and place it into context with what the rest of the post-time skip has to offer, because for as much as current events can affect later ones, information in the future can affect the quality of the past as well, and I think that might be the case here. This recollection from Frankie recontextualizes all of the Straw Hats' past experiences. Them meeting Kuma back on Thriller Bark, Zoro's own experiences sacrificing himself for Luffy, and most importantly, the reason the Straw Hats are still alive and weren't captured by Kizaru on that fateful day. Kuma literally sacrificed his life for their sake. Among other things, this revelation gives Luffy a whole new set of things that he could think about. The dad that he knows nothing about has made numerous efforts in order to help him out on his journey. Garp told him in Water 7 that Dragon freed him from Smoker and saw him off at Logtown, likely hinting at the fact that Dragon was keeping an eye on his progress. Luffy also knows that Ivankov has connections to Dragon, and Luffy likes Ivankov. Akainu does as well if Luffy was paying attention and reading into his dialogue, but maybe he doesn't catch that, which is fine. And now we have this Kuma business. All of these events hint at the idea that despite his absence from Luffy's life, there is a reason to this, and Dragon still cares in some way, shape, and form about Luffy. So there's a mystery behind why this is the case. It's very, very interesting stuff. However, Luffy has virtually no response to Kuma's story and couldn't care less. In my opinion, this is an aspect of Luffy's character that is a pro and a con. Normally, Luffy isn't interested in talking about anything at any point in time outside of casual conversation, which is why it's often the case that in a talk with Luffy, the other person he's talking to is normally required to hard carry the conversation to make up for Luffy's lack of personality when it comes to this and lack of care. This plays into Luffy's childlike mentality though, so it's either going to be something that you like or dislike because it's done very intentionally from Oda. He's commented on this numerous times, and it's one of the reasons why Luffy doesn't have internal dialogue like most characters do. As far as the story goes, however, Luffy's reaction to this Kuma news is in character, and it's consistent with what the rest of the story has been like from the beginning, so there's no writing issue here. Curiously though, Robin was listening the entire time and seems to be holding information back, which does bring up a different conversation related to this topic. As we know, Robin spent the time skip with the Revolutionaries, and she obviously knows more than the Straw Hats, and perhaps even the audience does, concerning Kuma. Dragon was interested in meeting her, so it's almost assured that Robin has met, interacted with, and knows Dragon to some degree, especially considering her positive relationship with Sabo and Koala. In the heat of the moment, you might assume that Robin's silence here would be the beginning of a future plot point or foreshadowing to some kind of event. Luffy's disinterest in Dragon could have been something that relates to what Robin has experienced with Dragon and is looking out for. The readers are heading into the time skip with the expectation that what and where the Straw Hats were will have a relevant impact on what they do in this new environment. In retrospect, I think this can be assessed and determined to be a missed opportunity as it relates to Robin and most characters, if we're being honest. When you head into Dressrosa and come to realize that Sabo is alive, knows Robin, and has interacted with her before, it's questionable as to why Oda even had Robin join the Revolutionaries to begin with, because it has next to no effect on the story in the progression of its events, its characters, and especially in relation to Luffy. I'm not sure why this is the case. As an idea, it was rather brilliant for Oda to separate the Straw Hats the way that he did, because for a story that paints its main characters to be as close as they are, tearing them apart from one another is a fantastic plot device to use in order to make them even closer than they were before. I wonder how the Straw Hats would interact if they were to actually have discussions about the things they've done or seen. Which brings us to the next topic. Shortly after this Kuma reveal, the Straw Hats deal with Caribou's sneak attack on their ship, and there's some conversation about the currents of the ocean, which includes some foreshadowing for Vanderdecken. But the unbelievable happens. Luffy and Zoro are standing next to each other on the Sunny when Luffy, of all people, asks Zoro, "So Zoro, where did the bear guy send you?" And Zoro replies with, "Oh, you're not gonna believe this." Luffy instigated a character interaction with his right-hand man, and it's a conversation of immense interest and potential. As a fan, this is everything you could ever want. How would Zoro convey what happened to Luffy? Obviously, he would avoid the sacrifice of his pride, but the sheer fact that Oda showed the idea of the crew interacting and being interested in what happened during the 2 years is amazing. So what's the result of this? What's the answer to the question? Just when Zoro is about to speak to Luffy, the entire scene is taken over by a gag of the Straw Hats not understanding sea currents, leaving the conversation to have been off-screen or interrupted. It's not really clear what happened. This is a moment that I look back on and regret, because if you know the future of the post-time skip, then you realize that this wasn't a one-off moment that Oda used to cock-tease the audience on something. There was no plan in the future to dive into anything into any detail whatsoever. This was just a gag for the sake of a gag that sacrificed a great character interaction. This is something that I would say is a concerning and pervasive issue. The Straw Hats are a group of friends that are meant to be as close to a family as you can get without being blood related. They are a unit, a package, nakama. To fans, it feels like they've been together forever and always will be. And if that's the case, then I think there's an inherent issue with the lack of character interaction between them after 3D2Y. It doesn't make sense for quote-unquote friends to not ask or care about what they've done or been involved with, or for Oda to not show that, especially after being separated by Kuma in the way that they were, and especially after having Luffy seemingly be interested in the prospect. Now, I know I don't need to remind you, but I will anyway, but the crew has spent more time away from each other than they have with each other. But in the pre-time skip, character interactions were something that were much more frequent, serious and casual alike. The pre-time skip revolved around the character arcs of the people joining the crew. But during the post-time skip, meaningful character interactions don't really seem to be something that Oda cares about or focuses on beyond anything that's surface level. Oda seems to favor supplementing character interactions with gags so that he can show the same joke a million times over. Gags aren't a bad thing either, so I don't want to make it seem like the incorporation or the attempt at humor is what I'm pointing at. Gags can help bring characters to life. However, when there is an overwhelming disparity between gags and real conversation or plot lines, it creates a narrative dissonance. In situations where you think characters will care about something because the story has set it up that way, you will instead get nothing. The main characters feel like they are sitting in the background while the story is simply happening in front of them, and that is a horrible feeling to give the audience. And many times, that's what it feels like with the Straw Hats. And like I've said before, this is the most important part of the story from a structural standpoint, and for the characters to be less engaged during this section is a complete contradiction. And it's for these reasons why the off-screening of this potential interaction between Zoro and Luffy is extremely bittersweet, because it's indicative of the future. I think Oda should take some time to think about what his priorities are in scenes like this in the long run of the series. What is better, Luffy and Zoro talking to each other, or a sea gag? Let's continue. The rest of the journey down to Fishman Island goes rather smoothly and is composed of an abundance of gags, and a small display of power from the crew. We see Luffy use hardening for the first time, we see Sanji use skywalk underwater, Robin protects the ship alongside Chopper, everyone meets Surme and Waratsume, and the presence of Vanderdecken is confirmed. Vanderdecken is actually introduced in an intriguing manner. Oda gives his vessel a ghost ship design and even uses the legendary seafaring name of the Flying Dutchman, which gives off the idea that it could lead to something interesting. Fishman Island really begins shortly after this though, when the Straw Hats get visual confirmation of the place they're going to and are confronted by Hammond and the new Fishman Pirates. Hammond gives a little speech and tells the Straw Hats that their only choices are to either join Hody or to die. During this little speech, it is revealed that Hammond has the same tattoo that Arlong did, which makes Nami uncomfortable, reasonably so. The Straw Hats use their last bit of air in a coup de burst, entering Fishman Island in a dangerous manner, and thus become separated from each other by the strong currents. Generally speaking, the reason why authors split groups of people up is so that they can incorporate those characters into plot lines that otherwise wouldn't be possible had they been stuck together, or to give alone time so that X, Y, or Z can happen. When the Straw Hats are separated upon entering Fishman Island, they are isolated into the following groups. Group 1, Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper. Group 2, Brook. Group 3, Zoro. And Group 4, Nami, Frankie, and Robin. I am going to go through in chronological order the sequence of events that occurs post-separation, but as I do, I want you to keep the following in mind. What is the end result of this separation? What does it accomplish? Alright? Alright. After the separation, Luffy wakes up in Kami's apartment with Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper after being rescued by the mermaids who are nearby. There is a sequence of what I find to be solid, normal talk between Kami and the Straw Hats. We learn a bit about the economics and apartment setup in which Kami is living in, as well as the mention of Papagu. The Straw Hats are treated to the scenery of the island as they take a turtle taxi and view Fishman Island's unique beauty. Eventually, they make their way to the Mermaid Cove, where Oda delivers more gags about Sanji loving women and how the Mermaid Cove is his all blue. In the character dream portion, I talked about the lack of character agency when it comes to Sanji and the all blue. And if you are a person that is invested in Sanji, when he proclaims to have found his all blue, you might look back at this scene a bit sideways, because while this is a joke that isn't supposed to be serious, you could make the same statement towards Sanji's actual dream. It's a joke and isn't serious. If there was any place to start Sanji's journey for the all blue in the post-time skip, then Fishman Island would have been the perfect place. Sanji is surrounded by a culture of people who have been around for hundreds of years, who are sea people that live in the sea. I don't know, man. Maybe they might be a good source of information. Maybe Sanji could see things here that indicate its existence, like how Zeph said. There was a lot of potential to incorporate a subplot here. As a matter of fact, when Sanji makes his joke about the all blue here at the Cove, that joke could have been used to propel a side plot. Example: Sanji screams about this being his all blue, a mermaid, or a new character in the Cove, or perhaps just someone nearby. Here Sanji says this, and Oda can go in a different direction. It confuses me as to how Oda didn't even think to include Sanji in anything meaningful in this arc. I would definitely consider this a missed opportunity. There are people who are frustrated with Sanji's nosebleed gag, and not without reason. It starts in Sabaody and persists until he sees Shirahoshi. So it's not as if it's an isolated incident that only happens once. But the real source of irritation likely comes from the fact that Sanji almost dies from his nosebleeds. It turns from a gag to a serious consequence. Sanji almost dying within the story at the first island, which, if you are reading Fishman Island, it is impossible to care about Sanji literally almost dying because of the manner in which this has happened. When you combine this with the fact that there is no real substance with Sanji in the entire arc, it's understandable why people become frustrated. Those silly situations are only as entertaining as what you get out of them, right? Almost killing Sanji to introduce the blood transfer plotline, which ends up being solved by the Okamas, which is yet another trolling of Sanji, isn't the best way to get people to like what happened, which brings us back to the story at hand. After Sanji faints from bone loss, Luffy engages Hamon and Hyozo in a short bout, and Kami steals the royal eel, thus making an escape from the scene, leaving the princess baffled and regretting that they couldn't give Luffy Jinbei's message. The Straw Hats find some reprieve in Madame Charlie's shop, and Chopper deduces that Luffy was poisoned. This is when Usopp and Chopper find out that Luffy developed an immunity towards poison due to Magellan. I'm sure this will be relevant in the future. It might be worth pointing out that this could have also been seen as an opportunity from Oda when it comes to incorporating the events of Marineford into more serious interactions and subplots within the Straw Hats. When Luffy candidly mentions that he almost died from being poisoned by Magellan, it could have reminded the Straw Hats of what Luffy had to go through while they were gone, and not there to be a supporting cast, especially for someone like Chopper. Something that could have been made all the more apparent by the end of this arc when Luffy seems to suffer PTSD from Akainu and grabbing his scar. If any of the Straw Hats were paying attention to Luffy, which there's no reason that they shouldn't be because they were all right there, that was another opportunity that presented itself as a means of getting the crew to interact with each other. When you see your captain having PTSD, I don't know, maybe you care, maybe not, who knows. Snap back to reality, we have Madame Charlie. a well-designed shark mermaid with an interesting ability to see into the future, an ability which causes drama as she catches a vision of Luffy destroying Fishman Island. Luffy and the gang continue to explore as they meet Papagu and Brook, leading them to join up with Nami, who is shopping. Following this, Neptune makes a surprise appearance and invites the Straw Hats to come dine with him at Ryugu Palace. Leading up to this point in time, which has only been a handful of chapters mind you, Hody has been introduced and subsequently hyped up 3 times. Once at the beginning with Hammond, once again when Hammond reports that they found the Straw Hats and Hody orders them to be brought to him, and then once again at the end of 611. Oda hypes up Hody's strength by having him take drugs and deal with Crab Hand Gyro. Impressive. In the chapter following this, we learn a few things. Caribou has escaped and begins capturing mermaids, and while flying towards Ryugu Palace, Neptune reveals that Zoro is already at the castle and is drinking. Luffy asks Nami where everyone else went because Nami was paired up with Frankie and Robin, and Nami reveals the following. Frankie said that he was going to look for a relative of Tom's. Then Robin was talking about some important history, so we split up. I'm not sure I follow this logic, though, because since everyone got split up after being threatened before entering the island, maybe you'd think they tried to get back together, especially because there's nothing else that is actually pressing them in terms of plot development, but whatever. A more natural way of splitting these characters up probably would have been to show a sequence with these characters being confronted by other things. This does come off as a bit forced. Nami and Usopp talk to Neptune about sunlight underneath the water, which is actually a pretty good conversation. Usopp writes down on a note to remind himself to talk to Frankie about the Eve Tree because it reminds him of the Adam Tree. I'm sure this will be important later on, and Usopp would definitely talk to Frankie about this on screen. The Straw Hats arrive at the palace, and then, as we know, Luffy runs off chasing the scent of food and finds Shirahoshi. Outside of the Fisher Tiger flashback and the epilogue of the arc, including the blood transfusion with Jinbei, this is what I would say is the next best section. Shirahoshi engages in a nice discussion with Luffy, and I find her to be an endearing character when paired with Luffy. Shirahoshi embodies the archetype of the childlike princess trapped in the castle, knowing little of the outside world, while desperately wanting to see more. What Shirahoshi really wants is freedom, and conceptually it's great to balance that with someone like Luffy, who is supposed to value freedom above all else. Luffy is a strange and confusing being to her, and is completely foreign. But despite Luffy's rudeness, it's something that Shirahoshi secretly yearns for, because she doesn't get to talk to basically anybody, which is why whenever the guards come in, she doesn't inform the guards of Luffy being there and wants to keep talking to him. When Shirahoshi starts asking Luffy if he's ever seen the sun or trees, I think that's when everything comes together and you fully see how Luffy and Shirahoshi make for a good conversation and theory. Shirahoshi's lack of freedom prompts Luffy into wanting to give her what she wants. During this discussion, we get a transition over to Vanderdecken for the first time, where he proclaims his love for Shirahoshi and then throws an axe. Try to keep Vanderdecken's motives in mind, because they get very, very confusing as the arc progresses. The axe is stopped by Luffy, and Luffy manages to convince Shirahoshi to go on a walk with him after promising to protect her. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats get blamed for all the hubbub going on in town with Caribou, and Neptune is about to take action when Zoro comes out of nowhere to stop him, revealing that he freed himself from prison because he heard fighting. The scene transitions to show that Vanderdecken and Hody Jones have now teamed up, and Oda once again hypes up their goal of destroying the Royals. Oh boy.
Hey!
At the same time this is happening, Nami is talking to the group, and the Minister of the Left mocks the fact that Nami has no understanding of how the log poses and magnetic forces work in the New World. I do not know why Oda incorporated this in the manner that he did. Nami studied weather for 2 years in Witharia, but doesn't even know the basic seafaring knowledge, like level 1 stuff for the New World, but she understood how the underwater currents work. It's kind of odd. Maybe Nami was reading the wrong books, I don't know. Similarly to Sanji, it's not the fact that something like this happened which has caused me to point out because characters learning can be good. It's the lack of future things that make this seem weird by comparison, because navigation and its utility in the story is something that is heavily questionable post-Fishman Island and will be a topic of discussion at the end of the arc. Oda obviously intended for this to be a moment of learning, but it's kind of weird coming right out of the time skip. When you go back to the pre-time skip as the Straw Hats were originally entering the Grand Line, they were completely ignorant of what was in store for them. They had no idea. They just thought they were going on an adventure. All they had was a map and that was it, which is why the talk with Crocus was important. Contrast this with 2 years of studying only to fail at the most basic knowledge. It's a bit jarring. I could understand it if there was some super advanced stuff, but the Minister of the Left is literally making fun of Nami for basic stuff. Questionable. In chapter 616, Franky meets the younger brother of Tom, and his name is Den. Franky and Den have a conversation where Den informs Franky that fishmen, by their very nature, look extremely different from one another. He goes on to say that humans have a limited way of judging people by their appearance. This is an interesting point and a nice lesson because it opens the door a bit more for how the fishmen see the world and how history has impacted them. The oddity with this entire subplot is that it doesn't really do much at all and doesn't make use of Den's lineage. Not a whole lot is done with Den's character or his relation to Tom. It's only used as commentary for how fishmen look different. This side plot is useful in the sense that it recoats the Sunny, but by the end of the arc, the Straw Hats are heroes and they're partying. So recoding the ship isn't a priority and could have easily been done off-screen and explained. The placement of this coding as a justification is a bit negligible. Den, being Tom's brother, accomplishes next to nothing. His speech to Franky is more for the audience. Franky's newly gained perspective on the look of fishmen doesn't do much, which, once again, I think there was greater potential for Oda to incorporate this in a more meaningful manner, especially because of Franky's, his history with Tom, but also because Franky is a cyborg. He's not fully human, he's part human, part machine. Have a seat, get comfy, let's talk. At this point in time at Fishman Island, all of the Straw Hats have had their separations come full circle, and if you remember, I asked you to keep the following in mind as I went over the events in chronological order. What was the end result of the separation, and what did it accomplish? Let's review what the results were. Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, and Sanji wake up and ride around with Kami. Sanji has a nosebleed, Luffy encounters Hammond, and Sanji gets a blood transfusion from the Okamas. Brook is separated, wakes up, and presumably goes straight to the Mermaid Bar, hangs out with Papaku, and then joins back up with the main group. Nami separates from Robin and Franky off-screen right after being separated from the crew, and her first action and train of thought is to go shopping, even though at the entrance of the island, she was the person getting uncomfortable because of the Arlong tattoo. Alright? I guess that Gucci bag just took precedent. Luffy's group finds her and she rejoins. Zoro is separated, wakes up, I'm presuming started walking around, got invited by the guards to the Royal Palace, started drinking, and then was imprisoned once the Straw Hats got bad rep. The new group of Luffy, Usopp, Brook, and Nami head to the palace. Luffy gets separated, Zoro joins the group after escaping prison. Franky is separated, walks to the ship graveyard, meets Den, who recoats the ship, and waits there until people come to him in the Sea Forest. Chopper and Sanji stay back, fight some fodder, and wait until Luffy comes riding by Shirahoshi later on, which ends up curing Sanji's gag. Robin is separated and goes to search for a poneglyph that she suspects is on the island. As I mentioned before, the reason why authors split groups of people up is so that they can incorporate those characters into plot lines that otherwise wouldn't be possible or to create character interactions. By and large, the events that we got from this separation achieved neither of those things, and the things that we did get were of questionable value and importance. Now, it's not uncommon for stories in general to waste opportunities like this because separations can sometimes be only important to one or two characters and not the whole group. But here in Fishman Island, we can say that it did more to lengthen the arc than to accomplish anything for any of the characters. If Oda continues to walk down this road of doing nothing with his subplots, it will be an issue. And this is exactly what I'm going to point out as we continue to go further into the time skip, and that's what I have to say about that right now. The next step is for Hody to invade Ryugu Palace, where he comes face to face with the Straw Hats. Hody makes a point of saying that the Straw Hats are his sworn enemies, which, again, at this point, Nami notices that he has an Arlong pirate tattoo. Hody gives a speech proclaiming that Arlong was his hero, something that seems to shock and greatly disturb Nami. You'll notice that this has happened a few times in the arc already with Nami, and the reason I'm going to keep hammering it home is because of what the end result of this detail is. So just keep in mind that the arc is purposely building up a tension with Nami, the Fishman, and Arlong's influence based on her facial reactions, even if it's at odds with her initial movement after landing on the island in her quest for a bag. Additionally, Oda is building up Hody's desire for strength and how he supposedly hates the Straw Hats. Hody Jones begins to flood the castle and has a run-in with Zoro. Oda incorporates more Vanderdecken memes with his obsession with Shirahoshi and confronts her on a piece of flying coral, which Luffy is able to sense from a mile away. Wow, his new observation hockey is pretty good, huh? Vanderdecken goes on and on about his love for Shirahoshi. It's a fairly long, boring speech, and it just results in a gag answer from Shirahoshi saying he's not her type. We'll touch on that more later. Vanderdecken is then momentarily defeated by Luffy. Nami escapes with Kami from the palace with the intention of wanting to meet Jinbei because she has an idea as to why he told Luffy to not fight Hody and wants to piece things together for herself. Once again, this is building up Nami's involvement in the arc. She's the one taking action, she's the one noticing things. Zoro handedly defeats Hody while underwater, but ultimately gets captured with Brook and Usopp. The rest of the Straw Hats converge in the Sea Forest and meet Jinbei, at which point, Jinbei reveals that he was the person who freed Arlong, causing all of the events which lead to Kokiashi Village's state that we found at the beginning of the story. Spicy. And thus marks the beginning of the first flashback of the post-time skip. Fisher Tiger and Otohime are standout characters with compelling interactions, and this flashback is easily the best part of the arc and the thing that people come back for time and time again. Fisher Tiger's quiet but passionate charisma is shown through his own struggles of fighting the hatred for humans that he bottles deep within himself, something that becomes beautifully incorporated with Koala's subplot, a subplot which shows the fishmen that humans can suffer just as much as them, tying in together with Otohime's own plight about how the society of fishmen need to advance and give humans a chance to understand them. It's executed very well because it focuses on these two parties and how they affect one another. One Piece is the type of series where normally every time Oda has nameless fodder talk, it actively takes away from most scenes he's trying to incorporate them into, but that is not the case with this flashback. They only serve to make it better. Otohime's efforts in talking to the citizens, chasing them down, and ultimately being hurt when the parents send their children to take the ballots away, create sympathy with the readers while being an entertaining and realistic drama. And it's a great addition to have Otohime break down after this sequence of events. She wants to hide her pain and suffering and cry alone in frustration because she doesn't want to do it in front of her children, a theme that is often relayed in the arc. Don't do it in front of the children. And it makes it even better because her children are her source of relief after long days, like most parents. Otohime's drunken speech connects her character to the populace and gives more depth to her dreams. The makings of a solid story with emotional weight are all present. Maybe Oda could have spared a few of the transitional scenes to make it flow better, but at the end of the day it worked fabulously. The narrative was a simple one to tell. There are less subplots to tackle, which make for easier and smarter storytelling. There are some nice twists, such as the arrival of the Celestial Dragon and the incorporation of Shirahoshi's abilities as Poseidon. And Oda ties in past characters like Arlong and shows a bit more of things that Kizaru did in the past before he became an admiral. These things are enjoyable to see as a fan. The only big criticisms that I have when it comes to the Fisher Tiger flashback have nothing to do with Fisher Tiger or Otohime, but with the characters that are currently present within Fishman Island. And geez, mom. Vanderdecken, upon reconsideration, might be one of the worst villains in the story. When I was going back over Fishman Island, I was trying to rationalize in my head why Oda even created this character, and the only answer I could come to was not a good one. In chapter 625, near the end of the flashback, Shirahoshi saves Otohime when she is about to be held hostage by the Celestial Dragons, calling the Sea Kings, which promptly scare everyone around her. Upon seeing this, Vanderdecken states the following: "There is a legend. The legend tells that long ago an incredible power lay hidden below the waves. A mermaid princess with the ability to command even the Sea Kings. It was in pursuit of this legend that the very first Vanderdecken set sail for the depths. My ancestor, I finally found it, the treasure that you sought. It is only my clan who know the full truth of this legend. I know it.
This short section, when isolated from the rest of the story, has potential. The Vanderdecken lineage sailed to the bottom of the sea long ago in search of Poseidon, an ancient weapon, but were unable to locate it. Since that point in time, the Vanderdecken clan has been searching for it. It is established that the current Vanderdecken's goal is to fulfill the desires of his ancestors and that very few people are aware of what Poseidon is. Sounds good, right? Well, hold on, let me continue. Here is more of Vanderdecken's quotes. First, I must make the princess my bride, but Shirahoshi is still a kid. That's a problem. Tamate Bako, and it can cause anybody to age? Could it say, turn a teensy little brat into a fully grown, sexy lady? This is it. Problem solved. With that box, I can marry Princess Shirahoshi. Once I'm Shirahoshi's husband, it will finally be mine. The dream that my clan has sought after for generations. Treasure. This is confusing, inappropriate, and lame, to say the least. The Vanderdeckens first sailed down into the sea in search for a mermaid princess that could control the Sea Kings, for the purpose of getting some gold and treasure? I don't even know how these ideas are supposed to connect to one another to make any sense out of it. If the goal was to get treasure, wouldn't the Vanderdeckens have sailed to Fishman Island in the search of, I don't know, treasure, instead of Poseidon? If Vanderdecken wanted into the royal treasury, which seems to be a priority, shouldn't his main focus be getting into Ryugu Palace and overtake it for the treasure? I could understand wanting to maybe marry into the royalty for a chance of getting into the treasury, but there are multiple ways of doing that. You don't have to marry Shirahoshi. And speaking of which, the only notable treasure that we know of is the Tamate Bako, which Vanderdecken wanted to use because he believed that it can make Shirahoshi older so that he can marry her to get to treasure, which is not the Tamate Bako and just regular treasure. Yeah, I don't know. It seems pretty dumb, right? And what part of this has anything to do with the idea that Vanderdecken has to marry Shirahoshi? Or the fact that she was Poseidon, outside of Oda's desire to incorporate what I would assume he thinks is a funny gag, but really isn't? Oda still goes with the idea that Vanderdecken likes Shirahoshi, and as a matter of fact, Vanderdecken's quote-unquote goal is never relevant, and he actively works against his own interests, despite the fact that there is nothing here to suggest that he feels genuine about Shirahoshi. Oda uses the "you're not my type" meme after we get out of the flashback, so we're back in present day. And in a fit of rage, Vanderdecken decides that he'll kill Shirahoshi because she doesn't love him. And then he throws the Noah at her with the intent of destroying the island. What? What was the purpose of teasing the Vanderdecken lineage in correlation to Poseidon if this was the end result? None of it even mattered. Nothing changed. The only thing that I can think of is that the sole purpose of Vanderdecken was to have a character in the arc that had the ability to throw the Noah so that Oda could meet his quota of having an arc that has a time limit before you stop the big bad. And in this case, to artificially raise the stakes, Vanderdecken is a plot device, more so than anything else. He's not a real character. Shirahoshi was trapped in a tower for 10 years and couldn't do anything that she wanted to do because Vanderdecken's Devil Fruit made it dangerous to do otherwise. And that never comes full circle because there's nothing other than a gag going on between Shirahoshi and Vanderdecken. It seems like a complete waste. What was the purpose of doing all of this? Vanderdecken's plan sucks. All of this nonsensical writing could have been easily fixed by either Oda or his editors because Vanderdecken fucking sucks and is a huge detriment to this arc. Oda spends so much time between Vanderdecken and Hody that could have been incorporated elsewhere if there was never going to be meaning here. Carrying on though, the flashback ends the way that we all remember it and things return to real time with Jinbei explaining that he had always intended to bring Arlong to justice but wasn't able to find them because he had paid off officials to keep his location secret. Oda will continue to add on to scenes like these as the post-time skip continues. After the story of Otohime is told by Jinbei, Sanji has one of his lowest moments in the entire story. Before anything can be said by the person who the story most affects, Nami, Sanji, the kindest man in the world, butts in and tells Jinbei to kill himself. And that while it wouldn't redeem him, it'd at least make Nami feel a bit better because yeah, that'd definitely make her feel better, man. A supreme showing of sensitivity and respect towards the man that Luffy has a connection with and who saved his life at Marineford. Nami then tells Sanji to stop, but Sanji is just sort of sitting there, still wanting to go off on Jinbei.
I'm not sure what Oda really wanted in terms of how this comes off for Sanji to the reader. On one hand, you might say that the intent was for Sanji to come off as being protective and caring. But if that were the case, then the way that Oda went about it results in the opposite being true. Because after Nami talks to Jinbei about how she's happy now with her friends, Sanji is just there in the background hovering around trying to soak up and grab praise and attention from her. It makes Sanji look like an idiot, frankly. It might not have been so bad, but I think this situation is compounded by Sanji's request for Jinbei to kill himself. That's really extreme. But in spite of Sanji, Nami still delivers a good, wholesome speech. Which afterwards, Nami then begins to have her first interaction with Shirahoshi, almost all of which appears to be off-screen while Jinbei is giving exposition. Priorities, man. They're on point. Why this is off-screen, I'll never know, because the potential dynamic between Shirahoshi and Nami is something that Oda definitely should have made a bigger part of the arc. Like Shirahoshi, Nami spent a lot of time locked up in a room doing things she didn't want to do until Luffy came to save her. And Nami's mom also passed away. There are things that they could bond over, but nope. While Jinbei is giving exposition, a giant transponder snail randomly, and I mean just out of nowhere, walks out of the sea forest to show the Straw Hats a broadcast from Hody Jones. Hody goes on with yet another one of his speeches, which Oda purposely makes Jinbei and Nami highlighted figures in listening to. Earlier, I reminded you after Hody's speech at Ryugu Palace that Oda had gone out of his way to highlight Nami, right? Nami was even the central figure who was supposed to be listening to Jinbei's retelling of Otohime, Fisher Tiger, and what happened with Arlong. Luffy wasn't important. In any other story, you would assume that because Oda went out of his way to include Nami in all this and highlight her, that Nami would be one of the characters involved and at the forefront of the arc's resolution. Would you not?
Come on, let me hear you say it just once. Come on.
Trust Goda.
No! No, the other thing. Come on, I know it's just dangling out the tip of your tongue. Let me hear it just once, please.
Nami is
WRONG!
Nami has the nice dialogue exchange with Jinbei, but it doesn't correlate to anything else of relevance. Nami talks to Shirahoshi, but nothing comes of that. Nothing happens with Nami after she pieces together the history of the Fishmen, even though it seemed like she had a plan and wanted to learn things. Nami teams up with Robin in order to grab keys and yoink the petition, but there is nothing character-oriented for the rest of the arc, and Nami doesn't get anything else. All of this happens so fast and without meaning that it's almost negligible in nature because there is no central conflict for Nami to solve. It just happens and there you go. In my opinion, Fishman Island more than likely should have been Nami's second character arc in the story. Or at least an arc where she is the most important person in getting everything done. It fits best with the story here considering the antagonists are weak, and it makes the most sense given Nami's history as a character. From Arlong Park to Saba Odi to here, Nami has a history with Fishmen. I don't know what went on during meetings and chapter discussions between Oda and his editors, but there is surely something wrong with how he wrote this arc. I don't get why he wrote the things he did for it to ultimately not connect to anything meaningful. Nami basically gets hoed this entire arc. During Hody's speech, he reveals that Zoro and his group got captured, which leads to an argument between Luffy and Jinbei about how they should proceed. Meanwhile, at Gyeongcourt Plaza, Oda continues to hype up Hody by having him take out the princes and the soldiers. Jinbei and Shirahoshi are intentionally captured alongside Megalo and brought to Hody, which brings up another topic of interest. Madame Charlie speaks up from the crowd and informs Hody that no matter what he does, he is destined to lose because she had prophesied that Luffy would be the one to destroy Fishman Island, meaning that anything he does doesn't matter. Jinbei overhears this because he's in the plaza too, just like everyone else, but apparently he had his ears shut because this is never brought up in the future of the story to any other person or acknowledged by Jinbei himself as something he cares about, which seems odd. He heard her say this and I guess ignored it. After this proclamation, Hody sends a water bullet and injures Madame Charlie. Hody then informs the audience that Charlie is Arlong's younger sister. Similar to my statement when it comes to Den, Madame Charlie being Arlong's younger sister has no purpose in the story and is not incorporated into a relevant plotline. If Hody didn't say it, it wouldn't have changed anything. This is yet another missed opportunity, because outside of her prophecies, Madame Charlie could have been a more prominent figure in the arc. You have her being Arlong's sister, we are dealing with the influence of Arlong, Nami, and the legacy all within Hody. Why Charlie isn't involved more, I don't know, because even in the flashback panels, we see that Charlie and Hody seemingly grew up in the same environment and knew each other, but turned out differently. Seems like that could have played into something more important, doesn't it? Once again, Oda chooses to ignore depth and to stick to shallow waters. After waterboarding Charlie, Hody admits to killing Otohime, has a cringy speech to Shirahoshi, where we learn that Shirahoshi knew the entire time that Hody was the one to kill Otohime because Megalo saw it happen. Hody calls Shirahoshi an idiot for not telling anybody because it resulted in Hody being able to do what he's doing right now. He then proceeds to hurt Shirahoshi's family as a form of taunting her. Now, Shirahoshi is an idiot for not saying anything, but that's the point, and it ties into her character archetype. She's a child in a teenager's body and is ignorant as a result of it. In her mind, she was just trying to do right by Otohime by attempting to move on. And given that she isn't really smart, this all kind of makes sense. It's at this point that the children ask Madame Charlie when Fishman Island is going to be destroyed, to which she replies with, "I don't know. In my visions, I only see the future. It might be tomorrow, it might be 1 year from now," which sets the rule that Charlie doesn't know when these things are going to occur. I'm sure Oda will stick to this rule later on. The citizens start screaming for Luffy, and then Luffy shows up as designed. Nami uses her Mirage Tempo to turn herself and Robin invisible to steal the documents. Just so we're clear here, Nami has an ability that can turn herself invisible. That's, damn. I mean, that's pretty useful, right? Seems like the perfect ability to use for a rescue mission. I'm sure Oda will keep with continuity and definitely utilize this. The Straw Hats show up and the fight at the plaza begins. Luffy uses large-scale Conqueror's Haki and we see a little bit of some new stuff that the Straw Hats are capable of. Frankie unleashes his inventions, Usopp shows some effects of the Pop Greens, Sanji reveals that he developed Skywalk because he was running away from Okamas. Okay. As well as Hell Memories, an ability which I'm sure Oda will remember to use again. Zoro doesn't do anything new. Chopper reveals some cheapified new forms, and most notable of all is the fact that he can now control Monster Point for a short duration of time, but afterwards is left completely helpless. The new design for Monster Point is a significant downgrade and loses virtually everything that was cool about it in the pre-time skip. I don't know what made Oda think this was a good choice, but Chopper is down bad. But there's lots of room for improvement, so maybe Oda has more in store later. The Straw Hats' role here is to fight Hody's gang of goons while Luffy fights Hody himself, as is usual. Hody, obviously, is being easily overwhelmed and outclassed by Luffy, but through the power of crack, is able to hang on past the first few blows. Hody sees Vanderdecken's insane attempt of throwing the Noah and takes the fight into the ocean, where after an exchange with Luffy while he is at a disadvantage in the water, goes and mortally wounds Vanderdecken, under the idea, and Hody states this himself, that if he were to kill Vanderdecken, then his ability would cease to operate and the Noah would fall on Fishman Island. Much to my shock, upon my reread of Fishman Island, I realized that by the end of the arc, Vanderdecken didn't die. He was just tossed into the same jail cell as Hody, which makes this entire sequence kind of odd in retrospect because even Oda makes it seem like Vanderdecken needed to die in order for the Noah to fall. And it makes it more complicated because there is no guideline for which devil fruits stop whenever you are knocked out versus the ones that need to be manually turned off. Remember that Moria, even if you killed him, his fruit would still be active. But yeah, the Decken gets stabbed by Hody, and that's the end of him in this arc. This was the culmination of the Vanderdecken. All of his panel time led to this moment. Simply incredible. Amazing. Hody then goes to terrorize Shirahoshi for the upteenth time, and she is saved by Luffy. Hody makes yet another one of his villain speeches and says that Luffy can't protect anything. Luffy responds with, "Wrong. I'll protect everything. That's what the last 2 years were for." This dialogue from Luffy sets up his motivation and ideas around strength and what his priorities are, and I think comes off as a good line because it relates to the foundation of the time skip. Luffy trained during this portion so that he could be strong enough to protect his crew and never lose anybody ever again. This dialogue from Luffy brings up some questions. How would Luffy react if he failed to protect his crew? If Luffy were to be defeated, would it call into question everything he's been trying to accomplish? I can't wait to see how Oda has this come into play. Shortly after this encounter, Fukaboshi points out all of the hypocrisies in Hody's plan. Hody planned to take over and rule Fishman Island, but now wants to destroy it. He wanted the Fishman District to take over because they dislike humans, and now he plans on killing everybody. And if he accomplishes his goal, there will be nothing left for him to return to. Hody then reveals the truth. Humans have never treated him wrong, and he's just a product of the environment because the fishmen didn't pay enough attention to each other. Hody is the chaotic embodiment of hatred. This is the narrative that Oda crafted for Hody, and it makes sense for the most part. I would say that there is actually a missing link here with Hody in terms of how he got from point A to point B. I don't think you can make the argument that Hody wasn't serious earlier in the arc about wanting to become the new ruler of Fishman Island. It wasn't a front. Hody's plan from the beginning wasn't to pull a Joker. It wasn't all about chaos from the beginning. There was a structured idea driving his hand, misguided but still there. And somewhere in between all of this, it changed from what he originally wanted to do into being chaos and going batshit crazy. Perhaps you can make the argument that his overdosing on pills is partly to blame, because he seems to be obsessed with them after he gets his hair Kanaki'd. But I don't even know if that's good enough. Perhaps being backed into the corner makes him just go insane, and that's a good enough justification. Overall though, what Oda is going for is mostly substantiated through the writing. Hody ends up being what Fukaboshi said he was. The concept and evidence for a good theme are all present here. It connects back to Arlong, it makes sense with the Fisher Tiger flashback and how things shouldn't be done in front of children because it'll affect the future. Hody is a byproduct of everything that shouldn't have happened. Yet despite this, Hody is commonly looked at as one of the primary reasons that people do not enjoy Fishman Island. Why is that? The writing makes sense, right? So what's wrong? Let's break it down.
Ooh. Hody Jones.
Hody Jones is a bit representative of Fishman Island in general because he dominates such a large portion of the story. So when you talk about the arc, you kind of have to bring in Hody. And Fishman Island as an arc was in quite the difficult position in terms of its placement. Fishman Island is the heir and recipient of all of the residual emotion, hype, and aftermath that came from Marineford. I'm sure there was a lot of pressure due to how the popularity of One Piece boomed during this portion of the story, for Oda to create something that would keep up and retain the series' newly acquired fame while managing to stay true to Oda's vision. Arcs like Fishman Island can be subject to overhate because of where they are placed in the story and how authors go about handling them. It's a bit of a tough spot to be in as a creator. I'm sure you've watched movies or other anime where you'll finish something that is basically the super climax of a portion of the story, and then the following arc feels lackluster in comparison. That's just the natural result of having to start over. People are used to things continuing to build up, so whenever you get that natural break of momentum and begin anew, it feels deflating. The MCU had to deal with this to an extreme degree after Endgame. They need to go to the next phase of movies, and it's hard to make the fans care as much as they once did with the original cast of characters and moving forward with new people. Or to feel the same excitement because all of the movies Marvel had been leading up to a definitive end. And starting again makes people feel like it'll be impossible to make things new that don't just repeat the same formula. This wasn't really the case with One Piece. Unlike the example for Avengers Endgame, Marineford and 3D2Y naturally lend themselves to creating the feeling that you want to see more, because there isn't a definitive end to anything, just drama. So there is arguably more hype and excitement coming into Fishman Island and the New World than there is at any other point in the story, aside from maybe Wano. Which means that Hody Jones ends up being the first villain that a fresh and fit Straw Hats encounter in the New World, and he doesn't really hold up well. Hody Jones is a failed layered villain masquerading as a one-dimensional character. Not that there's anything wrong with one-dimensional villains, which is something that I think a lot of people tend to misconstrue since there is a bad stigma around them. Not every villain needs to have elaborate motives, and having every villain be super complex can run the risk of taking away from the most important villains in the story if everyone's super special. Although, whether you have a complex or simple villain, there are qualities that are very important to the success of a villain's implementation in any given story which aren't reliant on character depth. Charisma, a commanding screen presence, character design, strength,
not always physically related, and or competence. Good villains tend to have these qualities and then some, and having these qualities is particularly crucial for one-dimensional characters. Which makes sense if you think about it. If you don't have character depth, then obviously you need to make up for it in other categories in order to stand out. Crocodile, as he's presented within Alabasta, is the perfect example of a well-executed one-dimensional villain. Crocodile, of course, gains more depth outside of Alabasta, but while he's in it, he's mostly just a Mr. McBad guy. Hody, by any comparison, has next to nothing. His dialogue is filled with cringy, generic villain talk, the kind that comes out of like 80s and 90s cartoons, and he doesn't have the charisma to pull it off and make it sound impactful, which results in his speeches being off-putting and annoying. Nothing that Hody says is memorable as a result of all of this. And clearly his refrigerator-esque design isn't anything to write home about, although his drugged up state is a step up, but he's not commanding any interest when he steps onto the court. Hody Jones is the One Piece equivalent of Kwame Brown. He's got no game whatsoever. And part of that is because Hody was placed into a sticky situation. The audience knows Luffy and friends aren't going to struggle too much on the first island. You can argue that Hody's lack of strength is more of a pro than it is a con. One of the main things going on in the background of this arc is that it's supposed to hint and reflect at the growth that the Straw Hats have coming out of the time skip. It'd be underwhelming if everything was like dead even. But Oda walks a dangerous line in doing this. During the arc, he continuously hypes up Hody for his strength, which doesn't really work given all that we've talked about in terms of the things that Hody lacks as a villain. And because Hody lacks everything that makes villains likable, when Oda goes out of his way to give Hody screen time, it comes off as if he's forcing him on the audience, which has the complete opposite reaction that you would want as an author. If that was all there was though, just a couple instances of Oda pretending that Hody was strong, this would still be doable and we could live with it, but something else happens on top of this which kind of turns the tides in how Oda uses Hody as a villain. Oda turns Fishman Island into what he turns many arcs into when they have a successfully intimidating villain. Fishman Island turns into a, "We have to save the entire country from being destroyed before the timer runs out. Save us, Luffy." Crocodile, Lucci, Dofi, Katakuri, Kaido, and Nell. All of these villains have a ticking time bomb within their respective arcs. And you'll notice that if you place Hody in this group, that one of these things is not like the other. Hody sticks out like a sore thumb, and horribly so. The ticking time bomb method doesn't work in arcs where the main villain doesn't pose a serious or viable threat to the story. Oda over-dramatizes an arc that doesn't have any believable tension because Hody himself isn't a believable threat that feels satisfying to overcome. And even though Luffy is supposed to be significantly stronger than Hody, Luffy still comes out of the arc almost dead as a result in order for Oda to create drama with the blood transfusion plotline. Which, in an arc where all of the Straw Hats outside of Luffy beat their foes relatively easily, Luffy being the only person to struggle does seem kind of odd. But to add insult to injury, Oda has Hody tag team with Vanderdecken as the arc's main threats. Vanderdecken, who is a gag villain with wasted potential that makes nonsensical decisions. These two people are the vehicles used to deliver the themes of Fishman Island, and I think that is a recipe for disaster. Hody is a symbol of generational hatred and racism, but that's all he is. A symbol. Hody has no other character in the arc to play off of in order to elevate himself beyond goon status, which is something that is sorely needed given the type of person that Hody was supposed to be. Hody is just living and surviving off of the attachment to other characters rather than his own merits. Nothing exists between him and Luffy, Charlie, Shirahoshi, Fukaboshi, or even Nami, the potential would-be protagonist of the arc. So to summarize, not only does Hody have nothing that makes villains likable in his repertoire, he also has no character dynamics or intrigue or really any depth outside of things that aren't really in his control to make up for it. No good character aspects and no strength. So it's kind of reasonable why people don't really like Hody Jones. Fishman Island is a classic example of themes versus execution.
The themes of Fishman Island fail to be as impactful as they otherwise could be because of the execution of its characters and subplots. And if the vehicles for delivering your theme aren't up to code and are constantly breaking down, then it's no wonder why they don't work. The cherry on top is that even though Fishman Island was the pit stop just before the New World, it ends up being a fairly long arc, coming in at a staggering 51 chapters. So this is not a short arc, and the fact that it's long is not something that works well in its favor, because the longer you stay with Hody Jones and Vanderdecken and giving all of them screen time, the worse it really is. Hody isn't even worthy of sniffing Arlong's webbed feet when it comes to being a villain. Hody is the stereotype of a sequel being worse than the original. If you were to try and compare these two villains, you'll see that Hody fails in every category that Arlong succeeds in. Arlong has a fairly decent design. He's intimidating. He has charisma and screen presence. He's strong. His hate for humans is clearly felt, and it's even better in Fishman Island than Hody's is, just looking at the Fisher Tiger flashback alone, because Arlong gets to play off of Jinbei and Fisher Tiger. But most importantly, Arlong's villainy resonates to the audience because of how it ties back to Nami and the crew, because Oda made that the main focus of the story on almost every level. That's why that arc succeeds and is one of the best in the entire story. The same can't be said with Hody, because Hody doesn't resonate with any other character or the audience. So, that is why the writing doesn't always make everything good just because it quote-unquote fits. But enough of that, let's go ahead and try to wrap things up with the arc summary. As we know, Hody ends up being defeated by Luffy, and then Luffy is stopped by the Sea Kings and Shirahoshi due to the Noah's Descent. Everyone begins to celebrate Luffy's victory on the mainland, but disaster strikes. Shirahoshi swims down to inform everyone that Luffy has lost too much blood from his bite wound against Hody. Without a blood transfusion, he would die. This makes it seem like injuries and the amount of blood you have in your body matter to your overall health, which, I mean, it makes sense. Injuries can be some of the most powerful aspects of storytelling because injury creates sympathy, emotion, and concern. I look forward to seeing how Oda will implement using injury as a seried method of drama in the future. Jinbei steps forward out of the dust at the Straw Hat's pleas, and we get that beautiful scene between Captain and future crewmate. This moment and most of the epilogue for Fishman Island is actually pretty damn good, which ends up being an Oda staple. He normally nails epilogues. The big party, the Poseidon reveal, Big Mom's character design, Tamago Peckham's, there are things at play here that are easy to digest and interesting to look at. It's a wonder why the entire arc couldn't be like this. Oda does well when the events that are happening in the arc have little to do with the central conflict or the writing of that flashback. One of the things that Fishman Island shows, outside of this, is that the Straw Hats still have more left in the tank and can take on stronger foes. They are feeling very confident in themselves for jumping this hurdle, which makes the audience and the Straw Hats feel as though they've actually advanced. One of the last events to occur within Fishman Island is the Minister of the Left gifting Nami the 3-directional log pose. This is something that may never get an answer because I don't have access to the information necessary, but I'm going to go out on a limb and make an educated guess that Oda originally planned to use this log pose more than he currently has in the story. Much earlier in the script, I mentioned that Oda confirmed to us that he's combined numerous eyeline ideas together in order to create arcs like Punk Hazard and Dressrosa, right? The fact that he did this infers the original desire to have the Straw Hats sail around more than they did. If you have to get to more islands, then that means that more sailing needs to be done, right? My suspicion is that Oda decided to combine the ideas of Punk Hazard and Dressrosa after the introduction of this log pose, because it's the only thing that makes sense to me as an answer. You may not know it, but this log pose has actually not been used yet, which makes its introduction questionable. The Straw Hats have been traveling almost exclusively by Viver cards. This log pose doesn't serve a purpose because of how the Straw Hats get from one place to another, and that happened over the course of one arc. But luckily for Oda, he can always come back to this when he needs it. Sometimes the plan changes and it's up to the author to adapt the story to compensate. The only negative aspect to this is that it does hurt navigation and it comes off as odd because Nami got roasted for not having it. Outside of that, the Straw Hats say goodbye to Jinbei, who is on his way to Big Mom, and they make their promise to Shirahoshi. We end up seeing that Hody and his crew aged due to the effects of the Tamate Bako box, which was then sent to Big Mom. So you see things have been set into motion for Whole Cake Island when we eventually get there. And this is a smart thing for Oda to do, and it's something that he normally does do. Oda is very talented at planting seeds for future plot points. Everything ends with the Straw Hats ready for their next adventure and sailing out of Fishman Island as the heroes. Having covered basically everything in the arc, there is one more character that I want to dive into and take a look at before I give my conclusion statement on the arc overall. In the pre-time skip, One Piece had a total of 2 princess characters in its 23 arcs, Vivi and Boa Hancock. In the 8 arcs of the post-time skip, there are 8 prominent princess characters that are connected to some type of royalty. Rebecca, Viola, Mancherry, Pudding, Reiju, Hiyori, Yamato, and of course Shirahoshi. As you can see, this royalty concept is something that Oda is including in virtually every single arc, and in many cases multiple times. Princess-like characters play an important role in the politics of the world, because they connect the pro-Straw Hat agenda into the endgame of the story with the final war. Luffy gains his allies through the rescuing of these fallen kingdoms and its various royalty. And these royalty characters are people we are going to analyze in depth because there is a lot riding on how well they are written and executed in their respective arcs. If Oda fails in writing these critical characters, it's significantly harder to make the audience engage with and care about them and the islands they're associated with when the story goes beyond the arc. Imagine if, during the Alabasta and Summer War sagas, that Vivi and Boa were insufferable, poorly written characters with next to nothing going for them. Well, the quality of those sagas, especially Alabasta, would be much worse off if that were the case. And the Reverie would be a lot less interesting because the abolishment of the warlords would be much harder to care about since Boa's situation is quite literally half of the reason why people care. Her and Mihawk are the only remaining warlords that impact the audience's investment through its abolishment. Fishman Island gives us Shirahoshi, who ranks very high among the princess characters in terms of importance. She's an ancient weapon and the most relevant living figure when it comes to people of different races. Additionally, Oda went out of his way in designing Shirahoshi to make her someone that could be comparable to Boa Hancock in his eyes in terms of beauty, and he's talked about this in interviews of how stressful it is to draw those kinds of characters. So obviously, Oda has deemed that the usage of Shirahoshi in the story is critical to its future, which makes sense because she's inherently linked to the history of Joy Boy, the Noah, and the symbology of the sun, which means that Fishman Island is very important in setting the tone and making the audience care about her as an individual. So, let's ask the question, does Fishman Island do a good job with Shirahoshi as a character? If you recall back to my thoughts on Shirahoshi talking to Luffy inside of her tower, I have a preference for the type of character that Shirahoshi is, and enjoyed that interaction very much. But in spite of my preference for that archetype, I don't think Fishman Island does Shirahoshi justice for what she is supposed to be. When people talk about Shirahoshi post-Fishman Island, it's all plot-oriented and no one really cares about her feelings as a character or what she could accomplish. And a large portion of this separation can be seen in how Oda incorporated her into the plot of Fishman Island. Shirahoshi peaked during her conversation with Luffy and never reached that high again. The majority of her moments are underwhelming or just okay. Let's go over the rest of what Shirahoshi is involved with after leaving her tower so I can better frame this. Shirahoshi has a run-in with Vanderdecken, the person responsible for imprisoning her for a decade, and we get the "you're not my type" gag. Shirahoshi visits Otohime's grave and we get a bit of her in the flashback as a little kid. Then Shirahoshi talks to Nami and bonds with her off-screen. Shirahoshi leaves with Jinbei to go to Gyeongcourt Plaza, gets fooled by a blow-up doll of Neptune, and is captured. Hody Jones tells her that he killed Otohime, and Shirahoshi has the "I already knew that" moment. After being freed, she stays near Tsurume until Noa crests the horizon. Then, she basically just swims around distracting the Noa while yelling, and is occasionally tormented by Hody. After Luffy stops the Noa, she has a conversation with the Sea Kings and then takes Luffy down to the surface screaming for help. And then the final thing she does in the arc is to make her promise with the crew, which in my opinion is the second best thing involving Shirahoshi in the arc in terms of feel-good character moments. All in all, not a whole lot of positives going on here to make Shirahoshi appear outstanding in any way. When Shirahoshi isn't alone in conversation with Luffy or the Straw Hats, the negative aspects of her character archetype take over. Shirahoshi is true to her nickname. She is a crybaby. And it's a persona that fits well with the design of her character, as I've gone over before. She's a child, but she looks closer to an adult. Japan's obsession with sexualizing 16-year-olds is impressive, to say the least. You will notice that in a lot of stories, there are certain characters that tend to get on people's nerves more than others. Even if it's for the wrong reasons, there are things that make readers distance themselves from people unless that person is involved in things that keep them interested. And the number one thing that tends to push people away is when characters scream, cry, and yell incessantly. Just like how it is with babies in real life, the first reaction to hearing this is to stem the noise. It's irritating. People want to see these characters develop and go beyond the bebe status. Shirahoshi does a lot of crying, which is fine in of itself, but it becomes a negatively defining feature of hers because Oda doesn't do a whole lot with her in Fishman Island, so it tends to be what she's most remembered for, which affects her likability. There are elements that I've already talked about which work against her, and to illuminate these elements, I'll begin an unfair comparison between Shirahoshi and Vivi, the premier princess of One Piece. There are a variety of reasons as to why no one has been able to come close to Vivi among the princess characters, and near the top of that list is the way in which Oda went about acclimating Vivi into the Straw Hats as an individual. Vivi is with the Straw Hats for almost the entirety of her saga, so she has 3 arcs under her belt with the crew before they even step foot in Alabasta. This gave Vivi a lot of time for character interaction, growth, fun, and everything in between, which creates a genuine human connection to the main cast, which increases the investment into Vivi's plight. Shirahoshi and the other princesses aren't going to have the luxury of being with the Straw Hats for multiple arcs in a row, so they can't all be like Vivi, nor do they have to be. That's why part of this is an unfair comparison. But when we look at these princess characters, we need to look for what Oda is trying to accomplish, what was the potential, and at the end of the day, how good is it? And with Shirahoshi, there was a lot of potential for her to be better than she is. The typical reaction that you would expect from someone who has been locked away for a majority of their life is hesitance, having a fear of the unknown, and being rather squeamish, which is Shirahoshi down to a T. Shirahoshi is a character that is supposed to develop past her cowardice and grow into a person that can walk on her own 2 fins due to Luffy's influence in her life. But Oda's attempt to have Shirahoshi evolve into that kind of person is heavily thwarted by her lack of shining moments and the antagonists of her arc. This just goes to show you the extent of bad that Hody and Vanderdecken are. Vanderdecken brings nothing positive to the table, and doubly so when it comes to Shirahoshi. She doesn't have to overcome anything on that front that makes her rise above Vanderdecken or Hody in a compelling way. Her silence about the murder of Otohime is a nice thought, but doesn't combine well with Hody's antagonist role. And because Shirahoshi herself, after this moment, is only a yelling, screaming, and crying damsel in distress, it works against the prospect of liking her. Oda doesn't give her true, shining moments that make it feel like she's moved past a certain point and we can be proud of her. I mentioned before how Vivi had numerous arcs prior to Alabasta where she had time to shine and interact. But even if you were to isolate Alabasta as a single arc and take away the other 3 arcs,
there are still many more moments that we can go back to and point out where Vivi came off well.
何がいけないの？人が死ななきゃいいと思って何が悪いの？
人は死ぬぞ。
やめてよ、そんなこと言うの。今度言ったら許せないわ。今それを止めようとしてるんじゃない。反乱軍も国王軍もこの国の人たちは誰も悪くないのに、なぜ誰かが死ななきゃならないの？悪いのは全部クロコダイルなのに。
じゃあなんでお前は命かけてんだ！おいルーフィやりすぎだ！てめえルーフィ！この国を見りゃな、一番にやんなきゃいけねえことくらい。
何よ！
俺たちバカッピューバーはね、砂なんかには負けないよ。お前なんかの命一個でかけ足りるもんか！
じゃあ一体何をかけたらいいのよ！私はあの男を許さない。何を！他にかけられるものなんて私何も。
俺たちの命くらい一緒にかけてみろ！仲間だろうが！仲間だろうが。なんだ、出るじゃねえか。そういう涙。
反乱はきっと止めるから。
お前が一番悔しくてあいつをぶっ飛ばしてんだ。
ルフィさん、ベル、広場の爆破まで時間がないの。もうみんなやられちゃったし、私の声はもう誰にも届かない。このままじゃ国が。
心配すんな。お前の声なら俺たちに聞こえてる。
私は
印なら罰がいい。
なんで？
海賊だろ？
でもありゃ本来相手への死を意味するんだぞ。
いいんだ、罰がいい。なあビビ、かっこいいもんな。
私もそれがいい。
何でもいいから書けよ。本題はそこじゃねえんだ。
私は
これでよしって。
私はここに残るけ
ど仲間の印だ。
いつからの間、もう一度仲間と呼んでくれますか？
れから何が起こっても、左腕のこれが仲間の印だ。
Shirahoshi doesn't have anything close to this happen, and I would argue that the role of Fukaboshi, her brother, in the arc doesn't do anything to help Shirahoshi's case either, as Fukaboshi ends up being the person who has the most relevant interaction with Hody in order to expose the type of person he is. Which, not only does that concept fall flat because Hody sucks, there's less reason to care about Fukaboshi than there is Shirahoshi, but Fukaboshi gets the scene of talking to the country about their future when it probably should have went to Shirahoshi because, you know. But Oda might have had Fukaboshi come in to fill the spot because Shirahoshi isn't really smart enough to put the concepts together, and maybe Oda needed someone from the Fishmen who was connected to Otohime to recognize what was happening. Wah wah. Everything ends up being surface level, and the character interactions aren't fully explored. I really wish Oda would have focused more on giving Shirahoshi better moments, as well as developing the relationship she had with Luffy and Nami, especially Nami, because there's more things that Oda can do with Nami and Shirahoshi that he can't do necessarily with Luffy. And he could have given them a subplot post-bonding so that they could have come together to do something that matters. Or at the very least, give her another subplot with Luffy that isn't just running, crying, and screaming through the water, because is that really satisfying to read? No. If Oda had fixed this at the end of the arc, when she makes her promise with Luffy and the crew, it would have come off as much more satisfying, and Shirahoshi herself would have felt like someone we would have wanted to see again and think about when it came to the Reverie, because we could see a good continuation of Otohime's will present in one of the most important characters in the series. Unfortunate, I suppose, but maybe the next princess will be better. So, in conclusion, the first entry into the New World is a long one that struggles to deliver uniform quality. The bad antagonists, underutilized characters, and side quests help detract from what could have been. As I said before, Fishman Island is an arc pretending to be something that it's not. It's hard to say, in all fairness, that Fishman Island doesn't deserve its reputation as being one of the weaker arcs in the series, given the circumstances. But everything's not doom and gloom. Fishman Island is carried by its epilogue and flashback, and these end up being the diamonds in the rough that you go back to and find within the arc upon analysis. And like with many things, it is not one instance of failure that determines the future permanently, but many. Fishman Island by itself doesn't make the post-time skip what I say it is, but it does certainly contribute. In similar fashion to the Straw Hats' journey to Fishman Island, the voyage up carries similar features, in that there is some more messing around on board the ship. No conversation this time to make use of the alone time, but everything ends with a nice spread of the Straw Hats breaking the surface alongside the pod of whales they hitched a ride from. It's a romantic scene in the sense that it is very adventurous. But as luck would have it, the Straw Hats emerged right next to Punk Hazard. They overhear screaming on the ship's Dendemushi about people being attacked by a samurai, a buzzword which prompts Brook to explain to the crew that samurai are a group of warriors specifically from Wano, and that, quote, Wano's samurai are so strong that not even the Marines go there, end quote. Oda starts doing some groundwork for Wano right away as soon as we get out of the waters, and this sets up expectations for the future from what we expect from the samurai. Luffy wants to explore the island, but a wall of fire prevents the crew from doing so. Nami is able to circumvent this issue by using Milky Road, an ability from her climate attack that creates a road of clouds that they can get across and up over the flames using the Mini Mary. This is a neat ability which, like a few abilities in this arc, is used solely within Punk Hazard and is never seen again. As is the norm,
Afterwards, the Straw Hats separate into groups in order to explore the island. Luffy, Zoro, Robin, and Usopp head out to the island while Chopper, Sanji, Nami, Franky, and Brook defend the Sunny. Once again, the exploration of the island in the beginning portion of the arc is great. This is something Oda almost always nails. Luffy's group encounters a dragon made by Vegapunk and team up to behead it. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats, all back at the Sunny, are captured, which will be the first of 3 times that this happens within the arc. After killing the beast, Luffy pulls Kinemon's legs out from its body, where Kinemon proceeds to communicate via his farts, something he never does again. At first, I thought there was an extremely minor continuity break here between Punk Hazard and Wano. Kinemon and later on Momonosuke are both introduced saying traditional samurai things like Daigozaru at the end of their sentences to further emphasize their culture. These sayings stop somewhere between Punk Hazard and Wano, and I assumed that it was due to a translation choice rather than something that changed within the story, so I asked around, and from what I could find, the translators for Viz and English scans stopped using these phrases, but they still exist in the Japanese RAWs. So that's a nice little detail in case anybody else realized this when they were rereading. This change makes a lot of sense because it's going to be a lot easier for English audiences to read stuff and have it flow better in their mind. The kidnapped Straw Hats have been placed in a holding cell by the guards, where Franky wakes up to see that Sanji isn't strong enough to break down the cell door. Brook wasn't captured alongside this group because he's Brook, and the Straw Hats find Kinemon's puzzle piece-like head within the same holding cell as them. In this manner, Kinemon is introduced to both groups of the Straw Hats, but only interacts with Nami's group. In Kinemon's interactions, he spouts numerous sexist sayings towards Nami, such as, "How dare you speak to a warrior with that tone, woman? Women are to be graceful, mind their tongues, and speak when they are spoken to." Unlike the information that I just gave you concerning the speaking patterns of the samurai, there is a true continuity break here, because the way that Kinemon acts superimposes the idea that Wano and he himself as a character are home to very specific sexist ideologies, which would be historically accurate to Japan's past and present history, which could have been a fantastic idea, but in retrospect is confusing because Kinemon's own relationship with women doesn't reflect what he says to Nami. Suru ends up being someone that has a dominant personality when it comes to her relationship with Kinemon, and Kinemon is also friends with Kiku, who, well, yeah, if Kinemon has stereotypical views on sex, that would not be the case. And Wano doesn't give anything to fuel this belief system or explore it in any depth when the Straw Hats do land there. This would be the case of a future arc creating errors in a past arc due to one reason or another. It could be that Oda changed his mind at some point in time, but there are numerous sections of Punk Hazard that allude to this idea, as you'll see. The Straw Hats reveal that they are pirates, which produces a heated response from Kinemon. If you are indeed pirates, then it would explain your barbarity. I hate pirates with a passion so strong, I could vomit. Nami is shown to react to the statement in surprise and confusion. You'll notice from the track record in Fishman Island that Oda is beginning a trend here. Characters' curiosities never carry over into anything relevant. Nami, as we know, has a past history with believing the exact same thing that Kinemon just said, that pirates are evil and there's no such thing as a good pirate. So there was an opportunity here and in the future for some character interaction between Nami and Kinemon, which might have been very good to do because there's obviously, beginning in Punk Hazard, a sexist divide between Nami and Kinemon, but wah wah. Franky radical beams the vault door, which allows the Straw Hats to leave their room. Sanji has a nice moment with Kinemon that convinces him to follow the Straw Hats, and Sanji takes responsibility for what will happen to Kinemon from this point in time. This will be the first of a few side conversations that Sanji has with Kinemon, which gives the impression that this character dynamic and relationship is going somewhere. An odd piece of information which has yet to be explained in the story is the fact that Sanji has information concerning the culture of Wano. When the Straw Hats are about to leave their cell, Sanji reveals that Kinemon's top knot hairstyle is a standard hairstyle that is indigenous to Wano. I don't know how Sanji knows this or why it's even brought up. When we eventually get to Wano, Sanji has no other information or history to provide about the country, which makes his knowledge here a bit odd. I think Oda just wanted to give this info to the audience and decided to use Sanji as an outlet. After Sanji grabs Kinnemon's head, the scene transitions to the Straw Hats running away from the guards that are chasing them when they stumble into the biscuit room and find the enlarged kids. The Straw Hats start running through the biscuit room when Kinnemon introduces his second sexist remark. Quote, "Struck by a woman, my honor is in tatters. I must slice my belly open to regain it." End quote. Nami even calls him a chauvinist pig in response to this, which reiterates that sexist theme within Kinnemon's character. As the Straw Hats are running, Lind asks for the Straw Hats' help in saving them, and Mocha specifically asks Nami for help, which gives Nami pause. In this scenario, the kids really do come off well. Their cries for help feel genuine and provoke empathy from the reader and myself. And then Sanji happens. Sanji, for some reason, insists that Nami should just ignore the plights of the crying children. He adopts a Michael Jordan-esque attitude of saying, "Fuck them kids," despite the fact that Sanji himself just went out of his way to help Kinnemon, a person he doesn't even know. We just met them seconds ago, we don't know their story, and we're not running a rescue charity. Everything says to Nami here could easily apply to himself in what he did with Kinnemon. They only knew Kinnemon was here, needed help, and was looking for his son. The children wanted to escape, see their parents, and needed help. So it's kind of weird that Oda even did this. This is a confusing look from the man who is later going to be wanked for how kind he is. Nami refuses Sanji and then makes a stand, which forces the Straw Hats into action and prompts a cheesy line of dialogue from Sanji, which once again reinforces his simp-like attitude. Sanji and Franky stay back to deal with the guards, and this group further splits so that Nami and Chopper can lead the children away. Luffy's group has been contacted by Brook, who informs them of what is going on while taking a walk around on the cold side of Punk Hazard. Luffy and the gang beat out some centaurs, and Smoker reveals that Punk Hazard is the location for the off-screen fight between Aokiji and Akainu. A fight so great that it permanently changed the island's weather, which is a great idea in terms of creativity from Oda. Luffy's group decides to cross the river to go save the crew and are attacked by a group of centaurs, so they are distracted for a bit. Brook ends up having a quick engagement with Kinnemon's torso, but ends up running away from it. The big attention grabber for this portion of the arc is Law being reintroduced through his meeting with Smoker. We get to see his new design and impressive status as a warlord. The most interesting players in this arc, the people that everyone comes back for when discussing it, are Law, Smoker, Virgo, and then in the last few chapters, Dofi and Aokiji. They really give the arc a much needed seasoning. Anytime these characters are at the forefront, it's a good time. I can't say the same thing about anything else though, including the main characters. Not a good look. After Law's introduction, Nami and company are still running around. They get some background information on the children's circumstances, and then they end up in the freezer room, which is a room that depicts convicts and other giants being frozen in ice. This is the only thing that happens as a result of their separation from Franky and Sanji, which seems a bit of a waste because this didn't change how anything plays out in the arc, so I'm not sure why Oda decided to do this. Sanji has another conversation with Kinnemon in which he is trying to make Kinnemon drop his pride so that he can ask for help, but Kinnemon is too stubborn to do so. So for the second time, Sanji has a relatively nice conversation with Kinnemon, which brings them a bit closer in theory. As Law and Smoker are talking, Nami's group, now completely back together because Sanji and Franky met up with them, crash the conversation, make a scene, and then run back inside. This comedy scene works because it contrasts very well when paired up with Law and Smoker's serious attitude. Law's commentary on being equally as confused as Smoker is the cherry on top. The appearance of the Straw Hats makes Tashigi want to give chase, but just as she is about to engage, Law is forced into action and uses his room. This is the beginning phase of Law vs. Smoker. The story then goes back to Luffy's group, who is still fighting the centaurs. Brownbeard is introduced, Zoro is attacked by a shark and is seemingly bitten while underwater, but there's no injury to show from it. Okay. Brook randomly stops by and distracts the centaurs long enough to introduce the clothing gag. This sequence is 9 pages in length, which is probably a bit much, but the story transitions back to the topic of interest, which is Law vs. Smoker, so it's not a big deal. As the Straw Hats are in the process of running back inside the lab away from Smoker and Law, Oda introduces Law's personality transplant. Having reread the arc and gone through the details, I still don't know why Law did this.
Law states that he can't let the Straw Hats get away, but the personality transplant doesn't do anything to stop them from getting away. They run off regardless, and Law ignores them despite having pretended to care about stopping them. Why pretend to care if it doesn't affect your actions? But, you know, the transplant is introduced as an excuse for Oda to do the body swapping gags he does with the Straw Hats, a sequence which lasts 27 chapters. In hindsight, there are a whole lot of negatives associated with Oda's decision to do this. Two of which are that it affects character logic and it becomes a power scaling issue. Law's personality transplant, in the way that the audience sees him use it, is a ridiculously overpowered move that could leave a very strong fighter stranded and helpless. It seems almost instantaneous, which isn't to say that you can't guard against it, but in principle, it's a guaranteed win if you can pull it off. If Law were an arc-specific character where his importance doesn't go past where he's introduced, then this wouldn't be as much of an issue because there are plenty of characters like that within the story. But Law is a reoccurring character that is at the forefront of the narrative from Punk Hazard to the current moment that I'm saying this line. Law plays a role in Dovi's downfall and in the Yonko situation for Wano. Introducing this ability to Law's repertoire of ridiculously overpowered abilities creates unrealistic strategies in the future for defeating opponents. What you introduce in a character when it comes to their capabilities should be important and carefully considered. If you ignore a character's capabilities, then when something does happen with that character that doesn't take into account what they can do, the end result can be unsatisfying. What if Law snuck in a personality transplant on Dofi or Kaido while their back was turned, just like the Straw Hats here? Well, that would end the arcs immediately because the villains would lose right away, right? All authors like to have fun whenever they are drawing. Oda isn't the first and he won't be the last person to introduce something like this. But that doesn't mean it should continue to happen. Ideally, you want to create things that work within the logic of your own world and don't break it. Simple enough. And we'll see later on Wano that Oda tries to introduce something that fails to take this into account. Back to the story at hand though. Smoker engages Law and Oda treats us to a fun battle between two very well-liked characters. Tashigi, who is observing the fight, challenges Law and just W keys right at him, despite Smoker's warning to stay away because she's too weak. Law proceeds to one-shot Tashigi, cutting her sword and body in half with his Devil Fruit ability. Tashigi is humiliated in front of Law. Law exposes her for being weak and tells her, "The weak do not have the right to choose how they die." A badass line. This line is shown to create a severe response in Tashigi. I wonder how this will impact her throughout the arc. Tashigi is saved by Smoker and the fight between them carries on until Law defeats Smoker and takes his heart, just in time for Luffy to show up. Smoker vs. Law is a short but great fight that highlights what someone like Law is capable of doing, putting Smoker in one of the only disadvantageous situations we've ever seen in the series when it comes to combat. I personally enjoyed the short talk afterwards between Luffy and Law. Seeing things from the perspective and mindset of Law allows for a fun time and creates a game of trying to figure out what Law is really thinking and what his motives are. During this talk, Tashigi crawls over to check on Smoker, gets enraged, and once again tries to attack Law. Oda, for the second time, has Law use the personality transplant on Tashigi and Smoker, swapping them up. Law tells Luffy where to find his crew and leaves. Then the scene switches over to Nami's group, where Sanji is perving on Nami's body because he got swapped into it. Kinemon uses his ability to make clothes for everyone in the cold. And afterwards, Sanji continues to perv on Nami's body, opening the coat to stare at her boobs, which is immediately followed by Sanji going for a smoke, which is then followed by Sanji molesting Nami's body against her will and groping her boobs. So yeah, at this point we gotta have a talk about Sanji. I'll be upfront. People who know me know this well. My least favorite character in the entire series of One Piece is by far Sanji. So when I talk about things that I consider problems, I'm trying to draw the line between what I think are issues within the story and my own preferences and what I enjoy in characters. In other words, when I'm talking about Sanji here, I am trying to be unbiased. I know that when Oda was creating this scene, his intent was to make a funny gag, and I'm sure that many people found this scene to be funny and are going to think that any commentary on this is purely subjective. which is very, very ironic and wrong. Because if I were someone thinking of what was in the best interest for Sanji's character, this is not a scene I would ever hope to see. This scene is distasteful in the sense that it paints Sanji as a sexual predator who doesn't care or respect women. Someone that is no better than Absalom, and arguably even worse. Absalom at least didn't pretend to be a white knight whose primary concern is the safety and respect of women. Sanji does. Sanji has a long-running gag that goes back to his first introduction at Baratie for being a womanizer, but nothing like this has ever happened before. For the first time, Sanji was given full control of a woman's body, leaving it up to him how he would act. And the result is that Sanji uses Nami to satisfy his own lust with no regard for human life.
Now they switch, and here's Pierce again. A Smith screen. Posey will defend. Oh! LeBron James with no regard for human life.
Sanji ends up sexually assaulting Nami. Oda tries to fool the audience into believing that Sanji cares about Nami's body, but Oda completely misses the issue of character morality. Sanji only cares about Nami's body when it's going to be in physical danger, not when it's at the danger of his own desires. This doesn't do Sanji's character any good. Some may like to use the defense of, it's just a gag, but within every gag is intent, and that intent reflects upon the character, whether it's intentionally or unintentionally done by the author. I think something that occurs far too often in the Western audience is that whenever they see an out-of-touch Eastern gag, they try to justify it by any means possible, even if they have to bend backwards until their back breaks. Culture isn't an excuse. And what's more, Sanji's real ideology is linked to his character gag, which is why it's something that makes Sanji a hypocrite. Hiding behind the ruse of a gag doesn't mean that an author shouldn't make sure that their writing doesn't come at the cost of what the characters are supposed to think is important. This is not an example of Mr. Prince. This is Mr. Cosby. This pervy situation isn't exclusive to Sanji and Nami though. It also occurs with Smoker and Tashigi. Law, as we know, switched up their bodies, and when we get back to them, Smoker has opened up Tashigi's shirt, which reveals part of her body. There is an enormous difference between the Sanji and Nami situation compared to the Smoker and Tashigi one. And the difference is in the fact that Smoker isn't acting out of lust or disrespect. Smoker is just being himself and trying to get comfortable in the way that he normally does, which involves wearing shirts and jackets opened from the front. He's inconsiderate because Tashigi rightfully gets embarrassed, but it's done with a lot more tact and a lot more taste than Sanji is. This is better written fan service than the poor excuse for what Oda's doing. In Punk Hazard, Sanji teeters between being horrid, such as with his gags and Nami's body and his Michael Jordan cosplay, yet while at the same time giving a sort of intrigue due to his conversations with Kinemon. I feel like Oda really could have salvaged something with these subplots, but he didn't, and the end result isn't pretty for Sanji. Your characters shouldn't be getting absolutely lambasted because of your desires for fan service. Part of me can't help but think something changed in the way that Oda sees Sanji as a character between the pre and post time skip. Starting from Fishman Island and moving forward, there are incredibly mixed signals that come from Oda's writing and his own mouth in regards to Sanji. Over the course of this series, you'll see that Sanji slowly changes into a punching bag. The positive between the Smoker and Tashigi section, though, is that they have an interesting conversation about the kidnapping of children and the possibility that there may be a traitor in G5, which, as we know, obviously ends up being Virgo later. Kinemon, who has now combined his head with his legs, has run off in the blizzard in search of his torso. Sanji once again feels responsible and asks Luffy for permission to leave, so here we go. Oda is trying to tie together Sanji and Kinemon as characters. Let's see how it works. Oda incorporates some great humor with Franky being inside Chopper's body, and the children start to go through withdrawal. Chopper, shockingly, has a good scene here with Brownbeard. Oda doesn't usually pay much attention in paneling to faces changing over time, but there is a nice sequence of Chopper becoming more enraged as he pieces together exactly what's happening with the children. After this, Sind, Chris Brown's Luffy, and Usopp uses a sleeping star to make the kids fall asleep. That is a pretty useful ability. I wonder if it'd be any help in the future. Chopper expresses the desire to personally defeat Caesar, which sets up a realistic character motivation. Chopper has involved himself in a plotline where his morals as a doctor and his skills are needed in order to resolve the situation, very similar to Hodback back in Thriller Bark. Children are being experimented on, weapons of mass destruction are being made. As someone who wants to save lives, Caesar represents the exact opposite of Chopper while posing a significant threat against him. Caesar is, after all, a Logia. I wonder what kind of story could have been crafted if Chopper was more involved in this arc. Well, unfortunately for Chopper, this is the Luffy show, and this motivation that he has slowly becomes usurped by Luffy later on in the arc. After this section from Chopper, Zoro, Sanji, and Brook are shown having been defeated by the Yeti Cool Brothers, and Oda creates some fake tension by alluding to the Yeti Cool Brothers quote-unquote killing them. Authors and Oda need to stop doing this. It doesn't work and it never will. In chapter 666,
ironic.
With the cover story series, From the Decks of the New World, Bon Clay is revealed to be alive and is the new queen of level 5.5 in Impel Down.
Saikyo! Saikyo! Okama way! Ah! Saikyo! Saikyo! Okama way!
This has nothing to do with the plot of Punk Hazard, but it's something that I want to take the time to talk about for a second, because there is a conversation to be had when it comes to death in One Piece and the consequences of toying with its writing. Bon Clay had one of the most memorable moments and emotional sacrifices in the story. His presence within Impel Down is so strong that it caused many fans to fall in love with his character, myself included. In every sense of the word, Bon Clay feels like a Straw Hat. I have a closer connection to Bon Clay and his dynamic with Luffy than I do several of the Straw Hats. Bon Clay stayed behind so that Luffy and company could carry on towards Marineford, all for a chance at rescuing Ace, which makes it bittersweet because, as we know, at the end of the day, Luffy fails and Ace dies anyway. Marineford is the arc that made One Piece. A vast majority of the current fanbase didn't catch up to One Piece until long after the time skip, and most people, when they are in the process of catching up, watch the anime first and then switch over to the manga for the weekly format. The story is now in Wano. If you caught up to the story recently and didn't go back to reread the manga and check out all of the cover stories, you would never even know that Bon Clay is alive. Anime onlys are completely ignorant to this, and for good reason. Most people would assume that Bon Clay was killed by Magellan because the circumstances that he was left in weren't pretty. Let's go back in time to recap and you'll understand. Bon Clay impersonates Magellan with his Devil Fruit ability in order to open the gates so that Luffy can escape. Because he was an authority figure, people didn't question his confusing and contradicting orders in the situation that they were in. Once the real Magellan realized that something went wrong, he charged back into the communications room and encountered Bon Clay. Throughout Impel Down, Magellan shows that he doesn't care about the well-being of the prisoners who are there. He has poisoned numerous allies and foes alike, leaving them there to suffer the fate of his poison. He poisoned Luffy and then threw him into the cold to die, and Luffy only survived because of Ivankov and a miracle. Magellan is the judge, jury, and executioner. That's the kind of power he has as the head warden. Magellan, enraged at Bon Clay for letting the prisoners go and ruining the reputation of Impel Down, asks if Bon Clay has any last words. There is no reason for Magellan to spare Bon Clay's life. Yet, here he is in the cover story, somehow surviving the situation without the help of Ivankov, which Luffy was fortunate enough to have. And not only did Bon Clay survive, he managed to escape to the safest area in Impel Down, an area which the guards don't know exists and is basically a paradise. Magellan was literally right in front of him, surely would have poisoned him, and at the very least left him for dead with no hope of survival bar Magellan's mercy, and since Ivankov wasn't there, basically means death.
This spits in the face of Bon Clay's sacrifice in more ways than one. It's one thing for Bon Clay to have survived the situation because there is probably some way that can be written into the story. But it's a completely different matter to reveal him being alive in a fucking cover story. That is incredibly insensitive. Bon Clay should at the very least be involved in a future plot point that reveals his fate in a satisfying way. This is the opposite of satisfying, it's jarring. It's due to things like this that have made many people criticize Oda for not being able to stick to the stakes in any of his arcs, resulting in the questioning of every single character death that seemingly happens. Pell surviving the nuke that wiped Megaton off the map in Fallout 3 was awful. Everyone knows this, and it's one of the biggest faults in Alabasta. There is no defending it. But at least that narrative was written into the story. Pell was shown on screen to have survived and then come back. Bon Clay, a way more relevant character than Pell could ever be, didn't even get the same luxury as a bird. How can the audience believe in consequences and the importance of character relationships when things like this and then Pound exist? It's because of stuff like this that people still think Monet, Virgo, and Pedro are still alive. If you are an aspiring author, take note to never craft an element like this within your story. Even if you hate killing people, it's better to write it out in a different way than to gloss over it like this. This is horrible. Oda himself or his editors should have easily spotted the issue with doing this, yet that did not happen. Back to current time. Brownbeard is giving Nami and Usopp a long speech about how effective the Yeti Cool Brothers are as assassins, when Scotch shows up out of the blue to kill Brownbeard at the orders of Caesar Clown. Oda does this thing within Punk Hazard where he has Brownbeard and Caesar's subordinates act extraordinarily stupid in refusing to believe that Caesar is a bad guy, even when they are presented with irrefutable evidence, and they just sit there and pretend like what they're hearing is wrong and just ugly cry the entire time. I'm going to assume this was Oda's way of trying to humanize and make the audience care about Brownbeard and the guards, but I don't think it works at all. Brownbeard as a character comes off as more of a waste of space than he does a neat addition to the arc. Every single time that the arc transitions from interesting characters like Law, Virgo, and Smoker to hear some fodder or Brownbeard talk and cry about Caesar, it's just a low point, dude. Oda would have had a better shot at trying to incorporate Brownbeard into a character dynamic with one of the Straw Hats. Think back to how Toto, the old man in Alabasta, was used in conjunction with Luffy. That is a great moment in Alabasta, when he helps Luffy and Luffy helps him and then gives Luffy water, which ends up saving Luffy's life against Crocodile. That is infinitely more satisfying, and we care way more about Toto than the stupid fodder. As it stands, when Oda forcibly separates screen time away from people that matter to give lackluster experiences with unimportant people, it can make the arc go down in quality. Scotch ends up shooting Brownbeard point blank in the face with his large rifle, and then Brownbeard goes down. The Yeti Cool Brothers capture Nami and run off. This is the second time that she's been captured this arc. Man, the post-time skip is definitely changing the formula up with the weaklings on the crew, man. This sets up the eventual meeting between Luffy and Law. Overall, I don't think the Yeti Cool Brothers are even a bad addition to Punk Hazard. Within the community, they are often memed, usually as material to slander Zoro, but I can't say they didn't have potential. They have better designs than Brownbeard and fare well for themselves. They really only come off as a bit weird because they are hyped up by Brownbeard as being a threat, and then Oda tries to trick the audience into believing that they actually defeated Zoro and Sanji. But the big blech is that Brownbeard is the one who hyped these guys up, right? As hitmen. Yet Brownbeard later on is revealed to have survived a point-blank assassination shot from their rifles. After this, Law shows up, defeats the last Yeti Cool Brother, and has an iconic conversation with Luffy, where an alliance is created between the Supernova to take down an Emperor. If you go back to the character dream portion of this video, you'll notice that I inserted a character motivation criticism of this moment, so I'm not going to go over it again here. Luffy and Law walk back and meet up with the rest of the crew.
Law switches the Straw Hats' bodies back into their normal selves, except for Nami and Sanji, because Sanji isn't there. Obviously, Oda hasn't had enough of the pervy gags. Awesome. Woo! There is some genuinely funny stuff going on with the gang memeing Law, informing him of how Luffy sees stuff and tying Chopper to his head. Once again, this comedy comes off really well because it contrasts with Law, who was the real focal point of the comedy. Law and Chopper then team up to find a way to save the kids, which is cool because Law and Chopper are doctors. That had potential. This scene then transitions, and surprise, surprise, Zoro, Sanji, and Brook are revealed to still be alive and didn't die from the Yeti Cool Brothers. They are able to find Kinemon buried in the snow, learning that the rest of his body is trapped in the lake. Sanji, once again, takes responsibility for this. This is like the third or fourth time that Oda's done this. Luffy launches the Straw Hats over to where Tashigi and Smoker are. Tashigi, in Smoker's body, tries to fight and apprehend Luffy because she actually thinks this would work. Incredibly smart woman here, fellas. She is barely able to throw out a punch in Smoker's Logia body, and as you would imagine, ends up being easily subdued by Luffy. Luffy refers to Tashigi as weak, which goes along with Smoker's earlier comment on the limitations and regret of not having his own body. This is all a dig at Tashigi. Smoker, inside of Tashigi's body, is so weak and so slow that he can't even keep up with Luffy in Gear 2nd. Being called weak is once again shown to bother Tashigi. So if you are keeping track, Tashigi has been called out numerous times for how much she sucks. Makes you wonder what the point is, right? Keep this in mind, it's building up to more. Caesar makes his appearance in front of Luffy and Smoker and begins to offer one of his many generic over-the-top villain speeches. Thankfully, Luffy interrupts him and shows his ability to grab a Logia, which Robin specifically comments on due to the power of armament Haki, which demonstrates that Robin is aware of what Haki can do, but doesn't possess it herself. I wonder what she was doing during her 2 years in the Revolutionary Army. Luffy begins to have a short scuffle with Caesar, and Oda reiterates that poison doesn't really work on Luffy. Good to know. Caesar, from the beginning of this encounter, was a bit on the back foot, but Luffy makes a rookie mistake and underestimates Caesar, causing him to be knocked unconscious. And because Luffy is down, Caesar goes to attack everyone else, and he just decimates them. He fodderizes Smoker, Tashigi, Frankie, and Robin off screen. And so for the third time, Straw Hats get captured in the arc. Prior to this event, there was a conversation between Luffy and Law about capturing Caesar, and Luffy comments on the fact that only himself, Zoro, and Sanji have Haki in the crew, meaning that no one else has it, except for Usopp, who unlocks it later in Dressrosa. When you first get to this point in Punk Hazard, it's normal to accept this and look no further. The best fighters in the crew have Haki? Yeah, that makes sense, sure. However, as you get deeper into the New World, the fact that the rest of the Straw Hats don't have Haki becomes more questionable in nature. And the reason that's the case is because it's revealed that virtually everyone and their mama has Haki. It is a basic power system that everyone is capable of unlocking. When you see fodder and random people possessing numerous variants of Haki, and then you look back at the Straw Hats not even knowing the basics over the course of 2 years of training and several arcs of screen time, it makes you wonder why that's the case. Haki is something that you may argue isn't necessary if you have the right skills to work around, and I agree with that mindset. But then you see stuff like Caesar easily defeating all of the main characters without them even using their smarts to try and work around the fact that they don't have Haki. Furthermore, during this engagement with Caesar, Sanji is shown successfully jumping into the cold water, locating Kinemon's body with observation Haki that he's unlocked in Nami's body, as well as using Skywalk to get out in time before the gas corners him. This is basically the last thing that happens while Sanji is inside Nami's body. Nothing useful or interesting comes as a result of this personality transplant. The biggest utility that you could probably argue is that it's a plot device in order to slightly nerf Sanji for his upcoming battle against Virgo, even though Usopp tanked the same damage and seemed absolutely fine. There is an oddity here that perhaps is something that Oda dropped heading further into the story, and it is a damn shame. As I just said, Sanji uses observation Haki and Skywalk in Nami's body. showing that her body is capable of performing those tasks, which may lead some people to believe that she's capable of much more. Seems realistic, but it doesn't go anywhere. And this relates back to why I question the trajectory of Oda's thought process and not having the Straw Hats get Haki. Why show what Nami's body is capable of doing with the right knowledge and technique if you're not going to do anything with it? I don't know. After Sanji gets Kinnemon's body back, we see Kinnemon's first usage of fire cutting. And Law by this point has snuck into a lab with Chopper and has been confronted by Virgo, who just happens to have his heart. Virgo commands an interesting screen presence and is engaging throughout all of his screen time. This is a good use of an obstacle-like, one-dimensional character. Virgo ticks off much of what we talked about in Fishman Island. There is a transition after this to a different island in the New World to show Commodore Yarisugi from G5 being a dick to the parents of the kidnapped children, and then he says some generic evil guy stuff. The purpose of this inclusion is to make Virgo out to be the criminal and to show the parents suffering at the hands of the corrupt Marines, but I would say that this section could have been left out entirely and it wouldn't have changed anything. It's made quite obvious through the story that Virgo is the traitor, and there is more utility from Tashigi's flashback of Zoro than there is of showing Baddie McBad Guy here being a dick. This might have worked better if the child subplot was even the slightest bit more engaging, because as you'll find, not a whole lot really happens with the children of Punk Hazard, but Oda just likely included this to make it more obvious. Law reveals that the alias of Joker belongs to none other than Dofi, which is an interesting reveal that starts to tie things together within this arc. Nami and Usopp, who are still chilling in the general area with the sedated children, encounter Caesar Clown, who corners them and is about to finish them off when, surprise surprise, Brownbeard shows up alive and makes a couple attempts to hit Caesar, but ultimately just gets folded like an old wallet. Nami yells at Caesar, but her and Usopp end up being defeated anyway, showing that they are no match for the would-be antagonist. Woo. Caesar, after defeating them, just leaves them on the ground for some reason and just walks away. I guess he didn't want to kill them. He's probably too focused on getting back to his computer to start his Twitch stream. One of the viewers of his Twitch stream ends up being none other than Eustace Captain Kidd, which is an exciting reveal at this time. Kidd is one of the more anticipated Supernova due to the attention that he received in Sabaody. Even more exciting, Kidd and Killer have held a meeting to team up with Hawkins and Apu, so the Supernova are coming to the forefront here. The purpose of Caesar's stream, though, is to turn Smiley into Shinokuni, and during the entire process, oh jeez, oh Lord help, there are lots and lots of panels of just the Straw Hats running. I can't emphasize that enough. It is absurd how much running and nothing Sanji's group does during this part of the arc. The pacing just takes a complete nosedive, and I don't know why Oda chose to go through this path. It is, oh, jeez. Smiley does end up turning into Shinokuni, and Sanji's group's next function is to run away from the gas that shows up as a result. Luffy, having been captured and defeated, is watching the Twitch stream showing Sanji's group running, and he sees that his crew is in danger, and he can't do anything about it to help them. Perhaps that could have been a consequence to his overconfidence with Caesar. But before Luffy can even begin to let the reality of his arrogance settle in, Law counteracts the situation. Caesar moved the cage with all of the captured individuals to the outside of the lab, intending to have them die by Shinokuni. Frankie makes a quick smokescreen for the group to let Law operate, and Law frees everyone. Law claims that since he's been at Punk Hazard for months, he had planned ahead for the possibility of being captured, sneaking and placing a few normal handcuffs around the lab. This is the explanation given, and I'm not really sure how it's supposed to make a whole lot of sense given what Oda showed. Law was captured and subdued by Virgo. Law had no way of knowing which set of chains Virgo was going to use to bind him, let alone the rest of the Straw Hats. And there would be no way for him to use his ability while being cuffed by Virgo without Virgo knowing, because Virgo knows what Law can do. Law also ended up being the only person out of everyone chained to have fake handcuffs. Man, Hearthstone players wish they had that type of RNG. But let's transition back to Sanji's group. What are they doing? Are they still running? Yes. Yes, they are. And they are chasing a dragon that was outside so they can ride it to safety. Sanji catches this dragon by getting a speed boost from molesting Nami's boobies. Woo! Don't you get it? It's funny because he grabbed her boobs. Silly Sanji! Nami's group is also running from the smoke, and all of the parties converge at the same location in the lab. Everyone has little tasks that they are assigned. Everyone's bodies are then switched back to normal at this point, ending the transplant portion of the arc. Tashigi wants to join Smoker in going after the traitor Virgo, but Smoker sidelines her with the responsibility of protecting the men. Law then introduces the Oda Classic, which is the timer countdown within the arc, by explaining that everyone has 2 hours to mess around before Law can do anything to help them out, because he plans to mess the place up. As Luffy and Zoro's group is running to go catch Caesar, as part of the deal with Law, something crazy happens. Usopp tells Zoro that Luffy lost to Caesar, which is why everyone ended up getting captured. Zoro is not happy to hear this news from Usopp, not happy at all. Not only was Luffy defeated, but Zoro himself was duped by the Yeti Cool Brothers. This strikes a chord of frustration with Zoro, who says that this can't continue to happen. The Straw Hats as a unit cannot continue on like that. By letting things like this go unchecked, they could all die. Usopp has a lighthearted rebuttal saying that everyone turned out fine, so there's no need to worry, but Zoro says he's not joking around. Zoro then turns from Usopp to Luffy and yells out at him. And Zoro tells him to get his shit together because this is the New World. They can afford to take things lightly. Luffy looks back at Zoro and promises that he'll be more careful from here on out, and then seems to act the opposite way from what Zoro says he should, and he goes off running around carefree, which elicits a reaction from Zoro. This scene establishes, or rather, continues character continuity for Zoro. This picks up with what Zoro was preaching about back in Water 7. This isn't a pirate game, and it's probably not a coincidence either that Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp are the ones involved in this conversation. This would have been an amazing moment, and this could have made up for all the things that haven't been going the way you would expect coming out of the time skip. The Straw Hats being captured 3 times in one arc, being defeated by a gag antagonist, and fooling around. All of that could have been a part of a narrative, but it is not. The Zoro continuity is made more alarming because of what happens with Zoro later in this very arc, as he goes against his own words and doesn't take things super seriously. There are a few scene transitions after this, and Virgo decides to take matters into his own hands. The Straw Hats are still shown to be running around. Chopper figures out the drug off screen, and Tashigi runs into Zoro real quick and clashes with him, basically just to get his attention and say, hey, what's up? Which is a nice moment, I like that. It's picking up on a character relationship. But then, part of the lab wall is destroyed, which starts bringing in gas at an increased rate. Tashigi, in her weak, pathetic, girly body, isn't fast enough to avoid and outrun the gas. Her out-of-shape men toss her to safety and end up being petrified by the gas. And then Tashigi cries out in concern. This Tashigi stuff is leading somewhere, right? Right? I wonder what the Straw Hats are up to right now. The Straw Hats are still running around. The perspective switches back to Tashigi and her men. Her men are being attacked by the mini dragon that Sanji and them got on, and for some reason Tashigi is just kinda standing around and watching. The dragon is only scared away from her men because Virgo shows up, and Virgo has an intimidating atmosphere. The dragon is afraid of him, not Tashigi. Virgo then proceeds to decimate Tashigi's squad with Shagans, and it sparks a sequence of flashback from Tashigi's perspective of how nice Virgo seemed to be when she first met him, further cementing his betrayal. Tashigi then attacks Virgo and gets manhandled in a couple of panels.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
Tashigi's men then go to attack Virgo. While Tashigi lays on the ground, watching and crying, Virgo continues his onslaught. Distraught, Toshiki screams in her mind, "Save us, Smoker!" And what happens? The living embodiment of sexism, Vinsmoke Sanji, comes to save the day, saying that he heard the sound of a woman's tear falling. Surely this will lead somewhere. Sanji has a relatively short clash with Virgo. He is able to get a couple licks in, but the fight quickly appears to enter into Virgo's advantage. The first time that Virgo and Sanji cross legs, Sanji's leg cracks. This scene within the community is often used to discredit Sanji's fighting capabilities, and it's become sort of a meme. A meme that, admittedly, I've used numerous times. There's no way to tell how the fight would have played out if it continued, but the context of the story certainly gives a bit of an edge towards Virgo. Power scaling memes aside, there are a couple things that I'd like to comment on regarding this clash when it comes to the narrative. I made the claim earlier that I think the way that Oda views Sanji has changed when compared to the previous times in the story, and I want to use this event as another piece of evidence to that claim. If Zoro's pride is his swords, then Sanji's, outside of cooking, would be his legs in terms of fighting, right? It is surprising to me that Oda would show Sanji's leg crack so easily and against someone like Virgo, which, as we know, in the larger scheme of things, isn't really that strong. And remember, all it took was one clash for it to break. This moment is used to hype up Virgo's strength, which is fine, but it doesn't do anything at all for Sanji. Sanji's weakness here isn't used to make him stronger later on. Sanji shows up to quote-unquote save Toshiki, but they really end up getting saved by the bell. The fight only concludes because Law enters the sad room and they are being surrounded by poisonous gas, which forces Virgo to go elsewhere. Once again, by itself, this is all fine, but it creates a compounding issue when you look at the totality of Sanji. Was this all simply to hype up Virgo? How often will Oda place Sanji in a negative situation simply to hype up someone else? Well, we'll find out. Moving on, however, Virgo calls Dofi, and there is a cool introduction of Dofi and his crew. There is personality in abundance here, and it is much appreciated. In a different section of the lab, Luffy has begun to give Caesar the hands, not falling for his tricks this time around, and he's about to defeat Caesar when Monet intervenes, which allows Caesar to escape. Luffy destroys the ground to avoid being frozen and accidentally falls through the floor. Nami's group is still running around, and Kinemon alludes to what some of the Straw Hats' roles are going to be when they get into Wano. Nami being a Kunoichi, Robin being a Cortisone. Can't wait to see how that plays out, baby. Nami's group rolls up on Chopper, who is getting smacked around by the rampaging children while he's in Monster Point.
Stop! He's already dead!
Woo! That's... alright, yeah, I mean, that's not a good look. Monster Point stock is just plummeting at this point. Off screen, Law and Virgo have already begun fighting each other, and looking back on this, I don't even know what Law's plan was. He knew that Virgo had his heart, but he is completely helpless against Virgo while he has his heart. So I don't know what Law would have done if Smoker didn't show up. Law just enters the sad room, and the next thing we see is Virgo beating his ass. Did Law even think about what he was going to do? Doesn't seem like it. He had no plan or strategy in place, which is kind of weird considering it's Law. Toshiki and Sanji start to run away together with the Marines, and I can't help but feel like there was a missed opportunity here. This is self-evident, but I'll reiterate. Toshiki's entire character is focused around the idea of disliking sexism, and the idea of women getting preferential treatment simply because they are women, to the point where she was willing to complain to Zoro about not killing her. Clearly, there are some deeply rooted issues at play when it comes to Toshiki. Sanji and Toshiki haven't had a part where they've been alone up until this point in the story. They've really never interacted. I mean, outside of just, perv gags from Sanji giving googly eyes. Not only does Oda do nothing with the conflicting character aspects of Sanji and Toshiki, he doesn't even have them interact once. Was the only point in Sanji coming to save Toshiki just to give Sanji a quote-unquote cool line of dialogue, fight for a couple panels, and then dip? Yeah, questionable. There are certain things that you remember from every arc that you read. Key moments and highlights that help form your thoughts. If you pay attention during your first read-through, perhaps you'll create even a vague outline of how the sequence of events was created to get you from point A to point B. But like many things, details will fade with time if you aren't proactively using them or thinking about them in discussion and or rereading that series. And that's the case with One Piece, and it doesn't really help that One Piece is a really long story, which makes it easier to forget things that you once remembered. I talk to people whose job is to basically read the series and make videos, and even we forget things all the time. The reason why I say this is because in order to make this video to get the most bang for my buck, I went through every post-time skip arc and reread them, took notes, and sat down to formulate my thoughts. I had always remembered the Monet section of Punk Hazard as being hype because it had a memorable moment for Zoro. I distinctly remember Tashigi being bad in Punk Hazard, but it was only upon my reread that I saw in 4K how awful and how bad everything truly was, for Tashigi and for Zoro. And I won't lie, I got angry and disappointed in the process of rereading this arc. Let's go over what happens and perhaps you'll understand my ire. Zoro begins his fight with Monet as a means of stalling, so that Nami and Robin can lead the kids out of the biscuit room and to their eventual rescue. Zoro and Monet clash, but as they are fighting, Monet disengages and makes a dash towards Nami and Robin with the intent to kill them. Zoro is able to race over in time to defend Nami, and he asks Monet why she is only targeting the weakest links. Nami uses her climb attack on Monet and then immediately starts running with her back turned towards Monet and to the door.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Obviously, Monet just goes to attack Nami again and Zoro isn't able to protect her. Monet is about to kill Nami when she is saved by Robin. Zoro comes in and cuts a path for them to leave. As Zoro continues to fight Monet, Monet says the following: "I can't help but notice that you only defend, never attack. Why would that be?" Monet didn't believe prior to this statement that she could actually defeat Zoro, but after this statement she thinks that she has a chance. Why is that? Monet is suggesting that Zoro is going easy on her because she's a woman. Sanji and company then show up to pester Zoro in a funny scene and quickly continue on their escape path, but not before Monet is able to take a chunk out of one of Tashigi's soldiers. Due to her being distracted in doing this, Tashigi gets a surprise attack on her which leaves a small cut. Zoro tells Tashigi that she's in his way and that she should leave, but Tashigi refuses to budge. Zoro threatens to cut her down if she doesn't listen, and Tashigi responds saying that Zoro can't cut her down, or Monet. Monet, sitting in the corner, says, "I thought so." Tashigi remembers her encounter with Zoro in Log Town where Zoro refused to cut her down. She had asked Zoro if he refused to cut her down because she was a woman, and Zoro at the time said that it wasn't the fact that she was a woman, it was because she looked exactly like Kuwena and said the same things Kuwena did. After remembering this encounter, Tashigi tells Zoro, "You think women are weak, and so you fight carelessly. Even though you won't lose without delivering the finished blow, you won't win either." Zoro doesn't deny anything that Tashigi says here, and in fact confirms it later on when he finally steps in against Monet. Do you understand what this means? This fight recontextualizes everything that we know about Zoro's ideology and his flashback. Zoro holds back against women because he views them as being inferior to men, regardless of their allegiance. And it also means that he lied to Tashigi back at Locktown. Instead of Zoro being weirded out by how much Tashigi reminded him of Kuwena, he held back because she was a woman. And that isn't to say that the Kuwena thing didn't play a role, but Punk Hazard changes the primary factor of the scene to be gender related. This also confirms what I always thought to be an out-of-character moment for Zoro during Skypiea. Something that I thought Oda just threw in order for him to sound cool. What am I talking about?
What we do here is go back.
その条件を使えばうまく俺を出し抜けるとでも考えたのか？浅はかなり。俺は打算的な女が嫌いでね。
嘘。
女だぞ。見ればわかる。
Zoro expected Enel to go easy on Robin because of her gender. Instead, Enel is for equality and fried that bitch up. This recontextualization is counterintuitive to everything that makes Zoro, Zoro. This does not make sense.
That does not make sense.
Let's go back and revisit Zoro's short flashback together in Chapter 5 and you'll understand where I'm coming from. In Zoro's 2000th duel against Kuina, Zoro becomes frustrated at his inability to be here despite besting grown-ups. Angered, Zoro grabs real katanas and challenges her to yet another duel, and he loses again. Defeat gets the better of Zoro and he starts crying in frustration. Seeing that Zoro is upset, Kuina chimes in. And for this section of dialogue, regardless of the translation that you use, whether it be Viz, Stephen Paul's pre-time skip translations, or any translation you'll find online, they all have the exact same meaning. There is no difference. Kuina says, "I'm the one who's frustrated. When girls get older, they become weaker than the boys. Pretty soon, you'll all be stronger than me. Zoro, you're always saying that you're going to become the world's greatest swordsman. Dad says that girls can't be master swordsmen. You're lucky you're a boy, Zoro. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman too, but I'm starting to get breasts. I wish I was a boy." Kuina is crying. She has been raised by these sexist teachings of Koshiro and brought up to believe that she could never be as good as men. By the way, Koshiro is from Wano. These sexist teachings are likely supposed to be from there, but Wano once again doesn't show an indication of this lifestyle. As Kuina is moping, Zoro gets furious, screaming out, "What are you talking about? You beat me. That's not fair. Beating you is my dream. Someday I'll beat you because I worked hard, not because you got weaker. It's got nothing to do with being a boy or a girl. I'm training all the time to beat you. You're making me look bad. Let's make a promise. Someday, one of us will become the greatest swordsman ever. We'll fight each other for the title." Zoro's actions speak out against every teaching that Koshiro has forced into Kuina's poor mind. Zoro is the one who lifts her up and tells her to forget everything she's been told. Zoro is the one who pushes her to become the best in the world. Zoro is the one who thinks that gender doesn't matter. Zoro's character motivation is his promise to Kuina. He carries around her sword in order to honor her, remember, and fulfill their dreams. Zoro even doubles down on his promise after Kuina dies and he's at her funeral. Punk Hazard is trying to change all of this. What the fuck? If you wanted to play devil's advocate for a moment, you could say that maybe there is still uncovered territory with Zoro on this front and Oda still has everything planned out. Maybe there's another flashback somewhere along the way. And I'd say, in response to that, sure, maybe that's possible. I think that you could logically write a scenario where, in an alternative timeline, Kuina's death makes Zoro jaded and sexist with women because he's hurt and he can't forget what happened to Kuina. That could work. But it doesn't exist. Where is it? Where and how did Zoro change from equality to inequality? Zoro was going to cut Nami down in Arlong Park because of what happened with Usopp before Sanji said that Zoro should treat women better. Zoro fucked up Miss Monday at Whiskey Peak. Zoro noticed Kiku was hiding their power and acting too girly. Like what? If this is truly something Oda was planning from the beginning, where is it? I need to know. Zoro is a nice person, but where does he draw the line between being a protector of people weaker than himself and a sexist? In the 1000 plus chapters of One Piece, where is this extremely basic character explanation? Where is the storytelling? At what point will it matter? If it didn't matter in Punk Hazard when all of this was being revealed and confirmed, then will it ever be? It's not happening in Wano right now, and the story is almost over. But no. I'm not finished. After Tashigi tells Zoro that he can't be trusted, she indicates that she will be the one to take on Monet. Zoro then sits down against the wall and gives Tashigi a chance to prove herself, quietly observing. You would assume this is going somewhere, right? Wrong! For the full context, let's do a recap of every Tashigi moment that has led up to this point in time. Here we go. Tashigi starts off getting cut in half by Law, who tells her that she's too weak to decide her own fate. Law tries to finish Tashigi, but is saved by Smoker. After Smoker is defeated, Tashigi tries to get revenge on Law, but Law humiliates her even further by swapping her body with Smoker's. Smoker hints at being limited by her body because it's not his. Then Luffy shows up, calls her weak. Tashigi expresses a desire to go after Virgo with Smoker, but Smoker sidelines her with the men. But she can't even protect her men. She gets thrown to safety because she's too slow to outrun Gas, which results in her men being petrified. The G5 soldiers get attacked by a mini dragon who isn't afraid of Tashigi, but then gets scared off by Virgo. Virgo starts killing the G5 soldiers and fodderizes Tashigi. Tashigi stares on to watch the onslaught as she's crying and is then rescued by Sanji. Tashigi's dream is to collect all of the graded blades in the world that have fallen into the hands of evil men, which necessitates her becoming stronger in order to do so. Tashigi's final encounter in Punk Hazard is a battle to prove her worth and test what she's fighting for, in an arc where Tashigi has been put through the ringer by men. Her final battle is against a woman who is being toyed around with by Zoro. But a chance is a chance. Tashigi has the opportunity to progress, to do something. And what happened? Tashigi is easily defeated by Monet. Tashigi is once again not fast enough to even keep up with Monet. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Is this for real? I can't believe it. Monet is about to kill her when Tashigi is once again saved by Zoro, who defeats Monet by looking at her. And then, oh my lord, Zoro grabs Tashigi like the sack of girly potatoes that she is and runs off with her because she felt faint and dizzy after her fight with Monet. Do you remember back in Alabasta when Tashigi burst into tears at her own inability to do anything against Crocodile? She was only capable of aiding the Straw Hats to help expose the Warlord system. She herself was powerless. At the arc's conclusion, she is walking back to the ship where Smoker is waiting for her. Smoker sees how upset she is over the situation and tells her that the only thing she can do is to get stronger. Hearing this, Tashigi screams into the sky that she will. What happened between then and now, man? Like, this is so bad, it's actually kind of funny. And you know, it's okay for Tashigi to lose. Losing is something that can be used to build or deconstruct a character. But you will see neither of that present in Punk Hazard. Being completely honest, I can't even think of what was going through Oda's mind when he was writing these character subplots within Punk Hazard. Tashigi fails time and time again in this arc, thrown into the fire over and over again, and there is nothing to show for it except a mixed signal and the defiling of her character. As opposed to her failure in Alabasta, Tashigi in Punk Hazard has absolutely no thoughts on what has happened to her within the arc. No frustration, no character moment, there's barely even a dynamic going on. I would go as far as to say that she is a completely different character. Nothing happens with her in regards to her relationship with Zoro. It just exists. And to top things off, Oda is sending a completely mixed message with Tashigi and Nami. The ending of Punk Hazard has a scene where the children are handed over to Tashigi, and Nami is shown being happy at this because Tashigi was crying and asking for her to leave the children to her. Nami mentally compares Tashigi to Bellemere in the sense that Nami is happy leaving the kids in the hands of a quote-unquote strong and kind female marine. As it stands, this comparison doesn't hold any meaning outside of Nami projecting things onto Tashigi and seeing something in her that isn't reflected in the arc's writing. Nami and Tashigi do not interact. They do not have a subplot related to one another to build on how Nami feels regarding Tashigi's role as Marine. Tashigi comes out of Punk Hazard looking like a weak, helpless, pathetic woman that doesn't care about her own failings and is more useful in looking after children. Which, if you take that and combine that with what Tashigi's character is supposed to be, it's about as bad as an outcome as you can get. Oda is basically saying, go to the kitchen, take care of the kids.
Get back in the kitchen!
Nami herself is barely involved in the children plotline or the arc in general outside of being an escort. She has no shining moment other than her initial stance where she said she couldn't deny the children's plea for help. And Nami's apparent weakness for children is also something that stands on weak grounds and seems to have sprung up out of the blue from the post-time skip. Outside of Nami being a girl and a nice person and the fact that girls like children normally, there's not much here, but there could have been given the potential that there was for Tashigi. Had Nami been better written in this child plotline, Oda could have given himself room to make this work. If there was a child that had a bond with Nami and Oda incorporated moments to remind us of Nami's past, that would be ideal. In similar fashion to how I proposed that Fisherman Island could have been an arc to have made a lot more use of Nami, I suggest the same here. Monet, in theory, represents the exact opposite of what Bellemere was. Instead of being a caring, strong mother, Monet is literally a manipulative pirate harpy grooming children to be experimented on. She also has snow powers, and Nami had a scene with Monet where her heat climb attack countered Monet's abilities. Seemed like that could have made for an interesting fight, could it not? Tashigi and Nami could have even been involved in the same child plotline with Chopper that results into the defeat of Monet and them bonding together, which then leads to the end result of Nami appreciating Tashigi as being a strong, caring, and loving female marine. And it all would have led back to Zoro's character, and to build on things in the future. Instead, none of that happened, and we were gifted with the worst part of Punk Hazard easily. Everything here as it pertains to Nami is surface level, and everything as it pertains to Zoro and Tashigi is trash. I don't like using that word much. Trash is a very, very harsh word, but this is garbage. But the act is starting to wrap up, so let's continue on with the play-by-play, folks. Luffy, by this point, has been introduced to Momonosuke, a character who is even more extreme in his pride than Kinemon is due to his childish nature. He helps Luffy get out of the garbage due to his dragon abilities, and history will go to support this, but Oda does start a good foundation for the relationship between Luffy and Momo. On Chopper's side, Mocha has eaten all of the candies to prevent the enraged children from doing so. As a result, she starts coughing up blood, which makes the kids confused long enough for them to be sedated, and then Chopper also patches Mocha up off screen. Chopper's motivations at this point switch from personally wanting to defeat Caesar to saying that Luffy will beat him up. To tag along the conclusion of this lackluster subpoint, Brownbeard shows up in the lab and starts talking about Caesar to Twitch chat. And then they shoot Brownbeard full of bullets like they did 50.
Yo, get me across the street, let me go, let's go!
I mean, they just riddle him full of holes, man. But he's still alive and kicking, just like 50. Okay. These guys must be using non-flashback guns, because as we know, people are only allowed to die from guns in One Piece if it's in a sad flashback. Luffy shows up at the end of the shooting, patting Brownbeard on the head as he walks by, and Caesar starts giving another long speech about Sad, Smile, Dofi, and this, that, and the other. Luffy punches him and continues to smack him around as Caesar continues to babble on. The scene transitions to Virgo beating Smoker up and breaking his jute. Virgo is confused as to why Smoker is fighting the way that he is, because it's not the smart thing to do against someone like Virgo. What Smoker is doing ended up being a part of his plan though, because his smoke enables him to steal back Law's heart, which fulfills his debt to a pirate. I wish there was a bit of an extension in this fight between Smoker and Virgo, because this is the only time we see Smoker in the post-time skip, and considering all the other things going on Punk Hazard that aren't as entertaining, there was definitely more time to dedicate to showing off Smoker's abilities and character. But this fight still ends up being fairly entertaining. Law gets up and gives a great speech about how the world is going to change and proceeds to one-shot Virgo through his full body hardening. The moral of the story here is that Law tells Dofi his undoing will be the fact that he underestimated Law's growth. And the counter to this is that Virgo tells Law that his undoing will be the fact that he doesn't know Dofi's past. This sets up a couple of things heading into Dressrosa. Alongside the epilogue, Law and Smoker vs. Virgo is definitely the highlight of the arc, and they kinda steal the show. Law cutting the mountain is a big flex and creates hype around Law's ability as a fighter in preparation for the inevitable Dofi encounter. Law also leaves Virgo to die here, in theory. He cut up his entire body and made it so that Virgo can't move on his own. It's still a matter of debate on if Virgo is still dead, but since that hasn't been confirmed or denied, I won't comment on its quality. As of now, it's satisfying. By chapter 691, the Caesar fight is starting to wrap up. Luffy goes from beating up Caesar to stopping his attack on Caesar altogether before he defeats them. And Luffy is just kind of chilling by Blackbeard. It's hinted that this ceasefire and attacking is caused by Law cutting the mountain in half, which is an oddity, but I think the main reason for this, however, is for Oda to make Caesar go out in a big hurrah, rather than simply being pummeled into defeat. The ceasefire leads to Caesar giving some more orders, going on yet another speech, and then Oda pulls the same cheap and cringy tactic of having the guards cry and pretend Caesar's just playing a game. Caesar merges with Shinokuni and then gives yet another speech. Afterwards, he petrifies some of the guards, which gets Luffy mad, and Luffy runs back into the hall to prepare to get a running start at Caesar. Usopp gives a speech that is probably too good to be placed alongside Luffy beating Caesar, but it's still a good speech. Luffy begins his sprint at Caesar, who doesn't respond or attack in any way, even though he transformed into his final form to deal with Luffy. Alright. Caesar has a run-of-the-mill, how about you join me last words, and then he gets Grizzly Magnum into the mine shaft. Not sure what all of this was about. Kind of feels like an extension of something that didn't need to be extended whatsoever. Before Dofi physically shows up on Punk Hazard, the best part of Operation Escape from the Lab is Dofi saying goodbye to his family, and that of being Virgo and Monet. I think this section says a lot about the dynamic between Dofi and his crew and what they are all willing to sacrifice in order to accomplish Dofi's dream. Monet was already thinking of blowing everything up. That's family. But before she can blow things up, she gets memed. Caesar Clown stabs her Logia heart with no signs of using Haki, believing it to have been Smoker's heart, and Monet blacks out as a response, being unable to blow up the lab. Dofi, knowing that things didn't blow up, realizes that something went wrong, and he promptly leaves Dressrosa to make his way over to Punk Hazard, which brings us into the epilogue of the arc. The epilogue gives us the completion of some subplots, which end up being questionable at best in quality. Kittymon's petrified corpse breaks open after it's dropped, showing that he's okay and apparently not poisoned either. I thought that the entire point of Shinokuni was that it combined itself with the poisonous gas to petrify its victims so that the poison could do its work better. I guess Kittymon wasn't in it long enough? Question mark? Brownbeard gets absolutely hoed here, by the way. His crew is being arrested and taken to the world government, being cured, hopefully, and then sent to jail. Alright, this is kind of a somber fate, but no one cares because it's Brownbeard. At any rate, this sequence serves as a plot device to undo the marine deaths in the arc because Smoker's group will go back into the island to retrieve the petrified, apparently not poisoned to death statues of the Marines so they can continue on about their day. Law, as it turns out, is the one who does the primary doctoring when it comes to the children. With his devil fruit ability and knowledge, he is able to take out the drugs inside of the kids' bodies to a satisfying degree. Meaning that Chopper's utility as a doctor within this arc results in his inability to fix the children who have to be taken away by the Marines for complete care. As I mentioned in the character dreams portion, the kid plotline poorly utilizes Chopper's character, his skills, and doesn't serve to further his character in any way, making it a disappointment and kind of pointless that the child plotline even happened to begin with. Momonosuke and Kinemon reunite and have a tearful reunion. Throughout Punk Hazard and moving into the future, there is the idea placed out there that Kinemon and Momo are very close to each other. There is a fabricated father and son dynamic that feels genuine. The worry that Kinemon has for Momonosuke and the mentoring he does seems to imply a sort of past that they share and a kinship. Kinemon is the one who is able to make Momonosuke forget his pride, something which he learned from Sanji, and this allows Momo to eat and celebrate the fact that they are still alive, which is a foreshadowing to the events of Wano. Can't wait to see where that goes in the future. Heading back a moment, the meal that Kinemon and Momonosuke partake in is made from Sanji. This meal is the first and only time where Sanji uses his new Kama recipes. The concept of attack cooking was introduced in chapter 595 of the pre-time skip by Ivankov as being the specialty of the Okamas from Kamabaka Kingdom. Ivankov claims that attack cooking can change your body, personality, and other aspects of your appearance, a fact which intrigued Sanji because he never even thought that food could do something like that. From a writing perspective, this is a unique and good idea from Oda. Much like Chopper's abilities, Sanji's cooking prowess always seemed like it was maxed out because there wasn't a weakness or a need for him to up his game up. But the introduction of attack cooking opened up pathways in order to expand Sanji's skill in a way that could legitimately change the bodies of his friends and other people. This possibility is one of the primary reasons Sanji wanted to learn the recipes, by the way. He was interested in the idea of helping nurture and grow the Straw Hats. This is why he stayed and trained on the island instead of going to Luffy. There are 99 recipes, which is way too much to realistically show in a story, but in principle it gives a lot of room for Oda to be creative. When Oda introduced one of the recipes from Sanji and Punk Hazard, it shows that Sanji learned some techniques. It rejuvenates your spirit, and even Kinemon comments on how much it makes him feel better. You would assume then that Oda had plans for this to be relevant in the future, especially say, I don't know, in an arc where Sanji's cooking becomes more relevant.
WRONG!
Nah, not so much. It is truly unfortunate that Oda doesn't do anything with attack cooking. Could you imagine a scenario in which Sanji's cooking is what makes some of this crew stronger or even more beautiful over the course of time? Like, here's a hypothetical for you, and this is purely a hypothetical obviously, has nothing to do with what I'll talk about in the future, but, you know, for the sake of discussion, let's say that Luffy has a fight somewhere in the future and Oda decides to change Luffy's physical design to be more muscular and befitting of his strength. I know that this would never happen, right? But what if Sanji was a contributing factor into why this happened instead of it being for literally no reason at all? And perhaps that could extend to the rest of the crew. As the story starts reaching its endgame, people start to develop physically. Just a thought. When and if attack cooking shows up again leads me to ask the question that I will continue to ask as we go throughout the post-time skip. How many things has Oda started and then changed from its original conception?
俺は俺の目的、オールブルーのために。
サンジ？
ああ、付き合おうじゃねえか。海賊王への道とやらに。
え？
お前の船のコック、俺が引き受ける。ルフィ、次無事に会えたら、 俺はお前が海賊王になるために料理人として世界一のサポートをしてやる。
Back to the story though, Law informs Smoker that they are heading to Dressrosa, and we get to see what happened during his discussion with Luffy. Following this conversation, which was a solid conversation, there is one of the cringiest moments in the series in my opinion, with G5 as the Straw Hats set sail. But thankfully, it doesn't really matter. You could skip over this section and pretend it doesn't exist because it doesn't have much bearing on the quality of the arc. It's just really bad. Dofi finds the heads of Baby 5 and Buffalo floating in the ocean some distance away from Punk Hazard. On board the little boat, Dofi has a conversation with Law where Law reveals that Dofi's business partner is Kaido, a man who would destroy Dofi if business ever stopped. Using this as leverage, Law demands Dofi resign from the Warlords and cheekily hangs up before Dofi can say anything. And Dofi is pissed, and I would be too if I were him. He shows up at Punk Hazard after the Straw Hats have already left. Displaying the exaggerated swagger of a young flamingo, Dofi isn't in the mood for games and starts smacking Smoker around like a rag doll. And thus starts the most iconic moment of Punk Hazard. Aokiji shows up and saves Smoker, which forces Dofi to retreat. The conversation between Smoker and Aokiji is great. It reveals some interesting motives from Aokiji, who now has connections to the black market, and as we'll learn later, with Blackbeard as well. Aokiji came specifically to Punk Hazard in order to contact Smoker so that he could talk to Akainu and have him mobilize the admirals. Smoker? Talk to Akainu? That would be a very interesting conversation given the clashing personalities of these two people and who they're friends with. Smoker is friends with Aokiji after all, and Aokiji lost to Akainu. I'm sure that Oda will definitely show this conversation. Aokiji leaves right after this, and things transition back over to the Straw Hats, who are on their way to Dressrosa. The Straw Hats are getting from Punk Hazard to Dressrosa through the guidance of Law, and aren't using the log pose. Everyone is kind of doing their own thing aboard the ship. Kinemon is attacking Zoro because he is furious that Zoro has Shusui. This anger shortly subsides as discussion of food comes up, but people notice that Momonosuke is missing. Nami reveals that Momonosuke is taking a bath with Robin. When people talk about this moment, the focus is usually on fans being jealous or somewhat spiteful of Momonosuke for getting the fan service with the girls. And I wouldn't say that's an unfounded feeling, especially given what's happening later on in the story. But no one ever talks about how out of character the situation is when it comes to Robin. This is the first of a couple instances, the most extreme of which happens in Wano, where Robin starts acting really motherly. I stated before that it wasn't written well for Nami to care as much as she did about children, which is later on continued with Momonosuke alongside Robin, but there was at least an attempt from Oda to shoehorn that idea in because of Nami's past and her encounter with kids. This attempt doesn't even exist for Robin, and once again relies on Robin being a woman and for the biological nature of women to like kids. Robin doesn't come off as your average woman though. She's into dark humor, odd things, history, and is much more of a recluse by nature. Outside of the fact that Robin likes Chopper and likes to care after Chopper, there's really no connection here between her fawning over children. Nami, by comparison, is usually portrayed as an empathetic character who tends to have more character interactions and relationships than most characters in the series. Robin needs more of an excuse for this behavior, and I can think of one that would be plausible. Example: Robin grew up always wanting to meet her mother and hold hands with her and go for a walk. She was isolated from love that normal kids would get, and as such, secretly yearns for that paternal connection that she ended up getting in Olvia's final moments. This childhood of Robin could serve as a foundation for Robin to want to nurture other children whose mothers weren't in their lives. And perhaps Robin develops a habit of holding onto the hands of children because that's what she always wanted as a kid. That's believable given Robin's backstory, but this importance doesn't exist in the actual story, and you'll understand how odd this is as we move forward. The final bit of Punk Hazard is the newspaper confirming that Dofi has indeed left the Warlords and the reveal of the Supernova alliances, all of which are good things and serve as a positive note to end the arc off. So in conclusion, this is the second arc in a row where there is an antagonistic duo, but the roles and importance of that duo is reversed. Hody is the main villain of Fishman Island, and he is supposed to be a serious character. And Vanderdecken is the side villain, who is a meme character. In Punk Hazard, the main villain is Caesar Clown, who is the meme character, while Virgo is the side villain, who is a serious character. Caesar's speeches, in a similar fashion to Hody, are tedious and overdone. He doesn't have any interesting character dynamics to speak of, and the main subplot around Caesar ends up being his connection to Brownbeard and the manipulation of his crew and subordinates, which is one of the weakest aspects of the entire arc. Caesar is surprisingly liked within the community, and I would say that this is due to, in large part, a couple comedic scenes in how the anime has made Caesar's laugh iconic, where if you are a manga reader, laughs don't really transfer all that well without voice acting, so if you separate that aspect, you are left with, well, what Caesar really is. Caesar is the archetypical mad scientist who likes creating things that hurt people and has funny facial expressions. Caesar is an underwhelming villain, but he is more manageable in tandem with Virgo than Vanderdecken was with Hody. This is in part due to the fact that Punk Hazard has no central theme that it's trying to command. Generally speaking, the more effort that is placed into making something serious, the more important the failure is. Caesar would have come off better if there was either more of an attempt from Oda to connect the things I've already alluded to with Chopper, Nami, Monet, and all of that, or if Caesar just had less screen time and less speeches.
Oh, the music! No! You're not! No! No! Come on! No way! No! Come on, man! They're playing the music! Come on, man! Oh, man! No way! Oh, man! Oh, man! With the music! No! 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 Ah! What a worthless story.
You take away Brownbeard, the soldiers, and make it so that the final fight with Caesar actually has a point whenever he goes into Shinokuni mode, and you are much better off for the arc. But that's just not the reality of the situation. This is the second arc in a row where the Straw Hats have not been properly tested to make use of the time skip abilities, and the subplots don't go in any positive direction for the characters themselves. I would go as far as to say that Zoro and Tashiki's characters were virtually assassinated. They are the worst that they've ever been in Punk Hazard, and were irreparably damaged as a result. And the fact that Oda did this is something I place a lot more stock into than, say, messing up a new character whose overall impact on the story is maybe negligible. It's more important that Oda messed up the writing with Zoro, a main character, than he did by not doing a whole lot right with Caesar Clown. When you attack and screw up the writing of the most important people, the impact of that is grand. The children plotline that partially includes Nami and Chopper doesn't amount to much at all, despite the time being wasted on it. Brook, Robin, and Chopper don't do anything. Frankie at least gets some time to show off General Frankie, so there's that. That's a positive. Sanji's subplot with Kinemon is okay at best, but has questionable execution due to what Oda does with everything else Sanji related in the arc, and the fact that this subplot doesn't translate into anything for the rest of the story. It just seems to have happened and then be dropped immediately. It's important to interject here by saying that not every character in every arc needs to have a grand moment or a character, arc, or relationship. If every arc tried to incorporate this, then every arc would be significantly longer. We've talked about that. Oftentimes, it will be the case that characters in different arcs kind of swap places for who gets the most shine. However, the lack of quality that the focused characters get shines a light upon those who didn't do anything at all. So when you fail on one front, you tend to fail on another. If you have numerous arcs where the characters kind of just stand around and put in the bare minimum, then over time, it will create a negative aspect to their usage rate as main characters. Punk Hazard is an arc where outside of Law, Virgo, and Smoker, the rest of the story isn't engaging at all. Caesar Clown and everything related to him fails. My reread of Punk Hazard left me questioning if it was worse than Fishman Island, because Punk Hazard helped take down what was great about its long-running characters. This isn't to mention that the pacing of Punk Hazard is awful, and pacing is something that Oda, for the life of him, cannot seem to figure out in the slightest, no matter how many chances he gets. Pacing issues are present in every long arc in the post-time skip. Oda cannot balance these subplots, the main plot, the world building, and the character interaction over the long periods of time that he's been given. He does a significantly better job in Zou, but Zou is also a significantly shorter arc, a correlation. Pacing is something that is easy to understand but hard to master. It's a very underrated storytelling tool. How an author controls the tempo of his story can be a deciding factor in whether or not you, the reader, even like what's going on. Pacing mismanagement can lead to events being off-screened. It can mean that things go by too fast or too slow. As the audience, maybe you would have liked to have seen some other things fleshed out with people that you care about instead of seeing more of some nameless henchmen. There is a science to this. And in this science, the more characters you have, the harder it becomes to get to the solution. And like I mentioned earlier, pacing can exaggerate writing issues. It's sort of like writing an essay. And for anyone that's been a student before, I'm sure you can relate to the example I'm about to give. Have you ever been assigned a paper that you didn't want to write, but that paper had a page requirement? And when you are writing this paper, you tend to just fill up as many lines as humanly possible with the most irrelevant, repetitive jargon you can think of, so that by the time that you actually say the one thing that you have that's important for the paper, you're basically done. Now, the point that you may end up saying might be phenomenal, but since it's covered in a whole bunch of shit, it doesn't really stand out too much. That's pacing, that is structure, and it's very important for telling a story. This all relates back to the concepts of the 3 Ps in execution that we talked about way back when. When we're looking at Punk Hazard and we ask ourselves, are the subplots handled well? Are they engaging? Does the writing make sense with the established continuity of the story? Does it feel satisfying to read? Did the author make good use of their time? What did the arc do well versus what it did bad? How do these compare to one another? These are questions we should be asking in basically every arc. And if you try to use these on Fishman Island and Punk Hazard, you'll come to find that the things that you are getting that are good is far and few, while the things that are bad are much more present. Punk Hazard is 46 chapters in length, and if you combine that with Fishman Island's 51 chapters and Sabaodi's 5 chapters, together we have a little over 100 chapters of material for the post-time skip, and I would make the case that Oda hasn't gone about handling this time in a particularly great fashion. The biggest failings we've gone over include the execution, writing, and management of Oda's characters in these arcs. We've seen subplots basically skipped over or lead to nothing. There is a huge lack of emphasis on the main characters of the story, and much more on the arc-specific characters. This is all coming off of a time skip which created greater expectations and desires for there to be more focus on the main characters. Oda seems to land the introduction and epilogue portions of these arcs by introducing lore dumps, character reveals, and adventure, but he struggles at delivering on the arcs themselves. There are a few standout moments, but they don't fix the issues. Overall, you leave with more things that stand out as problems or missed opportunities than you do on things that feel like they really delivered. And this is only the beginning. Fishman Island and Punk Hazard serve as the entry points into the time skip, and in total, that is only a third of its entire content. We have a lot more to cover. We got 4 more arcs, which each increase in scale and length. The arc which follows Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, is even longer than Fishman Island and Punk Hazard put together. But Dressrosa is something that we're going to have to wait to handle. This video has gone on for a long time, and I think that this is a good place to stop. I've given you my generic rundown for my beliefs on One Piece, and I provided you 3 arcs of analysis to try and explain my thought process on how I break things down. I can imagine that there are already going to be divisive opinions regarding the things that I've said, and I expect and welcome the conversation. I hope that this video has met the expectations of the people that have been waiting for years. I'm sorry that I couldn't get it to you sooner. And I hope that people old and new stay along for future editions. The job isn't finished yet. The more that I break things down in future arcs, especially the more important arcs, the more I will try to make my case even clearer. So based on what I've said about Punk Hazard and the story at large, there's still a lot more to do. And I'd like to take this last portion to thank friends of mine who assisted in the creation of this script and video. My good friend Glam helped peer review the script. In essence, he was my main editor, and I thank him very much for his services. Seastone Sage did the introduction voice acting. Christian from the Red Force podcast drew the thumbnail, and JD Legend provided me with a few sound clips for comedic effect. Links to those 3 channels and a couple more will be in the description below. I'd also like to thank all of my friends who've kept me on track for creating this video. It was much appreciated. This has been part 1 of the downfall of One Piece. I'll see you in part 2.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great.
Children, have you ever met the bogeyman before? No, of course you haven't, for you're much too good, I'm sure. Don't you be afraid of him if he should visit you. He's a great big coward, so I'll tell you what to do. Hush, 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 here comes the bogeyman. Don't let him come too close to you, he'll catch you.